Okay, hello, welcome to all of you. I hope you're well. Welcome, Aaron. I believe Georgia was there in the chat as well. Hope you're all having an absolutely gorgeous day. Do let me know how the vocals are sounding here on my mic. I hope it's sounding all right. Sorry I was late. There was some issue with the billing. For some reason, it rejected my card. I had to put in my card details again with the site, the StreamYard that I use. So I had to go through the whole rigmarole of putting my card in, and then it was trying to tell me it was rejecting my card, and then after like a couple of minutes, it accepted my card. It must have been some kind of billing error on the site. Maybe it was my bank security kicking it out. I don't know. Either way, got it sorted in the end. It just took a few minutes. So sending you all so much love. Hope that the day is treating you well. Hope you're having an absolutely gorgeous week. We've got an amazing show planned for you. I'm here alone at the moment. People are going to be arriving in a little while. I think there were issues for why people didn't arrive, because obviously no one could actually come onto the show. Welcome, Cosmic Brother. How are you doing?
All right.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't here. Give me 1 second. Sorry for that. It's all happening at once. Welcome to all of you. Sorry about that, Cosmic.
All right.
For some reason, the StreamYard didn't renew my account, and it just happens to be today's renewal date. So I had to like go on and try and figure out what was wrong, and then I had to go in, and they said they rejected my card again, and I waited, and then after a while it didn't reject my card, it just accepted it. So it must have been some kind of a visa authentication nonsense. I don't know. Anyway, in the end, I was getting really paranoid, and it worked. So I was like, oh, thank God. So we've got Dr. K. Hello, Dr. K. How are you, Kalal? I hope you're well. I hope you're both rocking, smiling. Dr. K and Cosmic are two of our awesome guests. I'll start with the order that they arrived in. Cosmic Prankster, he's a really wonderful, out of the park, left ball thinker, original thinker. He's channeling the Fae and inventing, or maybe better to say, he's discovering and being taught a system of magic by the Fae. And we've got Dr. K, who's an amazing decoder and an awesome brother, occult student. I'd love to give you both a chance to introduce yourselves. I've got to go and sort this out and make that phone stop ringing. So much love to you guys.
Peace, Cosmic. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right.
Happy Saturday to everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining us for another round table. I am Kulel Kiano of KunamiKodes, 1/3 of the RoninExperience with Mystic Ronin and MoonFeather Rising. And you can catch us Fridays at 9 p.m. You can catch MoonFeather Wednesdays at 8 p.m. I am a numerologist. I am a historian, decoder. Anything that needs to be deciphered, I like to decipher. The space that Franklin has cultivated here brings us here from every corner of the realm. And these conversations are, as Ronin likes to say, firmament breaking, it's shattering. I look forward to it every week. It has become a wonderful staple.
Yeah, it's certainly something to do on Saturdays. So, hello, my name is Cosmic Prankster, and like BushWhisperer said, I do work with the Fae. I guess I could call this system I'm working on, or whatever I'm channeling, an extra dimensional epistemology. And that really, I think in addition to magic, it's all about sort of understanding just basically how higher dimensional space works and learning about nonlinear time. And it's kind of, it pretty much covers every base that I can think of in terms of just consciousness. And nice thing, it's kind of like and then this space here with like I said before, it's nice to have something to do every Saturday, and chat the occult and go by various topics. I'm excited to talk about the stuff today. Yeah.
Sure, I had to catch that 11:11 going out. There he is.
So sorry about that. I had a client that had confused the days. Calling, I was like, "Excuse me, I'm a little bit busy at the moment."
Now that's interesting with the subject we have right here at 11:11 for me. And people are confusing things. Isn't that what we're here to talk about? These time vortices, these portals that cross over. Well, now you get to witness it in live action. Synchronicity at its best.
Absolutely. And then, of course, I knocked my toe. So let's add to the sync, all the things happening, syncing up all at once. So I knocked my toe really hard. It's like double the size it should be. I was like, damn, I hope I didn't fracture it. Every once in a while, I tend to fracture my toe if I'm moving really fast sometimes, because I was like, I've got these two big crates in front of my door because there's a little dog here that likes to get onto my carpet and make wee-wees. It's totally unacceptable. Trying to get dog wee-wee out of a carpet. It's a tiny little Pekingese dog, but his wee-wee stinks like, oh. And so I've got these two big crates that I keep in front of my doorway so that I can keep the door open. And I was moving the crates and moving through quickly, and I clipped my toe on the side of the stairs while I was moving, sort of twisted it and gave it a good connection. So yeah, it's all happening at once. What a topic. I heard you introducing yourselves. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I didn't introduce you guys properly. Welcome, Mexico. Welcome, Aaron. We've got Cosmic in the chat. Welcome to all of you. I see there's 7 of you sitting here as well. You've just arrived. I'm so sorry that I was late in bringing everybody in. As I mentioned before, there was a billing issue with the StreamYard annoying. They, for some reason, didn't renew my account on the card. They wiped the card off, so I had to go and use the card again. And then, of course, when I put the card details in, they were like, we can't authenticate this card. I was like, what do you mean? And I was like panicking. And then after like about a minute or two, they did authenticate it. Hello. Welcome to you guys in the chat. So lovely to see you guys here. Thriving, I hope. Jiving, smiling. So what are we talking about? Time portals, synchronicities, premonitions, lucid dreams, and hallucinations. My dad wrote a little song when he was in jail, when he was young. Yeah, my dad got into jail for cannabis. In the old days, he got caught with cannabis, smoking a joint on the street once. And he had to go into jail for like a weekend or something, many, many years ago when he was young. And while he was in jail, he wrote a song called Hallucinations. Go figure. He was smoking Durban poison. And they arrested him and he was hallucinating in jail. And so it's sort of, for me, it's tongue in cheek. Every time I hear the word hallucinations, it makes me think of my dad with that song, like Hallucinations. It's a bit of a blues kind of a track. But what are hallucinations? What are lucid dreams? How do the dream time images and aspects of our consciousness intrude into our physical world? And why do we call them hallucinations? Premonitions, how do they work? Where do they come from? And just exactly why do we experience synchronicities? Why do some of us experience them more frequently than others? Like you speak about 11:11. Today it was 11:11, and I was looking at my phone, and there was Mexico. Last night 1111. I was like, damn, this 1111 is chasing me around. That's the 22 master number of creation. And I mean, like, the numbers are always chasing me around in some interesting, fascinating pattern. In fact, very often the things that I get for this topic are to do with the numbers that chase me or other random little things. So what are these synchronicities and what are time portals? How many time portals have we opened just this month alone? Every day there seems to be a time portal opening. There's a big one coming up next week, the sign of Aquarius, which is where we're heading to in the cosmic wheel. So we've got big moving planets moving into the sign of Aquarius. I'm sure we're going to really get into this. And another thing is, how are the time portals used? MoonFeather, hello, my dear. Lovely to see you. And Mexico, what a pleasure. Sorry I didn't speak to you before I came on. I was running around chaotically trying to sort out my vacuum cleaner so I could vacuum the place. And we've got Magic. Welcome, Magic LaCroix. I'm sorry if I don't say that right. My French is no good.
I just say LaCroix.
LaCroix. Lovely. Well, so much love to all of you and big love. And I'd love to put the topic out to whoever wants to kick the ball. I'd kick the ball. My toe's a little bit sore, but I can kick it with my gab. But I'd love to give you guys the opportunity to start banging on the ball, put it onto the field, see where it wants to roll, and the whistle will blow. So much love to everybody. And yeah, anybody want to kick the ball?
Well, I think we had a wonderful inauguration with the sync that everybody just witnessed. I think that was incredible. So how do you begin to experience that if you are not experiencing that? I think it would be a very good question to start with. Special shout out to Magic LaCroix. I believe he pronounces it LaCroix. He is one of my master teachers for anyone who may be curious about magical classes of any sort. I cannot recommend anyone higher than Magic LaCroix. If anyone needs his information, you can look his name up, or you can ask me in a back channel or private chat, please. When it comes to synchronicity, first and foremost, you have to be aware. As Franklin has pointed out several times in these roundtables, wokeism, or what we call wokeism, is a current frequency going across the realm. What does that mean? Well, I don't appreciate woke or wokeism or consciousness or any of those kinds of terms as a standard or as a religion or as a cliche or as a trend or any of that. Because you can lay in your bed and you can look at your ceiling and be woke or be conscious. What are you doing? What you're doing is what I'm concerned about. So you have to be aware of what is going on around you. You have to be aware of the environment. You have to be aware of the frequency. You have to be aware of the weather. If you're driving, you have to be aware of the road signs, the speed limits, and all of these different modalities play to your awareness. So now, what are you aware of? You will notice as you pay more attention to your environment, as you pay more attention to yourself, you will have more self-realizations, because you only learn these things when you have loops, when you have orbits, when you have cyclicity. So that's what I would start with.
I like that you bring the wokeness into the story. I think it's fundamental that we look at this, because I think the word woke is, and I'm going to play with this word a little bit. I think the reason the word woke has been used. See, I'm playing with the words already. Is thank you, Magic LaCroix. I must add your channel to my recommended channels list. I've actually only watched a little bit of your show. I don't really watch things, but I ought to watch things. I've got a 7-year-old boy, so I tend to watch Peppa Pig more than anything else. Today I was watching some other children's thing, but every moment with the sun is magical. So what is woke? Well, for me, the very concept of woke is funny, because to be awake is to be in the present tense, to be awake now. And it's like Dr. K so rightfully pointed out, being awake now is being in the world, being conscious, not conscious of otherwhere, conscious of where you are now, what's going on around you here, what is the reality in the world that you're living in, and what are you doing with your thoughts and your actions, and how are you manifesting this universe through yourself, through the words, the deeds, the thoughts, and the patterns that you allow yourself to become entrained with and to entrain others with along your path. So the idea of being awake is being fully conscious, present in this real world. What does it mean to be woke? Well, it's not being awake because it's not present. When you use the word he awoke from a dream, you are talking essentially about the past tense. I woke up that day. Okay. How does me in that instance where I woke up in the past apply to the present? It doesn't. It only applies to the present in the term as an allegory. It doesn't apply as a part of reality. So when you are woke, you are thinking that you're awake in the past tense, but not in the present. That's what the word means to me. When I actually hear the word, it actually means to me what it means, that. And so it means that you've got a preconceived idea of reality, which was constructed in the past, and it's a very tight filter through which you allow yourself to project and basically control the rate at which we anthropomorphize reality through our lens of consciousness awareness through the senses. And when I say senses, I mean all six, because the mind is very much a sense. What we experience inside our brain, which is an extra dimensional event of consciousness, is very much a sense, like smell, taste, hearing, and all of the senses are what bring us into this world. So very often thinking about you, the phone rings, it's you, that's a sense. And this is part of the synchronicities. It's also part of the premonitions, because synchronicities and premonitions are like two concentric circles, the way I see them, that interlock. And lucid dreams are a circle within which these concentric circles are bound in this continuum of dream time, which is a fundamental Maya of creation in which we live, which is a matrix of sorts, which we consider to be reality due to our anthropomorphic natures. However, wokeism is when you take that anthropomorphic nature to the next level and consciously load in very finite allowances for reality and not allow your consciousness to go past those bandwidths that you've decided in the past. A very, very dangerous habit. A sure way to achieve psychosis and to live in a world of pure hallucinations, in my opinion. So I do totally agree with what Dr. K is saying, and I think it's so on point that we've got to really bring it back to reality. Any of our great psychic revelations or inner revelations that we have, we need to be able to bring it through and apply it to the world we're living in here. If we can't find a way to enact it, then it's not real. If we can't find a way to bring it into existence, then it's disassociation. And disassociation is one step towards psychosis, because psychosis is a full-blown disassociation where one becomes so repressed by the notions of the disassociation that one doesn't realize that one is disassociation, and one becomes trapped in a delusional reality, and we call this being psychotic. So I think when it comes to these matters, synchronicities, time portals, premonitions, lucid dreams, hallucinations, we've got to be so grounded and so conscious and so rooted in the physical world so that we don't allow ourselves to be carried off with our little feet flapping like, butterfly wings. Those feet have got to be like roots. The tree has got to be rooted into the earth. Otherwise, it won't be able to take up the minerals. And the minerals of the earth the substantial bits of information that we can apply to the field or the sphere of knowledge in order to gain some sense of coherency, so that time-space makes sense to us. And when time-space makes sense to us, we are then in a state of common sense. And in a state of common sense, reality becomes, as Dr. K was saying, it becomes a fundamental experience of mindfulness, which is exactly what the Buddhists were talking about, which is exactly what, just a different way of terming it, of what Dr. K is talking about. We have to be fully mindful and in our bodies. I'd love to give you guys a chance to add to this.
So when it comes to awareness, when it comes to, because my mother always credited me with being able to be grounded, but kind of keep my head in the clouds at the same time. I recommend both, because if we're being honest here, we have to recognize that we live in a perpetual cycle, day after day, night after night. With the etymology of weekend and all these kinds of things, taking the weekend of the deal, we live in a perpetual rotation. So we have to be aware. The less aware we are of what's going on around us, the easier it is to fit into certain paradigms. The less you know yourself, the easier someone else can tell you who you are, right? So you're not really going to notice. So like case in point, if you try to have some of the conversations we have here in a public forum or in a state senate or in a town hall meeting, you're going to be strung up. It doesn't matter what your color is. It doesn't matter what your gender is. Nobody wants to hear that shit. You understand what I'm saying? We have these conversations where we have them because this is where we need to have them. We are able to reach more people across the realm as opposed to trying to put it in a box. Just addressing a certain kind of energy, you're going to garner a certain kind of response. So that in and of itself keeps people from thinking to a large degree, or at the very least thinking for themselves. Once you begin to do this, you have no choice but to expand, because your mind naturally is going to ask questions. This is where synchronicities actually begin to come in. This is where portals also are, because you're talking about a fissure in between different modalities and different mediums where things begin to bleed into each other. So you cannot help but have a systematic anthropomorphic resonance that goes across the entirety of their frequency, everything in and around it, right? Because it's like a radio signal, right? You go into a city, the signal gets stronger. As you leave it, it gets weaker. It's the same with people, but we're talking about focus. The focus is what amplifies that power.
I like the idea of the amplification principle, because it's so true. We tend to dull out our reality. And when I say dull out our reality, I mean, I was on a discussion with Reiki Zen and Patrick, two other really lovely guys. Reiki Zen's been on the roundtable a number of times, not for a little while. He's been busy. He's got a band, and he often has gigs on Saturdays. He's a blues rock star. So, and one of the things that we were coming up to was consciousness, and I was speaking about the senses, the etheric senses, as being an extension of the physical senses. That there's neurochemistry that are carrying the signals between the optic nerve and the brain through the pineal housing substrate, where everything is basically recoded in the thalamus and changed into a format that can be handled by the cerebral cortex before it's sent to the parietal lobes in order to construct the nature of reality, so that we can create a fantasy in our heads, a matrix of what the senses are telling us, in order to give a sense of solidarity to the construct of reality, which is sensuous information of frequencies and vibrations from various different fields of frequency, as each sense is attuned to a different field of the frequency. And what I was saying was that the nature of vision, and I noticed this by when I was really young, I was obsessed with fear. For me, fear was a pain in my butt. I was like, why am I afraid of dying? This fear of death is just a crock of nonsense. I used to like really play with it, probably not in a good way. I did a lot of things I probably should not have done. I freaked my friends out. They were all convinced that I would be dead before I reached mid-20s. In fact, it was generally accepted that I would die before the age of 30. And if I reached 30, my friends were like, they'd be amazed, which is like incredible that I'm still alive. And it was because I used to do these crazy things, you know. It wouldn't be unusual for me to close my eyes and roll the dice and walk across a busy highway or a busy road and just flow, just to see whether I'm going to survive or not. I was curious about death. So I was a little bit unhinged as a teenager when I was young. I was so obsessed with understanding what's this death, and I used to climb the mountains at night alone. And I used to go into the deepest parts. There were bits of forest above Newlands where you could go into certain places where it would be pitch dark, and you knew it was with the scorpions and the snakes, the cobras up there, and big spiders and all sorts of like scary things. And I would go into the darkest place and sit in the dark where I couldn't see my face, walk into this dark place, climbing on the side of the mountain, mind you, which is a little bit dangerous, and meditate there. And what I noticed was that the more I did it, that the chemistry in my brain started to change to the point that I could see in the dark. And I was like, wow, actually, this is interesting. The more I come into this really dark place at night, the more I seem to be able to see here, until it was like, I can see in the dark. And then, of course, I waited until I was 18 to take psychedelics. I was very polite. I studied them when I was 12, and I was like, ooh. Then I thought, no, I don't want to mess with my neurochemistry until I'm established, because I'm not in a hurry. I decided I was going to do the long, slow course of study and practice for developing my psychic potential more. And so I waited till I was 18, by which time I was used to seeing in the dark. And when I took psychedelics, I was like, oh, wow, this is like 2.0, seeing in the dark. That is so cool. So I used to love like getting really, really into a deep entheogenic space and going into the dark, dark forests, dark moon, and wondrously being able to see without a torch and being able to see well. And that was when I started to discover the jinn. And I was like, oh, wow, who are these shadows walking here with me? Who's that shadow that's coming up to me, standing in front of me? And so I started noticing, obviously in the dark, you can see better, extra dimensionally, interestingly. So my point is that the more you use your broader scope of perception, the more your neurochemistry starts to adjust to the signals from the optic nerve and the hearing. Obviously, clairaudience is also a part of it, clairsentience, being able to smell, you know, if someone's talking nonsense, you can smell it, literally. Their word starts to stink. You go like, I don't like the smell of what you're saying. And whenever I said that to people, they look at me like, what does that mean? Like, I don't like the smell of what you're saying. What it means is like, go and talk bullshit somewhere else. And that's why we say people are talking bullshit, because we can literally on an intuitive level smell that what they're saying smells like shit. Excuse the French, but this is how it is. So there is this broadness of sense of reality that we've allowed ourselves to become accustomed to, a very narrow bandwidth. And all we need to do is stretch our neurochemistry, allow our minds to broaden to the scope of reality, and our senses will match the broadness of the scope of our minds. And we'll start to see colors that aren't there conventionally, dots and wormholes that aren't there conventionally. We'll start to smell the senses, the energetic beings that are around us. We'll start to hear clairaudiently people in the distance, our loved ones, people having conversations in the distance, people we know, where we'll get messages from spirit through our different senses. So this is all very natural. It's people think it's so far-fetched and spiritual. It's not. It's a physical sense thing. Our senses are tied into the etheric. It's the matrix that gives it solidarity. But the solidarity is a lie. It's an illusion. It's a delusion. Like what Dr. K is sort of intonating, the way I see it, is that we're existing in an extra dimensional state of consciousness. However, we do have to root that somehow. We need to root it in life, in the life that we see here, the people we meet along the way, the plants, the animals, all of the living things. Looking out of your window, seeing Dr. K's got this little bird that comes to. I hear this little bird tapping on his window every time I talk to him on the phone. He's like, that bird's here again. It's about your relationships with animals and people and plants, I think, that keeps you grounded. And I think this is a valid point for us to start looking at. How does grounding affect these portals opening, the synchronicities, the premonitions? Because these premonitions come in through the etheric senses. From a shamanic perspective, we're talking about reading omen. And the omen, you'll see them. You just don't notice them. For some reason, these birds fly that direction and they sit down here. For some reason, there's so many of those birds. For some reason, the song that they are singing is talking to your hearing, and you're hearing something else within their song. It almost sounds like they said something to you. Did they? Yes, they did. From a shamanic perspective, your clairaudient functions are being stimulated by the talking of the birds, and their song is actually causing you to hear clairaudiently words, inflected words within their song. And those words have meaning. And the meaning then starts to be applied to what they're doing and where they are and how unusual that is to see. And so we start to notice the synchronous expressions of what is happening around us and how our senses can interpret these experiences. But if we're not grounded, we can become psychotic. We can become lost. We can become lopsided. I'm going to give you an example. Rapture. Now, I'm not going to say that everybody believes in the rapture is like cuckoo clowns climbing the walls and stuff, but I know cuckoo clown climbing the wall rapture style, to the point that they think that nothing in this world matters. What they do in this world doesn't matter. Nothing here matters. They're just waiting for the rapture to come rescue them. And that is the epitome of delusion and psychosis, because what we do every moment changes the world. What we think, what we say, the relationships we have with people, whether we're honest, whether we're decent, whether we're genuine, whether we're ethical. These are like the fundamental glues that bind us to the world. And we can't be thinking, well, it doesn't matter if I lie, it doesn't matter what I do, it doesn't matter how I play the game, because the rapture is going to come and rescue me. So this world is just a game. That disconnects you from living beings. That causes the empathy of your heart to close. You start becoming disconnected on a really genuine and fundamental level to the beings around you. Being tuned in to the people is really what it's about, in my opinion. I'd love to hear you guys.
I think just in terms of the way the conversation is going, I think this might actually be an appropriate time for me to actually give a lesson in some of the fairy magic I've been working on. So I wanted to bring a concept from this Fey magic system to the table. Don't worry, there's no weird fairy words or weird symbols or extra dimensional bubble membranes, like none of that advanced stuff. This is like one of the most basic ideas, but I think it's really, but in terms of what we're talking about, I think it could really help sort of organize a lot of these concepts and contextualize them in a way that makes them more sense. So the way the astral plane works in this system, or how it's defined in what's called Zarfexology, is it's kind of like obviously you're familiar with Alice in Wonderland, right? I mean, obviously that's what my avatar is, the Cheshire Cat. So the astral plane is kind of like through the looking glass, in a sense, that the first that there's basically reality is divided into 8 sections, essentially, which are 8 sort of like, and there's like 4 on each side. There's the 4 on the left side, which represent physical reality, and then you have the right, which is called the indeterminate zone, or what more people in the occult would be familiar with is roughly the equivalent of the astral plane. And we exist in the right in the middle of those two continuums. And so there's this whole concept of the indeterminate zone. And basically what's interesting about it is that most people think that when you enter the astral plane that you kind of, there's this literal kind of a takeoff where you're sort of, actually falling asleep, passing out, waiting for a powerful psychedelic to kick in. But I've noticed that we actually kind of go back and forth between these different states pretty much on a regular basis. And so, like, you don't have to actually, like, you can go into this, I guess we would call the first level of the indeterminate zone while awake, still seeing physical reality. But there's a part, but I guess that's the point where I bring in the Alice in Wonderland metaphor, because so there's 4 sections of the astral plane, and I actually start from the highest part, which is the farthest out, to the lowest part. So the farthest reaches of the indeterminate zone are basically kind of the void areas where you have your 4, I guess, different types of voids, where it's just basically you have your black voids, white voids, colored voids. And these are just kind of like basically like the edge of the dream world that leads to the sort of the outer dream world. So like that's the gateway point. But that's kind of basically as far as sort of the collective human imagination can go. Then you have the 3rd section where it's like you have a kind of a bridge between those outer worlds where they kind of, where I guess it's called like a Clizerfax, where one Zerfax, one sort of like area or dream world is sort of like linked sort of like non-locally to a dream world outside of it. And then you have at the 2nd level, this is where we have a lot of our fiction, we have a lot of our mythologies, our standard waking dreams happen at the 2nd level. And the 1st level, which is the most interesting part, is a total mirror copy of physical reality. So like, but what's different, there's some subtle differences when you enter this plane. Usually, basically, maybe if you've smoked a lot of cannabis, you can enter the 1st rung of this indeterminate zone. Or if you're in a state of mind where you're sleepy, but you're still sort of awake, if that makes sense, where you kind of like, you have a lot of like dream-like thoughts in your head. And because I noticed that when you're in the physical part of the world, you're sort of focused on external reality and what's around you and what's outside of your peripheral vision. And when you're in this indeterminate zone space, you instead feel like you're more like at sort of the precipice of the dream realm. And so I think that when we talk about things being, real or hallucination, having that distinction between this indeterminate zone and this physical reality, it's like, okay, you have a placeholder where you can place some of these strange visions, but without doing so in a way that contradicts the physical reality we're in. So basically, the basic idea of the indeterminate zone is it's sort of like a middle ground in our physical reality that you access via altered states of consciousness that serves as the bridge or the shoreline to the actual astral plane that you can actually experience in waking life. And that's usually and one way I know that I'm in this state, which I've been fascinating, I kind of chart myself when I'm in states where I feel like I'm in the physical world and I'm in this indeterminate zone. And when I'm in the indeterminate zone, I notice a tremendous increase in synchronicities, like a higher probability of synchronicities happening, far more than when I'm in the normal state. And that makes sense theory-wise because you're closer to that magical realm where these things manifest, and thus they don't have to go burrow. It's like, that's the thing about the indeterminate zone too, and it's like a filter, and it determines what gets into physical reality and what doesn't. So let's say you have 2 variables in this indeterminate zone. Let's say you have a horse and you have a unicorn. Now, with the way reality works, it is far more likely for a horse to manifest itself as a synchronicity within the physical world as would a unicorn. So a unicorn would only be able to manifest itself via like maybe a picture on a book, something on a television screen that you happen to pop up with. And so that being would have to manifest in that way because it doesn't have a physical form in which to interact with our world with. So If you have any questions about this concept, please let me verify, because I know this can be, you know, a lot to sort of like dig into and dive into. So if people have anything they want to like comment on, or if there's anything that they're confused by, please let me know. I'll let someone else take it from here. But I just think this is like a useful conceptualization to help kind of like map things out.
Well, if I could add to that, one thing people have to deal with in order to bring about some of these things, these being able to journey, because some are born a little bit more open, some are born a little bit more closed, and that's of course to their own design. We have to deal with fear, like BushWhisperer mentioned earlier. And you'll notice when you are aware of your growing, being introduced to new things, new situations, new trauma, fear will always present itself. Fear is always there around the corner. There's some phobia, there's some trauma, there's some memory, there's something that consistently shows its face, and you have to take that power back. On the other side of that fear is power. So once you take that power back, you are now more interconnected to not just your environment, but to a higher mental realm where you're no longer worried about this or afraid of this or what if this happens. That allows you to be more interconnected. The astral realm only exists in the physical, right? The soul is beyond that. It's beyond the realm. It's beyond the body. It's beyond the constant need for expression in physical dimension. It is truly infinite. Where you go, that's going to be largely based on who you are and your awareness. Yet again, infinity exists within any dimension, and it can be experienced fully through sacred geometry. But to try to limit or divide or to cut it, you're only limiting yourself. So everything can be expressed to the maximum, as opposed to only witnessing a sunrise, or only witnessing a sunset, or only witnessing high noon, or only witnessing midnight, right? You want to be able to see it all. To limit yourself in any way, I do not recommend, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree that variety is really the spice of life, and maintaining an open disposition towards life's various different expressions, it keeps one alive, keeps the mind enlivened, keeps the energetic sphere vibrating in a vibrant way that's full of possibilities. And the possibilities produce the affinity for being. For being is a possibility of creation, where we can co-create our reality and do co-create our reality, though we can do it consciously. And with the conscious co-creation comes the ability to choose those frequencies and bandwidths within the spectrum of life that are what we can consider as positive and life-bringing, increasing the value of our life and the lifespan as well. Something we can also look at in terms of these portals. I think these portals are something we're really going to get into. And something interesting that Cosmic was touching on. You're talking about the Zerfax that mirrors reality, and you were talking about it as a consequence of reality. I tend to look at it from an inverted perspective to that, but very much the same, not really different. I see the matrix that we're living in, that we call reality, as being a crystallization of the particular Zerfax which this reality is a copy of. And I call that Zerfax the etheric plane. And so the etheric plane is I see it in terms of classical notation, that there are three fundamental dream states there's the astral, there's the etheric, and these are the chi of the etheric and the shen of the astral, constructing the Merkaba of the astral and the cube of the etheric, as the cube sits within the Merkaba, and that the Merkaba and the cube have a octahedron that gives structure to the nature of this reality. And that's, I think, those 8 dimensional possibilities, or Zerfax possibilities, that Cosmic's talking about, well outlined in most occult therapeutic schools. Buddhism gets quite into the different 8 aspects. And obviously the 7 aspects. If you want to know why 7 is important, there are 7 mystical relationships between the 8 aspects of being, because that's how this works, right? 5 fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4 relationships between the 5 fingers. Add 6 fingers, you got 5 relationships. Take 3 fingers, and you got 2 relationships. Take 8, and you got 7 relationships. So the relationships relates to the mystic number. And the actualizations relate to the phenomenality, which is why when we look at the Hebrew notation, obviously the number 22, as Dr. K will go on for you, I'm sure, you can't stop talking about 22. You could probably, I'm sure Dr. K could write a book about the number 22. Because it's just one of those numbers that's like, wow. I mean, all the double numbers are important, but 22 seems to really characterize so much of what's going on. And it's interesting, we're on the 11 here, looking back at the 22. And so the 22 meridians of the body, as Mexico will probably be studying, the 22 meridians of Chinese medicine, very important. And the 22 fundamental key libraries of the DNA, as well as the 23rd set of chromosomes, which are just denoting male and female. The other 22 carry the library. So the 23rd is the actualization, and the 22 relationships between the 23 are those information nodes of the 22 genomes, the 22 alphabetical letters of the Paleo-Hebrew language, which became Hebrew, which became Old Hebrew. And we've got to really draw a distinction between modern Hebrew and Old Hebrew, because they're 2 different languages. In the same way that modern English is very different to Old English, with Middle English in between, something else. So these 22 relationships obviously come from the 22 fundamental archetypes, the 22 fundamental glyphs, which are 22 images, which come from an old form of language before we had phonetics, hieroglyphics. And they represent those 22 aspects within ourselves. And they also represent the 22 aspects which can be found when we consider the fundamentals of how the unity becomes 3, how the Trinity becomes 7, because there's 7 possible relationships between 3 factors. It's just math. And how the 7 becomes 12, because 5 become polarized, as with the 5 fingers of our hands, 5 and 5, 10. And then these 10 are closed off with the right hand and the left hand, making 5, 10, 11, 12. So there's the 12 in your hands and your feet. And so the right hand represents your Leo, left hand represents your Cancer. They fit together. And the 5 planets and the Leo and the Cancer represent the sun and the moon. And they fit together, and the 5 planets then polarize into the different signs. There's like, Mercury is Gemini and Virgo. Jupiter is Sagittarius and Pisces. Mars is Aries and Scorpio. Copper. Venus is Taurus and Libra. And Saturn is Capricorn and Aquarius. And then there's Leo and Cancer, which are the head and the tail of the proverbial Ouroboros around the magician, the Magi card, the first effective card of the tarot. And once again, these are reflected in the tarot archetypes. So there's so much we can learn from the tarot in understanding these principles. And the reason I point this out is one of the best ways to read synchronicities is by understanding these 22 principles. And so the tarot has become a universal form of symbolic understanding and explanation. If you want to understand symbology, study the tarot. It is a wealth of wisdom and information in understanding what symbols are, what they say, how they are used, and how one can utilize them in the process of the fool on this proverbial journey of life through the 22 gates of life. And so we see how this 3 added to the 7 becomes 10, and the 10 added to the 12 becomes 22. And so the 3 aspects contain the 7 aspects, which contain the 12 aspects. The 12 exists within the 7 that exists within the 3. And so you can see that beautifully diagramized in the Rose Cross image of the Golden Dawn. One of the things they did right is that very beautiful image. It's actually used, it's a sigil wheel. It's used for drawing sigils, actually, if you want to get right down to it. Because you can write words in Hebrew and you can draw a sigil on the sigil wheel in the center of the Rose Cross. And it's that beautiful cross where you got the blue, the red, the 4 colors in the base, right? And you've got the light color, yellow, coming together in this wonderful expression of yellow, red, and blue, the 3 primary colors. They once again find expression in earthy versions of the color in the earth leg of the cross. And there we see depictions of the 3 alchemical principles on each of the 4 rungs of the cross, which is a representation of the cube, effectively, because of the dimensions of the cross. So it's a very powerful glyph that speaks volumes about the tarot and speaks volumes about the nature of the existence as just carried in that one glyph. So images are such powerful tools for us to understand the nature of reality. And so by understanding images, and numbers are images too. Numerologists, Dr. K will tell you, understand your numbers and you'll understand images, because numbers are images. They're geometric forms, and the geometric forms speak in terms of color and sound, and that sort of gives us a construction upon which the whole of reality is based. Language is an extension of number. We've done this in the earlier roundtables. For those of you that haven't seen them, the earlier roundtables we did was numbers, and the alphabets was another roundtable. Those are both worth taking a look at. Fundamentally profound information coming through on both of those roundtables. Go and check it out. You won't be sorry. So yeah, I think understanding symbology is a key. Understanding the tarot will give us an insight into understanding, being able to read premonitions, being able to read our dreams, being able to make sense out of the symbology, because dreams are symbolic. And then we start to notice that the whole nature of reality is a dream, and that this whole dream of reality is also a symbolic, which is why numerologists, astrologers, tarot masters can decode the whole of reality using these symbolic systems that they've learned to understand and manipulate. So yeah, I'd love to leave that door open for you guys to add what you think should be added.
Well, numerology is, the first language. Is how we notice any and everything. This happened first, this happened second, this happened, this came after this came after this. And that expresses itself in any and every modality. So I stress paying attention to where your spirit leads you. If you're drawn to tarot, if you're drawn to cardology, if you're drawn to gematria, if you're drawn to shamanism, whatever you're drawn to, follow that and then test it. and put it up against something else, another system, and try that out and look for the similarities as opposed to the contradictions, because that's really where the magic is. If you look at, for example, 22 would be 1111 in another way, right? 1111 is a bridge between spiritual and mundane. 22 as a gene key, interestingly enough, is partner in programming is 47. 47 is also 11, right? It's what we would call a hidden 11. So the master number cannot hide, even though it is still hidden. You understand what I'm saying? Like there's different dimensions that exist here. So when we talk about a master builder being the 22, it's a master builder because there's a clear distinction of being able to see from this realm to the other realm, understanding that they are actually one and bringing something from one to the other. That's a master builder because there is no conflict, there is no war to fight, there's just a clear vision. So how do we embody that? We begin to look for that frequency in ourselves. Some will call it angelic numbers. Some will call them gene keys. Some will call them Enochian numbers. Some will call them numerology. It's all the same thing. This aspect has largely been removed from arithmetic and mathematics, or should I say mathemagics, because it becomes so much easier to see. 1 + 1 is 2, but 1 + 1 is 3 when you add one more to it, because now your opinion can come, because reason has to meet your it has to be bounced between your left and right brain. You have to logically satisfy something before you can expand it, right? So this is one of the benefits, I believe, of not only synchronicity, but noticing, because what is synchronicity, right? But a series of events that happen essentially sporadically. But because once became twice, became 3 times, oh, wait a minute, something's going on here. You see, so now we're back to this idea of this magic number.
I just wanted to throw something out there in relation to synchronicity. What do you think about the concept of randomness, just in general, in context to all of this stuff? Because I've been having some sort of like thoughts, in regards to that, and it's not necessarily something that contradicts, magic or synchronicity or anything like that. But I noticed that it's like, it really kind of depends on your belief and like how random reality is, depending upon like where your beliefs are oriented, what doors have you opened perceptually, et cetera, et cetera. Is it possible for things to be too unrandom, where it's just like, it just makes you paranoid? So I kind of think what's interesting is in my system, there's a whole, I guess it's a randomness ratio. And I guess it's like, there's a certain, I guess, randomness, like it serves as a filter in reality, so that we all kind of co-create these different dream worlds together. But there's also the possibility that one particular dream can become authoritarian, controlling, dominate the other dreams, and basically just completely wreck reality apart. And it seems that randomness is like an immune system or a filter that prevents, one person's dream from becoming too powerful, so that it, basically dominates the entire dream world and sort of subverts everyone else's dreams. So I'm thinking like, when you think of every single, number having some kind of meaning, but I guess it's a weird thing to be thinking about, because we always think of it in the binary. It's either like you have the magical, everything is meaningful, everything happens for a reason, or you have the opposite, nihilistic, everything is a coincidence. But I'm playing around with this idea now that's like some things are meaningful and some things are not, and that makes sense though, because like you can't have the meaningful without the meaninglessness. You can't have the arbitrary without the mystical. It's like there's a kind of yin and yang relationship conceptually here. So Just kind of wanted to kind of bring randomness into the equation. What do you guys think of it? Is there randomness? Is randomness an illusion created by the Matrix? Like, where do you guys stand on that?
Well, that's actually really after you, Dr. K. Please continue. I'll jump in after. I will remember. It's a very short piece.
Well, no, please go ahead.
I was just going to break it down to, now that I said it's short, it's got to be short. Now I'm super conscious. Okay, so I want to look at language for a moment. Those of you that speak Dutch or Germanic languages, which essentially come from, very old Norse. Ori, stop it. Sorry, my Malamut's getting cheeky with the little one. Rand. Okay, so let's look at this for a moment. We've got the Rand Corporation. Let's put on our tinfoil hats just for a moment because it's going to give us an insight into the occult. Understand that those people that created the financial system had full knowledge of the occult. So you want to decode the occult, use the financial system. They work like hands in gloves. So the Rand Corporation, who's the Rand Corporation, right? The Rand Corporation. Let's think about why the South African currency is called the Rand. Well, a lot of the gold that the currency was built on came from Africa, right? Because Africa is so loaded full of gold. South Africa is one of the richest gold countries in the world for gold. So this is why the Rand Corporation was connected to Anglo-America, which was connected to old times to Cecil John Rhodes, that evil bastard, if you don't mind me calling him that went to redraw the map in Africa to make sure that warring tribes were forced to share a company to ensure civil war for centuries in order to blame the African people for being like uncouth and violent, which was just a racist agenda by white people to say, look at the Africans, they can't live in peace. Of course they can't. You forced, it's like going into England and drawing forcing half of the British to live with the IRA from Ireland. They're going to be disagreeing. There's a reason why Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland are separated. There's a damn good reason for it. They did it for the sake of peace. So if you force him, so I think that to understand what Cecil John Rhodes was doing in Africa is to understand what the Rand Corporation was up to, is to give us an insight into what the Rand Corporation is. Now, the word Rand, rand, means side. It is used in context of a river, the rand van 'n rivier, right? The rand van 'n rivier, a river, a channel, right? So when you think of a river, you think of a channel, you think of the bank. The bank is another word for rand. Rand is another word for bank. In English, we say bank. In Afrikaans, we say rand, which is Germanic, Dutch. They all come from the same source. The rand means, so when we're talking about random, what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing are two concepts mixed. Rand, the rand, the bank of reality, and dominion, that which affects control. So when you are on the edge of the wheel is turning fast. And when you're on the edge of a wheel that's turning, think of a chakra now for a moment. Chakra means spinning. A wheel is a really good idea. The wheel of fortune will give us a notion of what we're talking about. If you're sitting on the edge of a wheel and you're spinning, the whole world is just spinning past so fast that it seems to be a random mixture of movement. It's hard to keep track of what's going on. If you try and take your foot off and put it on the floor, you're going to randomly put your foot down and not know where you're specifically putting your foot down because of the randomness of movement. But if you're sitting in the center of a spinning wheel, you can actually see much further ahead. You can see where you're focusing and you can actually turn your head while you're moving because you've got the scope and the time to be able to understand the movement because you're looking from the center. So when you're on the side, you're in the state of randomness. And when you're in the center, you're in the state of things making sense. So I think the word random means to be on the edge of the bank of reality And on the edge of the bank of reality, there are so many small details to consider that we lack the computational ability neurologically in order to make sense out of all these little random pieces of information. It's like a puzzle. If you're from a distance looking at the whole puzzle, you can see the puzzle as it is. But when you zoom in on one tiny edge of the puzzle and you see that one puzzle piece and you take that one puzzle piece off and look at it, it's hard to correlate what it is. But when you see it in context of the whole from the distance, it makes sense. The randomness to me means when you're on the edge and you're seeing the details from close up from the edge and not seeing with the distance of the center. And when we're in that state, we see so many details that it overloads the mental state. So the mind is not able to equilibrate and keep track of all of the little bits of random information, all the bits of the tapestry, which is an overload to the psyche, an overload to the neurological system. And so the brain literally just shuts down and says, I can't deal with this. It's too much. I'm not even going to try and figure it out because it's overwhelming. And so the brain just comes up with a simple answer and says, listen, it's too much. It's random. So I think randomness does exist. It's a very real phenomenon. But the moment we go into the center, into the heart, deep into the heart, the randomness starts to disappear. It literally vanishes from the face of the earth. And I think you're completely right that when people are on the edge, the periphery of the consciousness field, we are experiencing a random reality. When we are on the periphery of the consciousness field, existing so lumped into the details of reality, the specific small details, we lack the conscientiousness to be able to appraise the whole. And we can appraise the whole from the perspective of the heart. I believe that the heart transcends randomness because you're no longer on the banks of the proverbial river of consciousness streaming into the body. You are now at the center of the river of consciousness, and you can actually watch the currents flow. And you can notice that there is a general trend of flow. And that general trend of flow is everything but random. But on the edges, there's a concussion of all the currents that are extensions of the flow bouncing off the edges, creating a reverberation upon the edges of the banks of the river. And that's why it's confusing to the eye, which is why them that should not be in charge, that are in charge, have invented banks in order to confuse the eye and cause the financial system to seem random, because there's so much going on in the intricacies of the financial system. Who can understand the randomness? It's a random ocean of money changing hands and numbers flowing through. But when you step back from the banks and you observe how the financial flow operates, you see the general trends that transcend randomness. This is what I believe randomness is. Please, Dr. K, I hope I wasn't too long.
No, that was fairly short for you, Franklin. Not bad, not bad. I would have to agree with both of you. I would first say randomness would be like a nickname, right? It's like, it's not really what it is. It's just what we call it. You know, that thing comes around, that person comes around, that place comes around, you know, it's that, oh, you know, it's that. We don't pay, there's always something you don't pay a lot of attention to. But random doesn't exist. It's everything has meaning. It's just it's meant for us to look, right? Everything is always what it is, but its level of announcing itself is going to be based upon our attention level, our focus, and how important we deem it, right? There is no separation. So, like, if you look at the adage, well, look at it this way or look at it that way. That's a wonderful way of saying like 1111. If anyone is familiar with astrology, there's a tool called an astrolabe, right? An astrolabe, if you look at it through certain points, you're able to see on a calendar what would look like solstices or equinox, right? Where you have certain angles of light that reach more areas of land, right? More phenomena. You actually have monuments set up to this. You have temples set up in this way, right? Most recently, in the last couple of years, you had the Georgia Guidestones, which had a hole drilled in them that you could look up and see the Polaris, right? Because it's fixed and it doesn't move. But light would shine in at certain points during the solstice. This is essentially what we're talking about. That light is always there, but when you focus it, it takes more meaning. So it's more about what you're choosing to pay attention to. But if you look into what you think is random, you will see, especially across the course of your own life, nothing has been random. Absolutely nothing.
Love that. Love that. Yeah. Randomness exists, but it doesn't. I think that's pretty much how I would define randomness. Very much a part of reality, but as real as the Matrix. Which is pretty hard when you hit the sidewalk walk falling off a skateboard. Let's not joke about it. You fall off a skateboard and you recognize the nature of the Matrix's reality very fast. My little boy climbing on the mountain took quite a tumble yesterday, and he smacked those rocks hard with his knees, and I was like cringing, like, ooh, there's my little boy face to face with the Matrix. Ouch. I kicked my toe earlier. It's swollen. It's doubled up, nicely sized, because I was having to run to the phone, which was ringing, with a client that was sort of thinking that there was a session now, and I was like, no, it's wrong day. Wrong day. Wrong time, while I'm on a live show, which is just sort of spun me out. So I was trying to get through there quickly, and I kicked my toe, some nasty shot. The Matrix showed me how real it is. So it's very much a part of reality. But how real is reality is the real question that we would really want to, dive into. Libelam, brother, you know where the link is, right? Use it. Be lovely to have you on. So yeah, I think the randomness is a powerful. It's a barrier that prevents us from seeing synchronicities. That's what I would say. It's a veil. I would call randomness the veil, and the veil of randomness. I'm so sorry. Maybe you didn't realize. There's that. Let me quickly send Libelam what was meant to be sent to Libelam. I didn't realize you didn't know. There we go. It's in the roundtable zone. There's a roundtable space where the roundtable team gathers, where links and stuff are popped in. So yeah, the very nature of this, to me, is something for us to consider and understand and ground. And here is Libelam. What an honor to have Libelam joining us. He's been away for a while. He's been working on his ascetic program. He's preparing himself for an ascetic journey where he's going to go on a incredible life path journey to find asceticism for real, which will involve probably living in a wild place, monasteries of some sorts. He'll figure out the path. It's ahead of him. I'd love to introduce him. He's a philosopher and a cosmologist and a magician and a lovely brother with an open mind and fingers embedded in various different traditions. I'd love for you to get a moment to introduce yourself, brother.
Hello, thank you, Franklin. Your introductions are always so wonderful. Thank you for that. and I'll be excited to share this conversational space with you guys. I'm just going to wait until I'm ready to jump into the convo, because I can see you guys are already going. I was listening on YouTube. I just didn't know the link was in the roundtable group chat on Telegram. So I'll let you guys get back to it.
If anybody wants to chime in, I don't want to just hog the space.
I want to say welcome to Lieberland. Connor, it's good to see you. I'm happy you are back with us, brother.
Thank you, Kalel. Good to see you as well.
Total honor to have you, brother. Lovely to have you back. We'll have him back until he's gone. Until he's gone like bird wings off to the east. Seems where his path is going to take him.
Should be at least a year, though, so we have some time.
You never know, though. Life is full of surprises, hey? That's
That's
the thing about
true.
life. Life is what's happening while we're waiting for our plans to manifest. I always say that. And if you want to hear the sound of God laughing, tell him your plans. Or her. Him or her. Tell them your plans. If you want to hear God laughing, tell them your plans. I think that's a very appropriate way of intoning the truth of it. Because I don't see God as being singular. I see God as being a singular expression of the multiplicity of life. What a concept. So back to the randomness being the veil. I think that the veil of randomness prevents us from becoming attuned to the synchronicities of life. And the synchronicities of life are the fundamental structure upon which the nature of the quantum entanglement field is processing reality through that very profound second principle of Hermes of correspondence. And the way in which correspondence finds its expression through the vibrational field becomes a substance through which the first principle of the unity of the mental sphere, of the mentalism, can be expressed through the vibrational field in the intonation of movement that becomes the polarization, polarity through which energy can move. And the movement of this energy becomes a structure of the rhythm of the pendulums of movement governing the movement of energy. And the rhythm, which is the shamanic key, the shaman follow the fundamental fifth principle of Hermes as a principle of rhythm, as it is expressed in the principalities of the lords of time, of Shani, Saturn, or the green man in its more old classic forms, the reaper of the fields of nature, of the green foods, of the wheat, of the corn, and how the rhythm then processes the polarity, which is an expression of the vibrational field, binding and being bound through the principle of correspondence, which thus becomes the causal expressions of cause and effect through the empowerment of the polarity that through the causal expression becomes reconstituted as a combining of the polarities in terms of the masculine embodiment within the feminine substrate. And so we find that this becomes the generation that binds all of the other six in this physicality of being. So understanding that this fundamental law of correspondence is bound through all of the seven principles of Hermes, as are all the other seven principles of Hermes bound through each of the seven principles. Within each principle, we can see the shadows of the six others that are hidden within the core of the matrix of each principle's expression. As we say within the Sephirot, if you look within each Sephirot, you will see all the other Sephirot of the etheric plane. As we say in the Vedic schools, if you study the chakras, you will find the seeds of all the other chakras present within each chakra. So the same can be said for the astral and the etheric being what the Zerfax, as I see it, that was being expressed by Cosmic earlier as a template construction which mirrors this reality in perfect form as the structuring form upon which reality is based, and the chakra or the astral or the esh straal, the fire beam through consciousness being received, is the pure energy resonating through the heart's markabic forms to embody the cube of the etheric, so that the energy can be bound in form to produce the movement through the equilibriums of being that we experience in this nature of a universe in motion. All the various different paradigms operating in their successive synchronicity and sequentially aligned along a line of time, governed by the lords of time, the fifth principle of Hermes. So we can see this fundamental connection between the rhythm that the shaman moves into and studies and embeds the consciousness within in order to become attuned to the lords of time's vibrational field, the guides, the lords of time. And these guides thus give us the knowledge of the field of time and the way in which time's field will manifest through us, and attune the information field, which seems random when one has not taken into account the correspondence principle that is influencing the balance of time's rhythm through the energetic expression of the polarities of being. And that energetic expression of the polarities of being is hidden behind the veil of quantum entanglement, which is the embodiment of the second principle of Hermes, which is what comes third after the third principle of Hermes, which comes second. For first there was Aum before anything, then there came light. And in the Bible it says, first God spoke, and the word was God. And the word became form. And then he said, let there be light. And then there came light. Whichever religious tradition, and that comes from Babylonian scripts, and that comes from Sumerian documents as well, or stone documents. Those Sumerians were always stoned. So I think it gives us an insight into this veil of Paraket, as it is often called. We did a round table about the veil of Paraket. There's a lot of plugging happening here. All the previous round tables, if you haven't checked them out, my gosh, I was trying to count up the hours, and I was like, there's like about 150 to 180, I don't even know how many hours of just pure, wonderful workshops. You would go and pay a fortune for these workshops. If one were to go and pay for these workshops, you would pay a lot of money to get all the information. We're just like banging out here for free. So do like this. And if you want to at all pay it back to us, share this. Share it on your Facebook. Share it on your Telegram. Share it on your wherever. Share it on your YouTube. Share it anywhere you can. Get it out there. That's a great way to pay it forward back to all the people that selflessly put this in here. And also the finances that go into presenting this, which was why I was late this morning. I had to pay for this system here. But yeah, so getting back to the fundamentals of the Paraket, this veil that is hiding fundamental reality from us and causing us to be trapped within this matrix form of reality. This is essentially randomness, as I would call it. And I think the whole point of understanding fundamental reality is to actually meditate upon randomness. Go into nature and observe how random nature seems and watch it. This is the shamanic path. And you watch the randomness of nature until something clicks in your head and that veil is lifted and you see, hold on, what seemed to be randomness is actually a carefully constructed paradigm of synchronicity that is working through the time field with everything in a state of cooperation in this co-creative expression of reality that we're experiencing. I think I'm going to leave it at that. Otherwise, I just won't shut up and I'll keep going until you all fall asleep.
I actually kind of wanted to go back to the wheel analogy that you brought up before in regards to things seeming random at the edges and ordered sort of at the center, because I think you've actually hit on a very good way to conceive of Zarfexes and Zarfexology. So the idea of so to go back to the idea of a Zerfax is that everybody kind of has their own sort of personal Zerfax sort of space. Like we ourselves, our soul is essentially like a Zerfax, and we each sort of have our own. It's like, even within the four of us at the round table, we all have our different relationships to reality. We perceive reality in a different way, and we each have our own internal universe. And so the idea of what a Zarfex is it's kind of an omega point where all the universes of these conscious beings combine to create a single unified reality. And to bring up back to the point of randomness, so if you think about where the consciousness first starts out, you have to also realize that it's not just human beings that create this dream, but nature is creating this dream. The plants, animals, rocks. And that's kind of essentially where fundamental reality sort of like starts. It starts with nature. Then, humans kind of like, branch out of that like flowers, and we start to kind of create our own realities. And some, at first, a lot of those realities are sort of in lockstep with the nature we come from. But as the circle expands, the realities we create get farther and farther away from the center, more random, more arbitrary, more. And then, like, if you talk about like someone who believes in a hallucinatory reality, that's someone who's like way off on the edges, way far away from the center. So really, I guess the way you could sort of like think of like getting closer to reality is about, in a sense, getting to the center of the Zarfex to sort of recognize that. But that's the thing about the Zarfexology too, is realizing that this is not the only Zarfex, that there's multitudes of other Zarfexes beyond ours. And I guess that if you think of something being the matrix in Zarfexology, it's basically the matrix is essentially the belief that this Zarfex is ultimate reality. Nothing exists beyond this world. And a lot of this, the practice and the magic is sort of realizing that there is a world that exists outside of the reality that we know, and that there is a deeper continuum of existence that lies beyond the veil, as well as this world being a kind of natural emergent. I don't know. I'm rambling again, but I just kind of wanted to point out with that wheel analogy that you're actually kind of starting to grasp the general concept of like what a Zarfex is and how it sort of maps itself out. And that would be essentially how the dream world is allocated at like from a dimensional space. Like if you think of each, you think of like a big circle, with a bunch of small circles within it. Each little small circle is like an infinite three-dimensional plane. And the bigger circle is a larger, higher dimensional plane in which they sort of all exist. And so you can think of Zerfaxes and Zarfexes in that kind of context. I just, like, again, want to reiterate, you had a really good analogy that kind of helps make sense to the whole Zarfex concept for people who might not be familiar.
I really like your Zarfexology for this, because I feel like no matter what direction you're coming from, as far as your lived experience kind of feeding into your sense of the world around you, I just feel that the Zarfexes and particularly the Zarfax you mentioned about it being like this epicenter of all of these Zarfexes, it's relatable, and yet also it sort of it remains alien, where it's not like, I guess like with my sense of one of my experiences, I would call that an experience of a Zarfax, but also like in the way that Zarfexes kind of play out, they are so rich and full of their own character, their own kind of profile, that it almost feels that I need to keep my eyes open for the idea that it's like, okay, maybe that wasn't the Zarfax, that was just another Zarfex. Or Zerfax. Maybe I'm mixing up my terms, but one's Zerfax, one's Zarfex.
So I guess the best way to think about it is Zerfax is small, lower dimensional. Zarfex is high. So Zer small, Zar large.
Exactly. So it's like usually we get the sense that it's like, okay, my experience was the czar, but really it's like realistically maybe it was just a zur. So it's I think it's such an interesting thing for like just investigating different accounts of the other side.
Well, and it's still in a sense that you're still not necessarily negating your own experience. So it's sort of recognized that it's like, okay, it's true within your personal Zerfax, but it might not be true within the context of the entire Zarfax.
And generally speaking, we could probably all agree that, we're all kind of looking to aim beyond our own Zerfax and aim for the Zarfax.
And go beyond.
Yeah, I would say that it seems to me like we're talking about the microcosm and the macrocosm in these substantial forms as different versions, micro, macro. And for those of you that don't know, all this Zarfaxology are part of a system that is being channeled by Cosmic Prankster. He really ought to get his crap together, get his YouTube channel going, get his Telegram channel moving, start actually putting his information into a context, and start like building a bank of information where people can go and actually get a look at it, or a website or whatever it is.
I'm planning on. I'm just kind of like, I kind of want to make sure I figure it all out for myself first before I really put it out there. That's just kind of like the general idea, because I want to be able to make sure that I know and understand it. Because sometimes like I'll find a new discovery and I kind of have to go back and sort of like change something to help it like make more sense or recontextualize in a different way. So I'm kind of like, I want to make sure that the product is sort of, it works and it's functional before I distribute it to the public, if that makes any sense.
Hey, but one thing I've decided is for myself, it's like I'm not super interested in making content, but I like making appearances in the sense of like if someone else is making content, I'd love to contribute to that. So like even if you don't want to go and say like, here's my thesis for all of Zarfaxology, if you want to just kind of set up like, here's a conversation where we're exploring, set within a certain parameters, not, just talking about anything regarding Zarfaxology, but just certain topics that you plan out ahead of time, I'd be down for something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess I could see that. He's kind of interesting. Yeah.
And even though you don't like making content, I'd like to see you making more content about your astrological perspectives.
I really should.
Unique.
Just kind of like, now that I've got some more free time with work, so I can definitely kind of get some more stuff done. It's been kind of like lately, it's just been kind of like life has been kind of been with me. So it's like work and ear infection and all this stuff, and so yeah, I definitely want to like get this this project rolling. I've got like so many like pages upon pages of notes of this stuff, and I want to get this information out to the public, because it's going to blow people's minds when they really figure out all this stuff I've been putting together. Like I've only really shown like the surface. It goes way deeper.
But I'll be honest with you, like everything that I've heard you talking about since I've been hearing you talking about this for the last 6 months, we've been talking about it, I think 6-7 months, maybe 8 months. It all tallies with all the various different occult mystical traditions that I've been initiated into. So I've never seen anything that you say that contradicts other systems. It's just a unique way of understanding it and looking at it, a unique way of representing it, a unique way of conceptualizing it. But it seems like it follows the same principles. Like you speak about the eight parts of the prism of reality, and this is like within the sacred geometry spheres fundamental. There's a very good reason why the Chaldeans, and let's just get into this for a moment. And I know that Dr. K, in fact, Dr. K, please, as soon as I've introduced this, I want you to come and drop some hammers on this. Dr. K hasn't had enough to say here. Why did the Chaldeans only use 8 numbers to construct the paradigm of 9? What was it they were hinting at about the nature of reality?
Ooh, I got a hammer to drop, but I want Kalel to go first.
Well, well, when you put it like that, there are so many ways to express it, but essentially, 9 was, we can look at it as forbidden, because it was so sacred. Because it speaks to the true nature of not only completion, but adaptability, cyclicity, and understanding the totality of where you are. We are essentially, to make it very, very simple and plain, we are inside of our mother. And there's nothing you can't do here, but you cannot get outside of your mother. So it's very easy to regulate it to 8, but the 8 is actually the relation to the 9, right? The Chaldeans represented this in numerology because they only went to 8, right? The 9 did exist, but they only went to 8. The funny thing about the Chaldean is they'll take when it comes to your name, it is more so who the world knows you as opposed to what your true name is. If more people know you by this name or by this feature, then that would become more prominent because the resonance is greater. It's not that it's truer or that it came first. It's more about the energy.
So with my direction on it, I would kind of compare it to a less talked about numerological system. So like, why do we work off of 8 and 9 instead of say 10, 11, 12? Well, from a Buddhist perspective, looking at like ancient Pali, they did have numerology kind of encoded into their wisdom traditions. And if you're looking at it, then you could say like from a Western perspective, the 3 and the 5 come together to make 8. And you could say like 3 is like logos and 5 is like the 5 aggregates of existence. And then the 5 aggregates of existence are sensations, perceptions, feelings, dispositions, and consciousness itself. And so if we say that adds up to 8, but we want to go beyond that, that's not enough. Then how the Pali kind of cultures, or the Indo-Aryan Indus Valley civilization cultures come to this idea of the 9, is that 9 is Nibbana, but Nibbana is not established in any of the realms of existence. So in a sense, if we were thinking of the other kind of numerology that comes a little bit later, then in the 31 realms of existence, then gotta breathe. Then Nibbana would be the 32nd, but it's not a realm of existence because it's not established in any of the other 31. And that ties into the 9 being this kind of a spiritual number, one which is not established in any of the kind of denser aspects of reality. It's where we get to. It's like the continental drop-off point where you're going in an ocean, and it's like kind of like we can see the ground level, and then it just dips off into deep ocean.
Yeah, I like that we're talking about the 3 fundamental phases of being. When we understand the 3 fundamental phases of being, and please, how is my audio? Is it clear? Is it distorted? Is it too loud or too soft?
You sound great.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you. So I keep checking my mic and moving it and bumping it. Like, oh, is it too close or not? I get paranoid. I've had bad experiences before. So we look at the 3 fundamental phases of being, and we can relate this to the 3 fundamental states of dream time. The spiritual dream phase of the higher upper spirit world, the underworld of dream time, and the middle interactive world of dream time. That is the interaction between the divine phase of dream and the underworld phase of dream. And these 3 phases of dream time within the shamanic 3 worlds are the structure of being. And they fit neatly into the dream time as we experience it. which is the fourth phase that encapsulates the other three. We could consider it from a Kabbalistic perspective as being Ishia, this physical reality, which is bound by Yetzirah, Isaiah being the emotional plane, the astral plane, Yetzirah being the etheric plane, and Atzilut being the absolute plane of existence. And the absolute plane of existence is the causal plane. So we have the causal plane, the astral plane, the etheric plane, and these three planes constitute the basis through which this physical reality is manifested. The physical manifestation of reality are the four relationships that exist between the five fingers, the five elements of being, which are those five planets that constitute those 10 signs of the zodiac in the wheel that is bound by Leo and Cancer, the sun and the moon, the right and left eye of Horus, respectively. So we can also, and I mentioned in the chat, Maat. Maat is the goddess of the firmament. And math is how we understand the randomness of the firmament, because it's actually coded. This matrix is actually bound by very particular rules, laws, codes, and the mathematical codes of reality, which is what Dr. K is an expert of, particular expert of various different forms of the mathematical codes, because there's a lot of different forms of numerology. How they bind us and how they bind the language structures, which are the constituencies of our thoughts, minds, and beings, and the way in which we express ourselves. As Dr. K was saying, the Chaldeans were very much focused on the appearance when they were looking at the name numbers. Sort of like what the ascendant might mean on your horoscope, as opposed to where your sun sits, bringing the life force into your heart. And the ascendant is the expression of how this life force gets expressed to others, our persona expressing it rather than the ego. So the ego and the persona are expressions. What we often call the ego is actually the apparition of the persona, because very often we don't see the persona. The persona is hidden. The persona is secret activities of the ego that isn't noticed, but personifies persona itself as the ego in order to confuse us of the nature of who we are. And we start to identify with the persona as if it's who we are. And so we disconnect ego from persona, forget persona, it falls into the shadow, and we start to relate to our ego as if it's a manifestation through our persona. Thus inverting the principle so that the actual ego falls into the shadow and the persona becomes the perceived mechanisms or activity of the ego. This is like where the ancient Greeks drew the distinctions between persona and ego, which is quite an important thing to understand when we look at the meanings of the words that we use in common language. Where do they come from? What do they actually mean? So I think that looking at this Chaldean gives us such profound insight. I can't even begin to encapsulate the scale of fundamental insights. When we observe Etzkim, the tree of life, the 10 spheres of the Kabbalah, we understand that 1 and 10 are a reflection of each other. For 1 is the reflection that is bound in 10. 10 is the reunification of the other 8 principles in order to re-achieve the state of unity expressed by 1. 1 is separate from the expressions of these principles. And 10 is the culmination of these principles. And so there are 8 octaves. Now we're getting into understanding music code here. Why are there 7 notes in an octave? Anybody ever wonder what that's about? Why don't we call it deceptive? Because it would be very perceptive of us to notice deceptive, but the perceptive is expressed as octave. Why is that? I think it's got a lot to do with what the Chaldeans were hinting at in the mystical notations of reality as they were expressing what they had gathered and learned through what became carried by Akkadian knowledge. And Akkadian knowledge was carrying the knowledge of the Sumerian. Now we're going like right back, Sumerian, which we often confuse with the Phoenicians. And the Phoenicians were the embodiment of what society became with the Sumerian influence upon humanity and the changing of our structures of form and reality that we live in terms of our social structures, knowledge, farming, agriculture, science, magic, everything that came with the knowledge of Sumeria. So I think there is some kind of profound wisdom being expressed here, which can be understood in the Kabbalah. It can also be understood that the 7 chakras are essentially an expression of 9. And I was explaining this to Mexico. We were having this conversation. I think it was just last night. And I'm going to go into it for a moment. I've mentioned it in others. I'll make it short. You've got Sastra chakra, you've got Ajna chakra, you've got Visuddhi chakra. This makes a triangle, one triangle. Then you've got a second triangle. You've got Visuddhi chakra, Anahata chakra, the heart, and Manipura chakra. Manipura chakra makes the second triangle, the astral triangle. So the first triangle is the unifying triangle, the causal triangle. The second triangle is the separating triangle, which is the astral triangle. The third triangle is the Manipura chakra, solar plexus, the Svadhisthana chakra, the sacral plexus, and the Muladhara chakra. And so these three make the bottom triangle, which we can call the etheric triangle. So we have the etheric triangle, the astral triangle, and the fundamental triangle, which is the state of absolute being, Absolute. Then we have Bria, the state of astral being, color and energy. And then we have forms, the forms that the color and energy represent and become intoned by as the etheric structures. And this becomes bound. These 3 triangles are bound in reality as 3 triangles, the scale of 9. So the scale of 9 is an expression of the octave. But the octave is the mystic representation of the 9. And when we consider the octave in its own right, it's the structure of reality, the etheric. But we notice that the structure of the etheric of 8 is actually mystically expressed in its mystical counterpart as the number of 7. And so 7 becomes the actualization of the astral emanations. So the astral emanations are reflected as 7. The etheric emanations are reflected as 8. And this is why the Kabbalah binds in the etheric codes, understanding the etheric nature of reality, the 8 within the polarization of Keter and Malkut, the Guf, the body, and Keter being the gate towards what the Gnostics called the good. And I'm going to leave it at that, because when we start to look at the fundamental 3 veils of
the pleroma.
Sorry?
You're talking about the pleroma, what the Gnostics were referring to.
That which is beyond, yeah. And so we are sitting within the structure of 8 keys, if I can call them keys, of octave that are bound by the fundamental crown and the fundamental root. But these 8 are the 8 principles that are binding the structure of the etheric. But these 8 principles are governed through the energetic influx of its mystic counterpart, which is the 7 states of being, which are the relationships between these 8, which is the chakras. So people often try and understand what's the difference between the chakras and the Sephirot, the Kabbalah, the Vedic systems. It gets confusing. I spent years trying to figure this out. I must have spent 10 years, like really considering this. No, more than 10 years. I spent the first 10 years sort of loosely considering it, thinking I had an idea. Then I spent the next 10 years really trying to figure it out. And then it was somewhere along the next 10 years that the penny started to drop. So it's not like a logical thing that you can just put into perspective. It sort of seethes into perspective like sieves. It goes through the sieve of consciousness and slowly settles and separates so that we can see the silt from the fluid, which is pure. But these fundamental 7 principles become the 8 principles of the etheric. And now when Cosmic was talking about the structure of 8, this other reality that is a perfect template upon which this reality is based is fundamentally an 8-sided octahedron, if we really want to get into it. And that octahedron is governed by the principles of the cube. And the cube is an inverted representation of the Merkaba. And the Merkabic 7 principles are expressed in the 7 principles of the cube. Cohesion, the principle of Saturn, binding the other 6 principles and the 6 sides and the 6 points of the cube. So the cube and the Merkaba are expressions, polarities, yang and yin of each other. The Shen of the Merkaba and the Chi of the cube. And so we speak in the Tao of uncarved block. Why are they talking about an uncarved block? Well, an uncarved block is essentially a cube. You get a cube and you start carving a cube to make something. So they're speaking about the cube when they speak about uncarved block, which is quite interesting. And then we can see how there's 7 aspects of the astral is expressing the 6 directions, so that there are 6 fundamental nodes that life force can take. Life force being the central prana that governs the 7 principles. The mystic counterpart of the 7 is the 6. And this 6 is the structure of the pranic emanation, which becomes the electromagnetic field. And the electromagnetic field is the magnetic field and electric field. The magnetic field of the astral and the electrical field of the etheric. And the electrical field of the etheric creates containers electrically to contain the magnetism. And the magnetic field of the astral gives the substantiality of the electric expression of the magnetic through the electromagnetic field. But the electromagnetic field is a polarizing effect of the pranic field. The pranic field being a direct expression of Atzilut, the principles of life, which is fundamentally the causal plane, life, the very seat of the soul that brings the life into emanation through the astral and the etheric fields. So I think that by grasping the nature of the synchronicities and the nature of the veil of paraket that separates us from understanding the synchronicities, that the synchronicities are when these different segments are all aligning. And we're able to see the synchronous expression where the sphere of 6 expresses the sphere of 7, expresses the sphere of 8 to become the sphere of 9. And the sphere of 9 is bound once again in the fundamental unity of 1. Only this time we add a 0 to it because it's more than 1, but it's 1. And I think that this gives us an idea of the scale of 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 from the numerological principles. And then the 5 becomes the fundamental expression of the human condition, the human personality, the human form, as above, as we were created in the image of God, in the image and the structure of reality, that this 5 is the expression of the elements, of the 4 elements being bound by the etheric structure and the consciousness that binds through the quantum entangling field all of the 4 aspects of being, which are polarized to express the 8. So there is this fundamental connection between the 4 and the 8, 4 being the memory that binds, and 8 being the expression of the differentiated forms of the memory being bound in a synchronous reality. And so this 4 becomes once again the structure of 5, the mystical expression of 5, which is fundamentally 3. Because when you have 3, you have 1, you have 2, you have 3. And when you take them all together in a single state, you have 4. And so you have the past, you have the present, and you have the future. And when you bind the past, the present, and the future into a single structure, you have ori. So the light of consciousness is able to structure those 3 principles, those 3 fundamental planes of existence that was being mentioned by Libelam, which are the 3 fundamental structures bound by the hand, the 5, the human condition, the human free will to express consciousness through these various paradigms, through the 4 aspects, which are polarizing into each other. And to understand how this works, that within each of the 4, you find the seed of the other one within this one, of its pole, the seed of the pole within this one, the seed of the pole within this one, the seed of the pole within this one, till they become a structure of the octahedron. And so the 3 is the fundamental structure of being. And 3 is nothing more than the polarity of being, yang yin. Because when you've got yang and you've got yin taken out of the structure of unity, yang and yin, they find a balance in the 3rd dimension between yang and yin. So 3 becomes an expression of 2. And 2 is the nature of 1. The nature of the unity is expressed in terms of activity and inactivity, of yang and yin, darkness and light, expression, impression. For the expression of life becomes the impression of reality that we receive. And as we've received the impression of reality, we express life through the avenues of existence that we can call the senses, in order to recreate the paradigm of this experience through the sphere of 4, to be polarized and repolarized in its reflections through the sphere of 8, and then the sphere of 8 to be bound by the Kether and the Malkut, the 2 nodes, in order for the 10 to come into being. So it's very interesting when we start to really look at the numbers. Why the number 8 is so fundamentally important is because it is the fundamental structure that the template of reality is based upon. So if we want to understand the nature of this reality, we really need to look at the number 8. And this is why 8, I believe, relates to money. It relates to the power of this, what we can manifest. 8 is a highly manifestational number. I don't know. I'd love for Dr. K to tell us a little bit about the number 8.
8 is karma. 8 is energy. It is magnetic. It is the flow of as above, so below. And it perfectly demonstrates how everything is inverted here. It shows the brilliance of duality. But it is used as a regenerative, transformative energy. And the 8 hides in so many different aspects of reality. But it speaks to a higher power. It speaks to this connection. You know, in the center of the 8 is an X, right? And the X is 10. So it actually jumps from the 8 to the 9 within itself. But it shows you this perpetual loop. And this is essentially nothing twisted into everything. You know, if you take a 0 and twisted it, you know, people say a 0 means nothing. A 0 is actually everything. So if you twist that, it becomes everything, looped in on itself.
Beautifully said, brother. I'd love for you guys to all chime in and share. I don't want to get carried away because I can get really carried away. I'm a verbose bloke at the best of times.
It's very easy to do when it comes to numbers. You know, when you look at, you mentioned the Sumerians. The Sumerian cipher is my favorite. When you look at cuneiform, every language is mathematical, every language, but cuneiform is extreme. And it shows you in the way that it presents itself, because the system is evident. But it takes, you truly have to delve into it. You have to look in much the same way we're talking about synchronicities. You have to read it until you begin to recognize certain patterns, and then other patterns will then naturally emerge based on your, not only your intelligence level, which is really the wrong term, but it's really based upon your awareness and your ability to notice what it is you're looking at, what it is you're experiencing. And this is why, again, revisiting and studying is so important. Most of all, yourself, because any of these modalities or sciences or arts that make their way to you, you called it. The question is why?
I was also going to say to you, Cosmic, you were telling us about these Zerfaxes. How do the numbers focus into your Zerfax cosmological system?
The Zarfaxology, like there are number associations with the Zerfaxes, though I haven't really, like, in terms of like kind of like a gematria, like, what, like, if you want to just like, but I haven't really like delved too deep in that. But there is definitely a numerological aspect to Zarfaxology. There's 23 Zerfax symbols, and everything is based on what they call the rule of 4, which is like there's always like 4 aspects to everything. But what's interesting that my teacher, who's a spirit who who is referred to as Slazithia, and she tells me that when it comes to understanding the extra dimensional nature of the universe, she says pretty much like, any set of numbers will help you understand it, but you have to pick like a consistent set of numbers so that you can understand the universe in a fractal way. And by having a sort of a fractal template in which to understand reality, that gives you a sort of, because if you're just kind of like picking different numbers and you're just kind of going all over the place with numbers to try to understand things in a kind of a magical way, you're not going to get very far. But if you have a certain, say, like, okay, I'm going to really stick with the number 3, or I'm going to really stick with the number 4, even if, for some reason the universe is based on number 5 or 6, the fact that you played around with this sort of fractal way of understanding the universe, you still gain the knowledge of how higher dimensional realities sort of allocate themselves, even if that isn't, like, for some reason technically the right number in which they present themselves, as long as you're able to understand reality within a fractal framework, if that makes any sense.
I love that you pointed out fractals, because I consider fractals as an expression of what I call in all of my classes. And those of you that haven't seen, BushWhisperer Speaks, Series 108, small talks, lessons, whatever. 10-minute long, 108 lessons based on the 108 degrees of the pentagram. Introduction, really. Series 2, it's expanding upon the introduction, also based upon the astral, 108 degrees, 108 lessons, 10 minutes, maybe some of them a bit longer, going into 12, 13, 14 minutes, some of them, maybe some 15, but generally about 10, 12. And series 3, which is breaking into the etheric. Now we got 72 lessons. I haven't started uploading those. I've got about another 18 of series 2 to upload, which will take it up to 216 plus minus 10-minute lectures. And then series 3 will be starting. So those of you that haven't taken a look, go and take a look. I cover a lot of the occult therapeutics in very basic terms that you can apply to physicality in a sort of mundane way, because it's the best way to understand occult therapeutics in my esteem. So yeah, go and check it out. But this is something that has come up, and I think it's quite fundamental for us to gain a grasp of these fundamental principles when we start to look at the natures of synchronicity. Because I speak of the chain of life, and the chain of life to me means that there's this chain of life within my body. 18 trillion cells, 6 trillion of them. Maybe those numbers are right. I read it somewhere. But there's a lot more microbes than there are my DNA. So my DNA are bound by other life forms, which form tissues, and the tissues form organs, and the organs form relationships of co-creative expression and cooperation. And these cooperations form systems, and the systems become the elemental structures of the physical body through which this consciousness can operate. So there's a lot going on for me to call myself me. And this body is just a group of cells that are remembered, and they will be destructured and restructured. So the blood cells will be replaced every 10 days. So, yeah. Sometimes it's best to have a blood test than a pee test. Because you can replace all of your blood cells in 10 days. Just food for thought for those of you out there. Don't disagree to have your pee test, but blood tests, there's something in the blood test. So, yeah, I would say that the nature of this reality being grasped and understood as an expression of life, of a cooperation of millions and millions and millions, trillions. I would say, from the numbers I've seen, 12 trillion and 1 life forms to make this happen. And I'm the one that's talking to you, but there's 12 trillion backstage characters, all part of the structure. That's just the body. So on the energetic, etheric plane of structure, I would say the same thing is happening. And I would say that that is reflected in the astral as the same thing happening. And I would say that this is reflected from each of the aspects of the structures within reality, that there is this cooperation of beings. So when you breathe, there's a whole myriad of beings in the astral and in the etheric, and operating through the causal to become polarized into the astral and the etheric, in order for the physical beings to mimic each of their processes to create a synergetic expression of cooperation for the breath to happen. So we think of it as just like, I'm breathing. No, I think of it from a shamanic sense that we are breathing. So essentially, we are all the Borg. Yeah, think Star Trek. You think you're an individual where you're not. You are the Borg. I am the Borg. I am the Borg. That's essentially what we are, which is why possession happens, which is why we can experience the guides within our DNA and unlock those aspects of our ancestral lineage and awaken the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding and power of our ancestors to move through us, and utilize this here from a shamanic sense in this physical world. So, yeah, the structure of being, as I consider it, is a chain of life of beings that are all chained, but they're chained in fractals. So they're chained in lines that are chained in fractals that are expanding paradigms and contracting paradigms. And I like to consider that if I go really, really small, so this is my meditation. Like I go small, I go right down to the cellular level, then I go from the cellular level down to the microbial level, operating in the cells. Then I go smaller than the microbial level and I go into the DNA level. And then I look at the constituents of the DNA and I go smaller. and I get smaller and smaller, and there are all these big lights of all these big things that I've come from out there as I'm going smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, until I notice that the whole structure that I came from is being repeated, and I'm once again standing on a planet, on a big planet, having shrunk down from the size of the DNA. So there's this correlation between big and small, in my perception. And then we can go into our DNA so deep that we come out through space in the heavens into our physical form. So I believe that there's this continuity of being expressed through great and small, and that, as the master said, you know, you must become small to become great. You must become great to become small. And it's easier for a wise man, for a rich man, to pass through the eye of a needle than to go into heaven. I think there's some reference to going through the eye of a needle and becoming really small and humble, and going into the smallest parts of our beings to really discover and understand the greatness of the structure we're in, and that the smallest things are expressed in the biggest things, and that the biggest things are expressions of the smallest things, and that there is no real separation between what's happening on the DNA and what's happening out there in space. This is my perception of reality as a fractal form. And I think that the fractals, when we start to understand the fractals, we start to look at them and understand the chain of life in such a way that we can give coherency to the structure of all these beings that are in a state of cooperation for this reality to exist through our consciousness fields the way that it is, in order for us to embrace the matrix form, which is the final frontier. A lot of Star Trek words coming up here. I love it. I do love the old Trekkie. Those of you that are Trekkie fans out there, were they not onto something with Star Trek? Speaking of which, there are a lot of media and films that have been expressing a lot of very profound concepts and ideas. Somebody mentioned the film of Prometheus. Is it Prometheus Rising? That was a book, if I recall. But there was a film as well, wasn't there? And so there's definitely something to be understood by looking at the small things, because it's how we've noticed physics can be understood. By looking at the subatomic particles, we can gain understandings of the workings of space and the quantum field.
Yeah, the Prometheus Rising book, I'm a big fan of that one. I find it very informative and a very accessible way for a layman, someone who has no experience with these topics, to get into occultism, sorcery, and all things esoteric, because it really works at like it works from the level of the basics to the more advanced. So like you start out with, like, if you're a really strong conservative, then go and explore kind of liberal media. And if you're a really strong Christian, then go explore some other religion, in order to break down the firm barriers of your paradigm, in order to really open up to just an acceptance of the fact that there's going to be some kind of disagreement, and not always a contention that needs to be had with it. And then, like you said, it works up along this kind of a model of consciousness to this idea of a conscious awareness, which is in this kind of quantum circuit. They're maybe creating synchronicities out of the blue just by their presence. They're bringing about these profound changes to the world around them. And so such a profound and insightful book.
When you talk about Star Trek, we're talking about, of course, Gene Roddenberry, Star Trek's creator, who studied the occult. He made that very plain. He studied Freemasonry. He studied the mysteries of ISIS. He studied the idea of the Galactic Confederation, which was put forth first by Frank Herbert, who wrote the Dune series, which I consider to be the grandparent of Star Wars and Star Trek. You see a lot of modalities described. You see a lot of satellites on the idea of what a satellite actually is. This idea of a piece of an aura or a piece of a soul going out into reality to retrieve information and bring that back. You can see that profoundly in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Interestingly enough, there's a 9 in the title, right? With Commander Benjamin Sisko, who was stationed outside of a wormhole because the Federation had never had the chance to study a wormhole before. They had a chief of security named Odo, who was the shape changer. And he came from this pool, a vast pool where all of his people were one giant ocean, which you can obviously see is an allegory for source, right? So they send out satellites, they sent out sentinels to go retrieve information about the universe and bring it back. And they tell you very clearly, some make it back and some don't. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean death or going to hell, but this is how it can be viewed. And this is where religion comes in, because someone has to make a shekel off of all of this information, you see. And it's very easy to get locked into a paradigm. So this is why I stress what is true in your mind is true. No one can tell you differently. They can pose opportunities and information and vortices and portals and show you, look at this library and look at this example. But what is true in your mind is true.
I like to think of the mind as what is mined. We mine it from deep down, and we call it mind. And so the process of manifestation from the deep down depths of being, expanding into the contractions that give birth to the fundamental principles that we identify with and consider and empower as the limits of our reality, are essentially the structures of mind being repurposed and reperceived by the perceptual and awareness apparatus of the conscious being in order to recreate the paradigm of the etheric in a structure through the imagination that we can consider as the matrix of reality, which is Maya, the fundamental dream time of the shamanic path. And by shamanic, I don't mean what they've written on Google. Shaman, the word shaman does not come from Tungese language, even though the guy who said that, even though the words were used in the Vedas 2,700 years ago, in the Rig Vedas, he said that that had nothing to do with shamanism, but that's not fundamentally true. Henry, I got to stop that little bloke. He's going to pee on my floor. I got to let him out. These guys continue before I end up with a urine-soaked floor.
Well, I liked your association of the number 8 with karma. I agree with that, and I think that's a wise, keen observation there.
Well, thank you. It's interesting how it chooses to show up in people's charts and people's lives. It's always there, even when it isn't. I would actually argue, especially when it isn't, or when it appears to not be so visible. But this is, things have to loop. There has to be a second loop. The ability to gauge, the ability to analyze yourself. It must be done. You know what I mean? Oh, I see we have MoonFeather. Welcome, MoonFeather.
Welcome to the gorgeous MoonFeather. What an honor to have MoonFeather. MoonFeather is a card reader and a psychic, for those of you that don't know. She's also embedded herself in studying the planets and how they affect, and a keen student of symbology and decoding as well. and just a lovely, heartful human being. Thank you so much for joining us, MoonFeather, and welcome. Do please take the stage.
Oh, guys, peace and blessings. Thank you so much for a beautiful introduction. As always, you're amazing, Franklin. Thank you so much. I missed being on the show. Trust me, I was rushing, getting everything done as quickly as I could to come on here because, we're talking about dreams. We're talking about synchronicities. And as Ronin, Kal-El, and I yesterday, or the day before, was it? I forget about it. Like time, sometimes time doesn't even like register with me. But as we're trying to plan on what we're gonna call a show, what we're gonna talk about, we pick dreams, and then I think it might have been Kal-El. He came in and he said, well, synchronicity. We got the BushWhisperer is going to talk about dreams too. So it's like we're syncing all together, independently. And Ronin had said that, and I think it's absolutely a beautiful thing. So I'm absolutely grateful to be here. Peace and blessings to you, Kiki. What is going on? Did we not have a blast last night? Like, I don't want to gloat, but it just flows into the round table, the energy from yesterday flowing into today.
I woke up laughing. Still.
Yes, absolutely. Peace and blessings to you, Libra Lamb. It's so good to see you on here.
Good to see you, MoonFeather.
What's up, boy? And peace and blessings to everyone in the chat, guys. I've been listening in, off and on as I'm running around doing a million things. But honestly, like, oh my goodness, when we're talking about portals, synchronicities, dreams, lucid dreams, I love it. It's great. And isn't it all something that we literally have in common? We spoke about this on last night's show, that, even though people don't remember dreaming, we do dream. And that's something that we all have in common. And talking about another synchronicity, yesterday's show marked a year of when Kal-El and I did a clubhouse on dreams also. So that was wild. That was absolutely wild. One thing that I have been learning with synchronicities, especially now that I'm more spiritually aware of who I am, and connect more with spirit. Synchronicities is a sign that, hey, you're putting in the work, and it's like my higher self leaving little breadcrumbs to consistently encourage me to walk this way, to walk towards myself, and I love it. And I love it even more when I have those synchronicities with, hey, Josh, what is up, sweetheart? Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. Growing his hair.
Hello.
Hi, sweetheart. How are you?
Good night, Steve Tight.
Sweet dreams, sweetheart. Sweet dreams. So I love synchronicities, especially when they happen with, people that I absolutely vibe with. How wonderful is that? Because we feed off of each other's energy, right? And then we're so amped up and we're like, yeah, oh my gosh, can you believe that? And it's all like, it just gets better and better and better, right? And then of course, you do have the flip side of that, when you're kind of going through a crappy time, but it's because, right, as Franklin was talking about planetary alignments and things like that, when that happens, we all do feel it, right? But I'm extremely blessed to have Franklin, Kal-El, Ronin, the girls, RmaStar, shout out to Rama, to Petri, where we all come together. We're like, oh my gosh, did you feel that? And yeah, it was crazy. And we encourage one another because it is difficult. It's difficult. We are all trying to figure it out. We're all learning new things, you know, and and our dreams really do talk to us. I said on the show last night that dreams are not to be ignored, you know, and we do have different types of dreams from what I understand within my own, and hearing other people sharing their dreams, right? Um, you know, I feel that we do have dreams that reflect our present our present 3D, right? Because we this might be something that we're stressed about, so we'll dream about it. And then there's times that we will have dreams that we're out of space, we're in some other universe, or we're experiencing another version of ourselves in another world, because we're always talking about like, you know, this multi verse. It's which is insane. I just really started learning about things. I've heard about them long ago, but like, you know, I just blow them off and off with my own life, right? But no, I absolutely starting to believe it, because spirit is confirming it within myself, right? And then I hear other people talk, and I love to hear other people's dreams and stuff, and hallucinations. My goodness. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because this is the first time I'm actually thinking of it this way. As far as hallucinations go, we could only experience hallucinations in our waking life, right? That's what that is. I've never heard of anyone having hallucinations while they're dreaming. I never thought of it that way. But the only times I've had hallucinations is when I get, well, twice. Once when I get fever. I'm very sensitive to fever, so I hallucinate, and that's happened since I was a little girl. And then and another time when I had you know, just some bad tincture, ay Dios mío, se me va la palabra, cannabis tincture. It was just, you know, and I hallucinated like I was a book. I was a book, and I was letters, and it was wild. It was a wild ride. I just never had that experience. I probably would have had fun with it if I understood it, but that's the only time I've ever experienced a hallucination, is when I'm in my waking life, right? But yeah, let's just keep on rolling and rolling with it, because this is great. I love this topic, Franklin. You're always coming through with the fire topics. And shout out to everyone that's in the chat. Shout out to everyone. Thank you guys for the shout outs.
MoonFeather, you bring up an interesting topic. I didn't even think about this, but now that I look back on it, I have hallucinated in dreams on a couple occasions. In one situation, I had a dream that I was tripping on LSD, and I had a full visual like lens over what I was seeing. Like everything had a trippy effect, which was probably the wildest hallucination I've seen in a dream. And then, in fact, even stronger hallucination than I've seen actually taking psychedelics. And then one other example I can think of, I was kind of like, maybe it was more of a hypnagogic state that was in between like sleep stages or something, but I have seen hallucinations of colors while sleeping too. So it's interesting how hallucinations factor into things. We haven't, as far as like when I've been here, we haven't talked about the hallucination side of this as much.
I imagine different parts of our minds, of course, opening up. I've never really looked into it, but I will make mention. I will make mention that 2 years ago, Actually, it's gonna be almost three years ago. I caught that first strain of COVID. I never been jabbed. I don't believe in any of that, but I did. I kind of had my doubts about like the whole thing, but when I got it, I absolutely felt how it was spliced. I could tell how it was spliced because I've never gotten that sick before. And the big part, the one of the biggest symptoms was really bad hallucinations at night. You know, it was almost driving me mad, right? So that's a crazy, I think, mixed with the lack of sleep and going through those constant, because it was constant. It was like every night I was fearing to go to sleep or when the sun would go down, because I'd enter into that state of hallucination. And I really did try like the whole mind over matter stuff. That shit doesn't work. You know, at least not with me. Maybe my mind would have been it was too weak, or I had no idea. But like, at what point are you able to even control the hallucinations? You know, from what I understand, those are different doors of your mind opening up and something interjecting in there, like you're accessing a different dimension. You know, yes, hallucinations are very, very wild, very wild.
I don't know that we need to control hallucinations per se, because the way that I think about it is like everything is a hallucination, and the hallucinations we see to me are more like kind of deviations from what we're expecting, but both are hallucinatory.
I would agree with that completely, that the nature of reality, the matrix, is a series of hallucinations. Let me see who's that. Cosmic Prankster fell out. Is a series of hallucinations that are basically giving structure to the nature of reality, and thus bringing the element of our consciousness into the forefront so that we're able to experience the reflections of our inner reality here in the outer rim of the random circumference of the proverbial wheel within us, through which consciousness is manifesting. And so everything that we can experience in physicality is in truth an hallucination, though there are hallucinations that are transcendent hallucinations, which are from the other planes of existence that are seeping through the proverbial membrane of the parakot, how you want to pronounce it, that I mentioned before, which is the veil that separates us from the sphere of the moon, from the sublimating aspects of consciousness, and is able to bring these aspects from the other planes of existence through into physicality. And so typically when we speak of hallucinations, we're speaking about what we are seeing that has filtered through as direct emanations from the other planes of existence before being filtered by the thalamus. For all of the sensory information is filtered by the thalamus. And in the filtration process of the thalamus, the structures are coded into the language of this world. But sometimes things get through the proverbial net. And when they get through the proverbial net, they escape straight into this reality that we experience them. And I think this gives us a perfect moment to start talking about time, the structures of time, time space, or shall we say space time, depends how you want to look at it, and just how the nature of dream time is an expression of this hallucinatory experience of life in the physical that is actually an emanation of the etheric produced by the astral, in the way that the causal body manifests through the causal field to polarize into the yang yin to produce the environment where the Tao can operate. So what are dreams? What is dream time? I would start on that question before everybody jumps on it by suggesting from my perspective that everything is dream time. So the nature of this hallucination is a dream. Dreams are hallucinations in a sense, but where do they occur? And so I think there are different dreams that exist in different spheres of being. And they are usually an interplay between the astral and the etheric. And so it's almost as if we carve a little bit of the astral out and embed it within a little bit of the etheric space on the outer rim or the inner rim of the etheric in order to carve out a zone that we can use as reality. So dream time is existing within the etheric, but it's being loaded by the astral. And so the etheric is being so heavily colored by the astral, but disconnected. In other words, hidden behind the veil. It's like the veil of Paraket thickens and becomes like a proverbial wall through which this information cannot seep. And so we experience this dream in our consciousness field as being in a substantial space, which is not. Hence, the rules and the laws of the substantiality of the space are to be brought into question. And hence, the time is very much different. Because obviously, there is a sense of time dilation that occurs when we are moving between the astral and the etheric zones of reality. And between the astral and etheric zones of reality, we find this expression, and timing is perfect. Look who's arrived. We've got the Slick Dissident in the house. The Slick Dissident, you must go and check out his channel. He's super awesome. He's teaching the Ennead system of knowledge, but from a classical, traditional way that he has sort of channeled himself, obviously with a little bit of educated knowledge along the way, but he discovers it for himself. So it's very much the Kabbalah of ancient Greece, as far as I'm concerned, because it seems to speak the same language. The Slick Dissident is a wonderful, creative thinker and a great guy. What an honor to have you. You're here with MoonFeather. You guys have come in at synchronous time. Do please have a moment and introduce yourself. And you can find his channel in the same way that you can find MoonFeather's channel and Dr. K's channel. And you can even find Libelam's channel on my list of channels, but Libelam's channel, we're waiting for him to put stuff on it. Please, brother, take the floor.
Thank you for the intro. My signal's looking a little choppy today. It's a blessing to be here, man. Thank you so kindly. So yeah, Slick Dissident is my channel name. I just put out a couple videos that were a bit of a technological missing pieces on my most recent installation soon. So yeah, I had some serious Mercury retrograde going on. So anybody understand that there are some missing pieces and there's a follow-up on the way, I promise, to make a lot more sense out of some of the cutouts. I actually had my camera cut out in some of the breadcrumbs along the way. I'm kind of weaving a bit of a scavenger hunt for my viewership at the moment. Kind of like my signal.
Is that a zebra behind you? I don't know if you can hear me. Is that a zebra on the wall, or is that what am I looking at?
Hey,
That,
man,
yes,
it's my set
beautiful.
Arcos. This is my perception of the donkey-headed god known as Set, who is a very controversial character. Even his zoological orientation is controversial. So yeah, this is what I perceive Set to be. And also, this is Socrates in my eyes, as Socratic wisdom is reading between the lines.
I'm trying to
Hey,
remember what quagga is. Just before you go, I'll just add this in. The quagga are animals we used to have here in Cape Town, but they took them away from the mountain. And it's a unique South African creature, and they interbred the zebra, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Mexico, you should know. You probably know. Is the quagga bred between a horse and a zebra? But anyway, they were interbreeding zebras. We ended up with some new, really funky versions of zebras. And I used to go and hang out with them on the mountain. They are incredibly intelligent creatures, very well organized, very, very dominant. You wouldn't realize how powerful a zebra is. You do not mess with a zebra, man. When you go into a zebra zone, you better go in there with humility because it's going to come and check you out. And those alphas will kick your, will kick you upside down if you don't know how to behave, man.
I think we get the impression for some reason that zebras are smaller than horses, but they're not. They're as big as horses.
But much more aggressive. They're more like bulls. Like you can go into zones where there's wild horses, and they are very different. I've been with the wild horses in England, and lots of wild horses. They're a lot more timid, actually. But zebras, they really own their space, which is why you'll find in the wilderness sometimes baby buffaloes that have been separated from the herd. They will try and embed themselves within a zebra herd because predators don't come into a zebra herd. They're not like buffalo. They don't tolerate predators. They deal with them.
I would like to add. Well, first of all,
That's exactly right.
So talking about zebras, you have one right behind Slick. So talking about synchronicities, bing. So and I love horses. I've gone horseback riding for so many years, and it's wonderful. And I found out not too long ago that my last name does have a not a sigil, but oh my gosh, a crest, and that crest represents the horse masters. I couldn't believe that. I found that out years later, and I was like, what? That absolutely vibes with me, But I wanted to just go back when we were talking about, and forgive me if I'm derailing your question, Franklin, when we were talking about hallucinations, right? And having hallucinations here in the 3D, and then it was crazy that Libra Lamb said that he just realized that he did hallucinate dreaming. So I believe, and it's in my culture as well, right? Especially if, like, you take any type of, like, drugs or anything. What they say is like, don't do that, don't do drugs and stuff, because it opens up different parts of your mind, and you start seeing things that are. So then, what does that? It gives us access, whatever we're going through, as far as hallucinating, whether it's with me triggered through sickness or fever or high fever, or if it's triggered through taking some type of drug or anything, doesn't mean that it's bad. I'm not saying that is bad. Open up parts of your mind that you're able to see things that are obviously not there, spirit entities, because you hear it all the time when people take that DMT trip, they see, all sorts of spirits and Gaia and this and that and whatever. But what I would like to know is, right, because you have good trips, right? But mine that were induced by fever, it was a bad trip. It wasn't good because I had said, well, how are we supposed to control the hallucination? And Libra Lamb said, oh, I don't think you're really supposed to control it. But then what makes it a bad trip versus making it a good, like what triggers it being like a nightmare? Because I was going through it and it was night after night. It was not a good hallucination. So where is that supposed to tell me something about, things that are in my mind? Or I'm just thinking like the difference between having a good hallucination and a bad hallucination, because it does have to do with the mind, right? So what makes it good and what makes it bad, and what is that indicative of?
I think maybe it has a lot to do with life and death. I mean, I've had a lot of hallucinations in my life.
I got some.
Lots. But I just want to add one thing. I was close to death in 2002. I didn't drink water effectively, not properly, for about 8 days. And I couldn't. Let me give you an example of how bad I was. My brain was swelling. I had a cerebral infection. My head was changing shape. These two big bulges came out of the front of my head. That my face changed shape after this illness. That's how serious it was. The excruciation pain was so bad, I couldn't drink water because I would vomit it up. The only way I could drink would be to take one sip every 10 minutes. So a glass of water had to last me about 45 minutes to an hour. And 57 degrees in the shade, and you've got to make a glass of water last an hour. You're dehydrating all the time to the edge of death. And I wasn't able to walk within the first day because I was falling and injuring myself. Then I used to crawl. Within another day, I was so far gone I couldn't crawl because I would fall on my face and I'd have bleeding nose and lips, and my eyes were getting black eyes, and so I couldn't crawl within 2 days. By the third day, the only way I could move around would be to lay on my shoulder and push myself with my feet. It was the only way that I didn't injure myself. Otherwise, I had lacked the ability to move, and I was refusing to go to a hospital. And my ex-wife was really scared. And I was in Jodhpur in north of Rajasthan in the middle of summer after the monsoon. So it was really, really hot, heat wave after, and during the monsoon that had come. And I was hallucinating continually. What colors it as a negative experience? I was being pulled out of my body and I was constantly trying to find a way out of the ceiling. And I had to force myself to go back into my body because I kept finding myself like being pulled out of my body, and like I'm moving around the room, and then I kept reminding myself, hold on. That's not a good thing. I'm not ready to leave this world. So I'd force myself to go into my body, and then it was excruciating agony. I think pain is the differentiation factor. Maybe while you were sick, you were having a fever, and there was pain in your body, pain in your brain, pain in your head, pain emotionally, dehydration, various different things causing pain stimuli, and you were hallucinating while you were in pain. I don't know. I'm just going to put that out there because I've noticed that whenever I've been injured and I hallucinate, it tries to create what is a negative hallucination. I just thought I'd add that. Slick, brother, you were going to add something.
Oh, I had one thing also. Slick, did you have something to say?
Mention. Yeah, I'll try to keep my train running because my signal's a little choppy. But the mention of the nightmare, and what is that nightmare, and what do we do with the work of the shadow that looms after an experience of a nightmare, living or sleeping or hallucinating. I put a link in the roundtable chat for Plato's dialogues with Alcibiades and Socrates. Alcibiades is like a kind of a royal bloodline problem child who's going to go on to engage with Alexander and some of these kings in the education of a royal bloodline. And so, MoonFeather, when you said that you have horse keepers in your family crest, if you listen to that dialogue, I think some of your family crest will probably get some synchronous vibes off of the dialogues. I think those families of horsekeepers do have intrinsic royalty in their so yeah, I think there's a thread for your family crest to the dialogue of Alcibiades, and the part of their relationship and Socrates' whole thing is controlling a chariot. The chariot has two horses. One is a white horse and one is a dark horse, a black horse or a brown horse, or the we have that metaphor of the black sheep in the family kind of thing. So like a checkerboard, like a zebra, like a race flag, we have this dichotomy of the black and the white horse on your chariot. And then that you are, in fact, that your soul is the one driving and holding on to those tethers. And a psychedelic experience can be like driving a chariot for your first time, so to say, if it goes awry. So I just wanted to kind of put those metaphors, also to give cultural context to where the checkerboard flag and in all these stories of dark horse being a nightmare. I think that was the key. I might have skipped that part. That's what got me here. It's the night mare. The word mare is a horse, night being dark. And so it is a reference all the way back to these dialogues, the earliest evocation of the dark horse of the collective.
Thank you so much for that. Like, I'm actually going to, when I get a chance, I'll definitely look that up. But doesn't it always go back to the divine feminine? Because what is a mare if not a female horse, right?
We get married.
Oh, I love that.
Horses represent power, manifestation of personal power, and it is personal power that is able to move us. And it is through the moving of us that we're able to move the world around us. So this is why in the ancient times horses were a symbol of riches and power, and you could get things done with horses. And they were also a symbol of freedom, because you had a horse, you could go anywhere. And we even talk about our cars as having horsepower.
You know, one more thing. This is strange, but the middle class in Greece were identified by the fact that they were allowed to have a horse in battle, and then the next grade up would have chariots in battle, and the people in the lowest rung, they had to go into battle on foot, and maybe you got some nice armor from the guys who had chariots, right? So these levels of classism also have intrinsic race aspects, because the chariots were racing implements. And so the strangest thing about a tiered um, mental space of these people are better than others is actually also built into the haves and the have-nots of who has the horses. So that's another another groove in a wrinkle in our thinking that is so very old, and the horses draw that line.
And we're said to be horsing around. When we're not being scary.
I can't get away from the fact of mentioning, of course, we describe the power of a car or a vehicle as having horsepower. And and men are fascinated with cars and motorcycles, and I am too. I love riding motorcycles. I love cars, and it's just in my blood. But it's crazy how we were talking about that reference of Slick's reference of nightmare, and then just associating the mare with a female horse, and then men's fascination with women and things like it's just very, very nice. It's just so very synchronistic.
I think when we're looking at the two mares as the highest class, you had two horses. So the medium class had one horse, the middle class, isn't it? But if you were the like upper class, you got to have two horses. And that's where the concept of the polarity came into being, where you had, the idea of a black horse and a white horse, so that you could see, I suppose you would create that. People would want to have a black horse and a white horse because it sort of represents polarity, which represents power. So you increase your power when you increase your polarity. And by having two horses, you're really increasing your exponential horsepower. You're doubling it. So there's this very interesting concept here. The chariot, we talk about the chariot. So now we're looking at the tarot card. And the chariot has got this very interesting little symbol in it, hasn't it? The circle with the line, yeah, that goes through it. Traditionally in the Rider-Waite, which is a very interesting concept. The circle with a line that goes through it, and it looks like a kind of it's got to do with a cog that turns, yeah? And it's like the turning wheel on a line. So it's like it represents this masculine and feminine force coming into a sense of polarity to produce the creative impulse. I think what we consider the nightmares are the deep, dark creative potentials within us that are normally in a state of denial. And then the day mares would be our aspirations. What would you think, Slick?
I totally agree. Yes, that millstone. I think it's oftentimes it's a millstone with a axial stick going through it. Yeah, that symbol is means a great many things. It's on a red shield, or it's red and on a shield. So there might be a Rothschild whole pole going on, but I think also that millstone hails back to Samson. Samson spent his days working the millstone at the end of his life. It also goes back to Thales, who was one of the first philosophers to make philosophy serve create wealth. He because he predicted a drought or a bad season of crops, and before the bad season hit, he bought up all the millstones and all the ability to make bread. And when the bad season hit, everybody had to come to him and rent out all the millstones from him. And so he had the first monopoly, and he got rich. And the admiration worldwide, it changed everything. So the millstone is actually a symbol back to the first philosopher to make money off of sitting around thinking all the time. And that also goes to Wall Street. I think that is the provenance of that millstone on the chariot card. And there could be hail to Gilgamesh, who went diving. He had to go diving in the ocean to get that magical herb. He might have used a millstone to dive faster. That's a possibility that might be between the lines. And then there's also, if it is about Wall Street and these guys who worship the ability to make money out of nowhere, it could hail back to the whole thing about who would do harm to the children should have a millstone tied around his neck. And that might be between the lines as well. But yeah, as soon as you mentioned the millstone on the chariot card, I was like, oh, that's a huge weave. There's a whole lot of provenance to that symbol.
Yeah, the whole idea that it represents refinement as well. Taking something and refining it so that you can use it. Bread out of flour, which was seeds.
Great point. The millstone, yeah, the sharpening also, like sharpening your tools. That comes to mind.
And when we talk about millstone, do we talk about milestones? Which stones we used as
It's also
milestones?
number 7.
Because we had mills as milestones.
Totally. It's also nitrogen. is number 7. It's the 7th card. In the Thoth deck, it's a knight. The chariot is literally in knight's armor. So it's knight Trojan. There's a Trojan horse here, but the word nitrogen is a beautiful word because nitrogen it can be harvested from the morning dew. You put out a blanket in a field, and it actually catches the morning dew onto the blanket. You go and you harvest that blanket. The water that you would wring out of the blanket is incredibly nitrogen rich. And so it came during the night, this generative power. And so the water that you would get from the dew is actually like high grade stuff for your alchemical intentions.
I just realized this has a connection with my own system. So I mentioned that there's the 23 Zerfaxes, each one, it's basically kind of like a letter in this alphabet. And there's one particular Zerfax that is based on linear time, sort of time momentum. And then the Zerfax name is Ni, N-I. And I was thinking like night and nitrogen. I feel like, oh shit, that's another connection I just found. That was kind of cool. Also, the symbol looks like a fork, just for reference.
Good one.
Jupiter, interesting. And Jupiter's got a connection with horses. What is Pegasus' relation in the story? Horse with wings. That's something to consider. And then also, what is a unicorn? A unique horn? Why do some horses have a unique horn? And do they have a ring on the horn?
The Pegasus constellation is gigantic. It bridges all the way from the season of the auguries, which we are in. We're moving into basically January into February. I think Pegasus kicks off right around February 2nd, Groundhog's Day, which is an augury reading. But there's also the goose and the swan as Pegasus is kicking off. And Pegasus lasts all the way till almost all the way to Taurus, because Andromeda is also embedded into Pegasus. So the head of this hostage of the zodiac, Andromeda, is in chains. She's a virgin offering, maybe on a cliff or maybe between two pillars, the solstice pillars, maybe. And she's enchained as an offering, but her head is infused into the horse in this weird way. There's a lot of promethium. The light that is coming out of the head of Andromeda is said to be rich with promethium. Prometheus is a character strapped, chained to a mountain as a hostage, having his spleen eaten all the time. So Prometheus and Andromeda, they're the same thing. But when something that's fascinating to me about Pegasus in our zeitgeist right now is that woman who was run over by the Canadian Mounties during the Great Honkening. Remember I said the goose and the swan? During the Great Honkening that happened on February 2nd, this woman, she got overrun by the Mounties, and they actually caught a picture of it from above. And it's exactly in the shape of Andromeda under the Pegasus horse. You can all look it up. Now you look into this woman. Now things got really sketchy. There was a cloud of war. There was a fog of war with the headlines, because they said, "Oh, they killed her, and everybody got all. And then they said, "Nah, she's not dead." And now the real spell here is: are we going to dismiss that they ran her over in the first place? How far do we rewind the misunderstanding of the information to land in a correct mind space of dignifying this woman again? How can we dignify this woman again? Because somebody took it too far. Now we're walking it back. Let's just admit that the woman got ran over. It's horrible. But the wildest thing, y'all, The wildest thing. If you guys go looking into it, just pay attention to the images and the pictures. She is fulfilling Andromeda in the most fascinating ways. And Pegasus, Andromeda and Pegasus, the most fascinating ways. For one of her photos. Oh, by the way, she had a walker. She was not. She was elderly. She is a Mohawk native of Canada. She's a national artifact. She's a total treasure. She's already frail and beautiful in her own way. So for anything, for her to even slip on the ice should be the top of the headlines, you know. And we're trying to dismiss that she got run over by the horse in exactly the shape of Andromeda in the sky. But the pictures of her with her walker, there's a truck behind her. It's all white. It's a totally white truck, just like Pegasus. It even has emergency lights on top, so it has a heroes complex. There's scenes, pictures of her with her head coming out of her coffee cup. That is, if it's a Starbucks coffee cup, then Pegasus comes out of the head of Medusa that is the icon of Starbucks. So she's in a picture holding her coffee cup, much like Pegasus coming out of the Medusa. The synchromysticism behind that woman's life is so rich. I think it could be natural. I think this could all be natural. But if you look at it through the lens of the Medusa and the Pegasus and the Perseus of it all, it is so synchromistically supercharged. This woman is a real treasure. Well, I wish her all the upliftment and fulfillment of all her dreams. But I think there's a great amount we could learn about her relationship to the stars and the world stage. You know, she became a real piece of history that day in a super magical way.
That's a bit mind blowing, really. That they managed to do it in the glyph of that particular, like, they can use sound to align ion particles. So what do they use to align people? What kind of technology? This is where my brain goes. Like the same way that you can play a particular tone of sound and it'll make iron filings dance in a shape. What do you have to do to make the horses run? Because the horses should have stopped. Think about it. Horses don't just run people over. Right? Like, what made those horses run? Like, what was really happening? Was there some kind of radio frequencies involved being used, or some other kind of frequencies of sound, or other wavelengths, microwaves? Were people's phones being used to hack into their brains? I know that we're going into the far-fetched stories here, but consciousness is a electronic frequency, right? Moving through our neural systems, bound by the hormones. So electromagnetic fields can affect our brains. It's fascinating, though. Mind-blowing. I like that we've reached into the point of
So
dreams and nightmares. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, I had a really huge synchronicity hit me like a ton of bricks while I was getting ready for the show. And of course it's synchronous that's the topic that we're talking about, but it is this is like a kind of a it's too much for me. It's like so close to home. It was like hiding underneath my mustache all along. I had a really heavy synchronicity. I'd love to share with you guys. It's hardcore. It's hardcore.
Let's hear
Let's
it.
do.
So hardcore. So again, on the Slick Dissident channel, again, there's some missing pieces on I'm a little embarrassed. I'm self-conscious because I need to like bring everything down to a more narrow narrative to convey. So this will not be on the Slick Dissident channel. This is a BushWhisperer exclusive, roundtable only access. One of my first one-on-one interviews with with my buddy Chance over on the Interverse channel. And in that interview, he was asking me about my history with uh, uh, my spiritual path, my martial arts, my healing path, and it got very personal. You know, it was like the spotlight was on me. It was all about me. And I talked about my aunt, who is a very accomplished Wiccan priestess, and she is very um, protective of the artifacts of her religion, which is the tarot deck. And I come at the tarot deck from this kind of outsider's self-initiating, who am I to presume to tell the tarot what it is, as opposed to let the tarot tell me what it is, you know? So she and I have just slightly, in the beginning, we had a little bit of a different opinion of the tarot, and she sees it as a one-on-one relationship to the cards. I agree. I think she's right. I think she's totally right. But I think also she might have more to say when she realizes that our film industry is actually giving collective tarot readings to people who go to see these movies. She would have more to say. These are just things she hasn't thought of yet. So it's not that one is wrong or one is right. She just doesn't see it the way I see it. That in fact, people um, are consenting to pretend, to pay in advance. You pay for the movie, and then you go in, and whether you like it or not doesn't matter. So you're pretending to go and do this tarot reading collectively. And so that's part of what I do is I reverse engineer the tarot deck as a collective homunculus spell. And I don't see it really as, for me, I don't use the cards as like, what is this talking about me? How do I reflect in these cards? I don't really do that. My aunt would have told me on the first day that I'm doing it wrong because I didn't let the cards tell me about myself. I'm finding out how right she was all along. I jumped first base. I stole first, and she was right. And it's all coming down around my head in the most fascinating way.
I resonate a lot with
So
that
on
that
my
advice about tarot.
first interview with Chance, I told him about my capoeira initiation. It's a beautiful story. My heart, I get all teary-eyed just thinking about it. I'll try to be quick. But I told him about my initiation into capoeira, and I told him about my aunt and her story about the tarot cards, all in the same experience. Was I'm in massage school. I'm in the front of the class, and I want to tell everybody that I'm so noble because I've been learning how to hurt people my whole life, and now I'm coming to massage school to redeem myself and learn how to heal. You know, this is my samurai path, and I'm the first one. I'm the Leo out of the gates. I'm in the front of the class, and I'm all waving my hand. Give me the mic. Give me the mic. The last one in the back of the class is Anna Peterson. Beautiful goddess. Give thanks. And Anna Peterson, she tells her story about how she's a body junkie. She's been a dance expert for her whole life, and she's got her degree from the university, and now she's a dancer and a healer, and she knows the secrets of this corpus. After class, she asks me about my martial arts experience, and then she asks me, "Have you ever heard of capoeira?" And I was like, "What? Capoeira?" And it's funny because this was the year that mixed martial arts was had erupted into the zeitgeist, and so these exotic martial arts that nobody's heard about were really the new craze wave. What's happening? What's happening, brother? So yeah, I was hooked. I couldn't even say this word. Capo what? Capo what? She's like, well, I teach this class. Come and learn some capoeira. So I go to capoeira on my first day, and I thought I knew something. I thought I knew something. I was such a silly young buck. So rule number one of all martial arts is get out of the way, fool. Learn how to get out of the way. So I'm learning how to get out of the way, and it's all in a foreign language, and it's to the music. So you're like, you have to be obedient. You have to obey the rhythm. Let the rhythm command you. So I get out of the way for a couple hours. Whew, all these new moves. It was so fascinating. And then at the end of class, we have what's called the Hoda. It's this the circle, the sacred, the rite, the performance. And you play capoeira, by the way. You are playing jogo. So I go in for my first jogo, and I'm doing this little dance move, and all of a sudden she goes up into a hand. Oh no, actually she fakes a first kick, and I do a somersault. I did a somersault like a ninja, and then I tried to pop up, like spring into action. She's like, no, 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 no. Wrong, wrong, wrong. You got dirty. Look at you. You're all dirty. You rolled around on the ground. One of the rules of capoeira is you only touch the ground with your hands and your feet and your head. Your head, your head, your head. Yeah, yeah. Your hands, your feet, and your head. Really? Yeah. Okay. Start over. We're doing the moves. We're doing the moves. Then she goes in a inverted handstand, looking me straight in the eyes upside down. She smiles, gives me a little nodding, knowing look. Then her legs go into the splits. And then she whips around in a helicopter kick straight to my dome piece. I get the hell out of the way. What was that? And I'm looking at her, and she's still looking at me. She's upside down, kicking me in the head, looking at me. I'm mesmerized. I'm totally hypnotized. I stand up like, what is reality anymore? And there's another kick already coming. A second helicopter kick to my head. Like, I get the hell out of the way again. The shock and the awe is amazing. Her control, her demeanor, her perfect execution. And then she rolls across the floor like a cat. And she didn't get dirty at all, smiling at me the whole time. I was expecting to hear her hit the ground, but I didn't hear a thing, just like a ninja. She just rolls along, comes back up to dancing. I was hooked. I was hooked. I was so in love. I couldn't believe it. So that is my story from my first day with Chance that is nested back in history a couple years ago next to my aunt, my own uh, magical family lineage telling me, you got to be careful with those tarot cards, young man. Be careful with those tarot cards. And I know, don't tell me, I know. Well, today I found out. Today, my first episode with Chance unpacked in the most fascinating realization. Um, I did an episode on my Slick Dissident channel where I revealed that the devil card actually embodies a capoeira ritual. This is a ceremony of capoeira, as these are the performers, the dancers in the jogo. We wear white on purpose, our Sunday best clothing, so that you don't get dirty. This is the Birembao stick. This is a great goat, the greatest of all time, an instructor, but it's also Elihu Yale. This is an Elihu goat, Elihu goat, which is a hail back to Job 3:22 in a strange way. Elihu Yale in his art has depictions of slaves and depictions of children dancing. In one is underground, one is above ground orientation in his art. It turns out what is revealed by this, if you come to Slick Dissident, I'll explain better. But Plato's Republic is secretly preserved inside of capoeira. And if you're going to academia and you're going to Elihu Yale's University, you're not learning the secrets of Plato's Republic. You're learning something on the public side. There's something going down in the private. Something's going on in the private side where the true knowledge of Plato's Republic is hiding out in these dance rituals of these Afro-Brazilian magi of the highest order. So Plato's Republic is finding was secretly preserved in capoeira all along. This card that is also a mosquito. It's also a mosquito when you turn it upside down. Well, guess what we call the capoeira birembao? It's called a mosquito. The instrument we play is supposed to sound like the gadfly of Athens. I think I'm finding my Capoeira lineage in Plato's Republic. And it is so beautiful. It's so amazing. It's so magical. It's world altering. The Capoeira might be hiding all of Plato's secrets. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? So I'm maybe allowing this to sink in on new levels and my perspective of the tarot cards. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. And maybe I should look back at these tarot cards like that. Maybe they were talking to me in a personal way. Like, okay, maybe this isn't only about the grand homunculus social engineering. Like, in what way are the tarot cards speaking to me personally? In what way am I being initiated by these tarot cards? Anna Peterson's first kick that brought me into Capoeira is right here on the Fool card. When you turn it upside down, this is Anna Peterson doing a double helicopter kick to my head. Look at the red flare. This is Phoenix here. Hair. This is Anna's hair. This card is doing the Anna Peterson kick to my head. And only now is the second kick coming at me. Double mastication. I had to eat it twice. I had to go back and chew on what I thought I had already consumed. And it hit me on the second round where I realized, holy shit, this is hitting real close to home, y'all. It's hitting real close to home. And what's really fascinating is Anna Peterson, she is my animus. She doesn't know it. She's off married with kids, probably doesn't think of Capoeira anymore. She's probably doing something else with her life. But she is like my animus in a strange way. She's my first Capoeira master. This flower right here has much to do with the animus. It has to do with analytic philosophy and hiding a great amount of our shadow and our shame in our language in the strangest way. And so as I'm revealing some of the secrets of this card, there are fascinating aspects of my own path coming through. And it's quite intoxicating, I have to admit. But you see how the feet are like contraposta. This one is pointing one way and this one's pointing towards you. That actually tells me about the hip orientation of this character. If they were doing a head spin, they actually need their hips to be in exactly that position. This is how you do a capoeira head spin. And okay, oh, I forgot one more thing. This flower is on the Brazilian flag. It's on the flag of Brazil, which represents the Southern Cross. Strangely enough, it doesn't look like it at first glance, but it's supposed to represent the Southern Cross. So yeah, that kind of ties it all together to the Brazilian flag. That makes a lot of sense why this would be a capoeira move, as capoeira is a Brazilian national artifact. So yeah, the crazy level of archetypal inception into my life just came to roost today. And so yeah, it popped out of me just a couple hours ago.
Thank you for sharing that, Slick. That's amazing. That's amazing. And I'm just thinking about what your aunt said, right? It was your aunt, right? That you said that she was into tarot. She told you, no, you got to let the cards talk to you. I would have told you the same thing. I would have absolutely told you the same thing. And listen, and you're saying that you had that revelation today. Is that right? You're saying you had that revelation today? Sorry, but your thing is cutting off, but I think you said you had that revelation today. So of course, what we have, we got Pluto finally going into Aquarius, into the age of Aquarius. What does Pluto do? It completely brings down and destroys everything we thought we knew to create, right? To bring in the new, to bring in the new age, to bring in exactly what we've been asking for, right?
That's totally fascinating. That this whole idea of martial arts, because it makes me think of Taoist alchemy, the connections between the physical forms even in magical systems, we have postures. In Vedic systems, we have mudras and asanas, right? And the mudras and the asanas are part of the magical system. And the mudras and the asanas became the martial arts of Kalaripayato, where the elephant form and all the forms that we know, of the Kalaripayato martial arts became known as the Chinese system. So I think you might be like really drawing some very ancient connections here between the alchemy of Europe and the alchemy of the Brazil, and Portugal must be the missing link.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. I'm gonna. So yes, the one thing about the Portuguese language is it has a strong international value. It lands in like the French and in Arabic. Actually, it has a branch to the Arabic language. Um, and I'm learning about these wishy-washy languages. The more like even the Welsh have this wishy-washy language where their words are swishy in the middle. They're kind of uh, softer. That kind of gives it trains the ear to be more forgiving. Trains a forgiving ear that you can actually hear other languages better. And so I think that's kind of one of the beauties of Portuguese, the language of Portuguese, that's nested predominantly in Brazil. And I think different languages as different souls is something to think about. There is the soul of that foot. And then I want to show everybody my shirt. This is my favorite shirt. And I just want to like accentuate the alligator by the foot here and the alligator by the foot here and the rooster here is correspondent to the red hair, the flare of red down there. But yeah, so many aspects of this is really hitting home in the most fascinating way. So uh yeah, things just got strangely personal. And it's funny because the video that gave me this avenue of thought that I'm building upon was the first time I took a comment on my channel a little bit personal. Somebody mentioned that I accidentally did like devil horns. And I was like, "Oh, I'll show you some devil horns." And it got a little whatever. I got spiky, but then all of a sudden like all these revelations came. I showed a little shadow. I let some shadow through, and I'm like, these cards are freaking doing capoeira in my mind all of a sudden. So yeah, there are other moves too. I got backflips and monkey jumps and all kinds of capoeira moves actually hanging out in the posture of this tarot deck, which is so beautiful. Oh, uh, and Portugal, the Lisbon disaster. The Lisbon disaster is I think is going to be baked into the cake eventually. The Tower card has much to do with Voltaire in his poem about the Lisbon disaster, which happened in Portugal. So when we mentioned that, I just think that's important because it's an artifact in the deck. That Voltaire, lightning bolt on the tower. That's Voltaire, and he made his name writing about the Lisbon disaster. It's a very powerful relationship to the tower card, and we all have a Chapel Perilous in our life on the micro.
Maybe that represents the Odic force, the mystic chi or key, or the way in which they call it the what is it called in Sanskrit? It's called the there's a way in which you can use the sound in Kalaripayattu martial arts to immobilize someone using just the pneuma, the sound. And they call it the mama. And the mama needs to be accentuated into certain points in another human being's body. And I think it stands to perfect reason that within the tarot, all the martial arts forms should be expressed. You've given me a really interesting thing to go and consider here. I never really took it into heart, even though it's so damn obvious. Because if all the occult schools of occult therapeutics and cosmology, as I believe, evolved from a prehistoric ancient form of shamanism, which was based around animal observation, animal archetypal worship of the guides within. Those animal forms are the basis of which martial arts have come. Like you say, the monkey, the crane kick, they're all based on animals. That animal doing that, what animal would be doing that cartwheel kick? What is that? Like a what creature would do that? Is that a lizard? I don't know. It's an interesting concept, but yeah.
Oh, I love it. An alligator, maybe an alligator.
Spiders do
That's
that.
fun. You know,
Monkeys do
here's
that.
here's something you're making me think of. Nice. I'm thinking about the fact that the death card on this deck has he's in the shape of Hercules constellation, but he has like a busted knee. His knee is like going the wrong way. You know how like in a football game and the guy fucks up his knee and they play it 60 times so everybody's in agony at home? The death card is specifically has this jacked out knee. Think about the martial mentality. In Capoeira, that was the first rule I broke was getting dirty. She's like, "No, no, no, you screwed it all up. See, you're all dirty. Got your Sunday whites are all messy now." Same thing that translates to other martial arts. To bend the knee, to go down on one knee is to sully yourself, to lower yourself, or to give up, to surrender. The death card is bending the knee. That's a very martial thing to contemplate. I dig this. This is a huge weave. This is fun. And that's rule number one is don't go down on your, wait, hold on. Okay. The kneecap, the Capricorn, the sacrificial goat getting thrown off the cliff. That's the bad one. That's the unwanted one. That's the offering to Azazel. Don't bend the knee. Don't take your kneecap down to the ground. Don't ever kneel. And then one more thing about all these revelations coming back on me in the double helicopter kick of the second time. Halley's Comet just turned her hair back to the earth. She just came back on her 38-year cycle. She's coming back at us for round two. So that just happened also, along with Pluto coming out of crossing that line in the sand.
Dr. K, you were adding something, brother.
No, I was just saying that spiders and monkeys do cartwheels like that.
Spiders. Ah.
There's a
That's something.
sand spider in Arabia that does that to get away from its prey. There's mice that do that actually tuck their tail. Like, the idea of tucking your tail and running. Running looks differently to different species. They all do it in their own way.
Listen, I've seen videos of cats doing crazy ninja moves and cartwheel moves, kicking dogs. I don't know if you guys have seen those videos of these different cats like coming out and doing these crazy moves on other animals. Oh, it's so hysterical, but it's wild. It's wild how they just do that.
That is essentially where we got martial arts from, if we want to get right down to it. I mean, martial arts came from, effectively, if we want to think about it, the Shrimana. So the Shrimana were basically, that's a shaman that were in the wild, living in nature, observing the animals, connecting with the wilderness through the Shraman, which are the sacred songs that they would chant while playing the damburu drum, which is a drum that looks like a figure of 8 but 3-dimensional, basically a double teardrop drum, like the s orbitals that we've seen of the electron structure of time-space, bringing us back to cosmics 8, fundamental 8 of the nature of creation. And So that there's this very interesting correlation if we look at this, that the Shramana were in the wilderness, they were living in the wild, and they were discovering the guides in the forms of the devas coming through in the forms of animals, like Hanuman the monkey, Ganesha the elephant, there were tigers, there were the rat. Ganesha was riding the rat, like you say, doing all these funky moves. Rats are extremely intelligent, as well as the peacocks represented. And I mean, there's a whole array of creatures that are represented here. Different birds, different creatures. Obviously, the tigers there. We also have crane and birds. We also have, and we look at it in the Taoist Chinese system, the chicken. The chicken, interestingly, is a symbol of bravery. When did we decide that chicken is a symbol of cowardice? Because the chicken is one of the bravest birds that there is. They'll walk right up to you. They're not scared of you at all. So it's very interesting the way they've tried to take our knowledge of understanding the archetypes of animal forms, because it's where martial arts comes from. And it's why we have martial arts, because we watched animals. And animals are like the martial arts masters of the world. Pick a fight with a baboon and understand why we don't pick fights with baboons.
And we also cannot forget the praying mantis, right? Which is probably my favorite. Praying mantis and no, I'm sorry, I would have to pick three: the praying mantis, the tiger, and the drunken monkey. Now listen, there's something to say very profoundly about martial arts. It speaks to us. And first of all, it's so fun. It's fun to watch, right? And then you have those that have actually done martial arts, right? And then you have, growing up on watching the kung fu flicks on Saturdays, right? Growing up back in the 80s and stuff, which I would always do with my brother and my cousins. But listen, martial arts, it just speaks on so many levels to everyone. It's so spiritual. And of course it would involve animals, right? Because they're just like these amazing creatures, that they're very spiritual within themselves as well.
I love that you mentioned the praying mantis, because the praying mantis is a very interesting, very important here in Africa. And obviously it's the fundamental of boxing, and boxing is probably the most well-known and universal of all the martial arts forms. Like, it's always been, if you look at the way that the jab works, you look at the way that praying mantis moves. I always used to watch praying mantises when I was young, and I used to think, gosh, these guys are good boxers. Look at how they move. They got that little rhythm going. They got a real funky little dance, and they sway and they flow with it, and then they connect each other. They don't mess around. So there's something quite powerful to be understood, I think, about the archetypes of being, about the emotional tones that go with each of these animals. Like you say, the playfulness of the monkey, or the steadfastness of the praying mantis. They don't back down. They don't back away. They keep going in. They go forwards. Or the bull as grappling. Yeah? Like judo, the bull. Like, you're going to grab him, get under him, throw him, bang on the floor. You're done, mate. So there's all these different forms of martial arts. And obviously the bull is the Tao. And so what form of martial arts was particularly popular in the times of the ancient Greeks? And I'm sure that this is going to probably make you consider something, is wrestling. And wrestling is the domain very often of the bull. If you think about it, flipping your opponent over, it's like getting your horns under him and flipping him over. That's how bulls show that they are in charge in the wilderness. So there's something quite interesting to look at the old time when Taurus was the dominant part of the sky, shall we say. In terms of our cultures, were also based around Taurus. I wonder, it gives us an insight in understanding of what sort of time zone things were happening in, doesn't it? Does it not, Slick? When we're looking at like when wrestling was really popular. What would you say?
Yes. Well, I'll point out that Plato, that name means broad-shouldered one, and it is literally his luchador name. Like we don't know Plato's real, well, maybe we do, maybe it's something longer, but what we call him is his public-facing persona, which is his wrestling name. So that is really it's almost like an insider's joke, you know. Now you're in on the thing here. But what's fascinating is Abraham Lincoln was a wrestler. What? What? Abraham Lincoln? Yeah, 300 wins in one loss, right? In the one loss, apparently he was like really graceful, shook the guy's hand, helped him up, pat him on the back, you know, and like gave him all the credit for winning. Or so this there this inside joke goes deeper. There are inside jokes inside of the inside jokes, but so right now, the reason why this is current is because sure enough, yeah, we had another freaking president with his hand in the WW whatever, the worldwide wrestling illusion of it's all stagecraft. It really is all stagecraft. And something I've learned through the Republic is that we kind of secularize our skill sets. And you know, you think of like, oh, this politician is only good at speaking and convincing people from a podium, and that they're not really actually doing music also, are they? They're not actually speaking in a rhythm that is musical and mathematically predetermined, are they? And then it's, oh wait, are they also master strategists? Are they also doing strategy while they're talking? And so we think that they're only doing one art, but in fact there are a great many other arts playing out in what they're doing. So yeah, when we have a president who was also a wrestler, this is a master's, the sign of a master. Yeah, somebody who's on the inside of the inside of the inside most jokes. So I don't think these things are random. I think these things are for these guys who are in the club, kind of nodding and winking at each other. The same thing used to happen with fencing clubs. You know, these fencing martial uh, groups, much like the Olympics, actually had beef against each other. So, like the German fencing clubs would fight amongst their neighbors, but they also had international feuds as well. So, yeah, I just thought I'd throw out, yeah, you're right. It's totally going to be more and more prescient as the Olympics are about to pop off in Paris. Paris was the character who started the Trojan War. A lot of wartime uh, buzzwords sounding in the zeitgeist.
The Olympics. So Ollie is almost like, we call it an elephant, right? Aleph, ant, right? So the first letter, Aleph, ant, and Uli, olifant, Uli, Olympics. I don't know. There's quite something quite interesting going on here. What is this Olympics? What is it really about? I think there's a lot that's being expressed here about the nature of our synchronous reality that we live in. Noticing the synchronicities and the synchronous connections between martial arts, occult therapeutics, politics, and the general rules of alchemy and thinking, and the way in which we wouldn't necessarily see philosophy as being an expression of martial arts and vice versa. But it seems that everything is bound by this fundamental principle, which is the second law of Hermes, which is effectively correspondence, that all things have a series of correspondence that correspond to other aspects of itself within other spheres of dynamics and development. In as much as within the martial arts world, there will be something in it that will correspond to occult therapeutics, something that will correspond in terms of political, something that will correspond in terms of absolutely every aspect of the universe. And maybe this is why martial arts was studied as a component of the philosophical and occult esoteric arts, because of occult and esoteric philosophical arts is a very cerebral thing that can take one out of our body. So we would then need to maintain a connection in our body. And what better way than studying the animal forms and implementing martial techniques in order to maintain the connection in the body using martial force. And this, I think, answers MoonFeather's question about nightmares earlier. How does one control one's hallucinations? Does one need to control them? We don't need to control our hallucinations. We just need to focus ourselves into our body. And I think by assuming the animal forms, be it moods, be it physical forms, postures, mudras, martial arts, I think that is the key to bringing us back in to the physical alignments within the physical body, so that the hallucinations on the outside can be wobbled into the matrix system without us being too badly moved by it, because maybe we become more concentrically aligned with the center. And in the alignment with the center, on the periphery of a storm, it's very windy, it's very damaging, it's very crazy. But if you ever find yourself in the midst of a crazy storm, maybe the best place to be is in the eye of the storm and follow that storm around until it dissipates. I mean, so there's something about finding the center and finding the peace, which is the fundamental expression of what is being. And I think martial techniques is how we can entrain our principle of Mars, which I see as corresponding to cause and effect in the way that the passions drive cause towards effects, towards manifesting through causes effects, and mastering that, how to create an effect from a cause that can produce a desired expression of my passion, what it is I want to achieve, and how to move the ions, how to pass the ions through the pass ion passion through my body, the chi, into a direction that I want to control the flow of that passion, which will then become ionically charged and be able to become a manifestational engine of some kind of a facilitation of change, be it iron shirt to shield myself, or ki or chi to project power, or something to manifest an idea of mind, so that the mind manifestational implement can turn it into a physical reverberation to bring about a shift in the matter of reality, the mother, in order to manifest our desires physically in terms of whatever it is we desire in the principles of magic. So there's this very powerful correlation that all seems to point back, all hands on deck, to the shamanic path, which is essentially communing with nature and the animal forms and learning what there is that we can learn from the animal forms. And I think that the dreamscape is essentially where these guides work out the kinks in our personality on the etheric plane by embodying astral aspects of ourselves in order for our dreams to be able to manifest the wisdom, the understanding, to become the knowledge, so that we are able to project through this manifestational engine of consciousness, which is essentially the nature of being, to be able to choose and co-create our reality in a conscious and positive way. Sorry if that was verbose. Please, whoever wants to jump in, do jump in. I think we've reached a very interesting point.
I think that what you bring up is very profound, especially in the context of devotion, where we can have devotion for the sake of some object of devotion, in the sense that we think like us being devoted to this is going to yield some kind of extrinsic benefit, say in the afterlife, or in terms of a maybe a faulty sense of karma. And there's also the sense of just devotion as devotion in its own, self essence. And I think that entails, like, if you were thinking, like, in a prayer, what am I asking for? Well, you're almost, in a sense, like, with devotion as devotion, asking for a better question, asking for a better aspiration, and essentially superior spirit, victorious spirit to fill you up and guide you to a higher outcome, so to say. So that was just some thoughts that came up on that.
I like that, and it makes me think about the word devotion. So you vote, which is an expression of Mars, right? I vote for what I want, and I express my desires towards the goals that I have set out for myself. But devotion is like devote, is to take the vote out of the ballot box. I don't know. That's a very interesting concept. Is devotion taking the vote out of the ballot box and allowing nature to vote through us for what is the best for nature?
That depends on your perspective of nature. Nature doesn't need any help. If every human walked off the face of the earth would be crying for someone to act on it and upon it and in it, which is essentially what we're here for. But the earth would do far better than how we have treated it collectively and stood up for it. It does not need us. We need it.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree with that. Though, I mean, us using nature for our benefit and allowing nature to teach us her secrets for martial arts, self-defense, or for alchemy. And by learning through nature's key because the Shramana, the shaman in ancient times, were essentially focused on improving the community in some way, providing guidance or healing. So it was all about being somehow there for the community in some way and allowing nature to work for us, because nature works in total cooperation, doesn't it? It doesn't need anything from the outside because it's a closed circle of perfect cooperation of the chain of life, expressing the synergy of expressions where we vote, humans vote, but nature devotes, maybe. Animals just are part of a chain and they fulfill their place in the chain. And they don't have personal, I want this and I want that. They just do what they're meant to do. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, look at how energy moves. Look at the idea of a frequency newscaster. Look at how martial arts has traveled, right? To a large degree, we can thank Bruce Lee for a lot of that, right? We can thank the film industry because people didn't go and see martial arts films in the 60s and 70s the way they did in the 80s and 90s, largely because the news had to spread. You had to see it, right? So they would place them on Saturday television, even Sunday television, like MoonFeather mentioned. So now you have this art, this science being displayed, and you're drawn to it for many reasons. One, because you've never seen it before. Two, because it's actually yours. So you can't be drawn to anything that isn't you. And this brings us back to the idea that we reside within our mother or within this matrix, which is one and the same thing. So what is not you? What do you think isn't you? It's all you. Why does this draw to you or draw you in, and why does this not? That is where the work is. So this goes back to the fear aspect that we spoke about earlier. So martial arts is a beautiful way to conquer fear. It's a beautiful way to face it. And this is done through discipline, which has to be done every day, just like a sunrise, just like a sunset. So you begin to develop awareness, and now you notice things. You can see your growth. You can see where you're weak. You can see where you need more development. And the more we relook upon this, the more we flip ourselves upside down, the more we see the kicks we are actually throwing ourselves. And welcome, Quinty.
G in the welcome, welcome, brother.
Oh, hello, hello. And hi, everybody. How you doing?
Lou.
I'll try and jump in where I can. I don't know much about this stuff. Man,
Hello. So much love. And we've got an addition to our team here. And what a wonderful addition. We've got Quinty here. Quinty is a, how do I define Quinty? I would call Quinty a magical student of Christian mysteries and antiquities, land of Kim, the pre-Egyptian mysteries, with his fingers in a few different pots of the Greek mysteries and the Kabbalistic mysteries, sort of like a little bit around a cartwheel around things. And a wonderful brother. And thank you so much for joining us, brother. I'm going to be stepping away for a minute. I'm going to go to the little boys' room. I'm going to get myself a refreshment, a wetty, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
okay. Thank you, Shaman, for the warm introduction. Nice to see everybody. Man, I was supposed to be here really earlier, but I stayed up too late partying, man. Oh boy. And then I remembered. I was like, oh shit, it's Saturday. But but what were we talking about so I can pop in, pop out?
We're delving into martial arts.
Um,
There's a lot of areas you can go from that, whether you want to focus on discipline or defense or offensive. Martial arts of the mind, it makes me think about the art of war, how it's not just about the external, it's about the internal. But there's a myriad of avenues we can go when it comes to martial arts.
Martial arts reminds me of Steven Seagal. um, but also Shaolin discipline. I feel like there's a line in between uh, a fantasy. I guess you'd call it masochism, and then on the other side, there's true freedom and liberation, but it's through discipline. And from what I learned from that shaman, not shaman, sorry, that Shaolin dude on YouTube, and from my own like practices, discipline it's almost like a prison, but it's like a prison that you set yourself in on purpose. It's almost like a crystal, if you will. Like you put yourself in a crystal where you only see certain reflections of yourself in the world, and because of that, you actually liberate yourself because you cut off things that you don't want or you don't need instead of trying to do everything. It's kind of like how Bruce Lee says, you should be afraid of the guy who practiced one kick 1,000 times, but not one guy who practiced 1,000 kicks. You see, and I feel like a lot of people, like Steven Seagal, go into martial arts or even look at martial arts as if the more you know, the better you are, or the more disciplined you are, or the more different things you know. But I've noticed that it's not about that. It's more about your focus. If you're focused on a certain thing, like if you're focused on strength, you know, power, but not so much the how you just say that, the way power looks to other people. If you really focus on true power, then you'll find you'll get power. But if you want to look powerful, then you won't be as powerful. Like if you look at those strongman contests, they don't look like bodybuilders. They look like fat guys. But they're strong as heck, right? And for me, just by listening to that challenge dude on YouTube and I don't know, Batman, I guess, you kind of can see that discipline is like a restrictive thing. But being restricted makes you stronger or makes you better. It gives you focus. Um, what do you guys think about that?
Well, discipline definitely gives you focus. There's this joke about Batman, who's supposed to be one of the world's greatest martial artists according to the DC universe, where, if he has enough prep time, he can take down anybody. And this is largely due to him being restrictive. When you look at the idea of Bruce Wayne being a mask that he uses to actually fuel his life as Batman, it makes a lot of sense. But we can get lost in the symbolism there because Gotham is Golgotha, which is the place of the skull. So if you want another reference to that, for example, how the modality of Arkham Asylum would work with locking up bad guys as opposed to killing them, right? And I'm not suggesting that we do that, but I'm just showing you how things are able to draw out. Because Batman is like 100 and something years old, right? Almost 100, but he never ages. But he has Robins through every epoch. So what are we actually saying? Because that aspect of himself grows up and then revisits, and then grows up and then revisits, and then it inversions and changes gender, and this is all these kinds of things. So obviously we're talking about something else. So we can look at Dr. Sleep, the sequel to The Shining, right? And you can look at how Danny locks these aspects of himself in his own mind. This is essentially what you see in Arkham. So discipline is definitely about restriction, but it's also more so the recognition of power and how it can be wielded, especially with the lack of control.
I have a series of linguistical play on words based on disciple, discipline. When the martial artists are practicing, they are disciples in a line, and they are following the order of the master. I also think this is the disc pile line, which goes back to cymatics. You have a disc with sand, you hit it with the frequency, and the sand obeys and it marches like discipline, like disciples on these lines. But back to the visual pun of a bunch of disciples in their uniforms, all in order. I think this is the martial erotes. This is a topic I'm kind of these are my glasses right now. The erotes, these desires of the Greeks, erotes. They all have different names, and I think that this is the definition of your priorities. Priorites, your priorities in life are which desire is more important than the other. And that is your ranking system of your black belts, your brown belts, your orange, your different belts. Those are the erotes of your life in the order of their priority. And that's something that you would do with a practice every morning. You would put your priorities, put your erotes and your desires in the sequence of what is important. Something that I do when I wake up, and I actually marshal my priorities in my dream space before I come here to this side. And I have like a roll call practice that I do. So that is martial erotes, martial artists marshaling all of their little fleeting thoughts and needs and desires and wants and distractions even. There's like a different job category for each one of them. So That's something that I'm kind of systematically filing away in my own worldview. But then I wanted to talk, Khalil, you mentioned the traveling of martial arts, traveling the world. And I want to give a nod to the Wing Sung, some people call it Wing Chun style of Kung Fu, that literally traveled the world on the crane. This crane is the device that picks packages up off of a boat or a ship and moves it to port and drops it on on the deck, and then comes and gets another. This is the crane of Wing Chun Kung Fu. In this lineage of Wing Chun goes from the Shaolin Temple to a nun who was on her temple had been burnt down. She goes into the wilderness, and her daughter she names Wing Chun after this. She becomes the muse of this style of kung fu that is then inseminated onto the Actors Guild. From the Actors Guild, it gets picked up by a naval commander, and the Actors Guild goes on to boats. And Wing Chun grows up on the amongst on the sea, on the ocean. And so when you see the wooden man technique that Wing Chun is so well known for, that wooden man is the master boat. This is what the mast is all about, is being stoic and seeing these wooden signposts. The Stoics signal each other through history using wood. Whenever the wood is floating around, this wooden Trojan horse, this is a nod and a wink to the Stoics. I'm picking up on this thread. But I want to talk about the crane of this boat that is actually the mast that Wing Chun is beating on. It's so funny. It's so funny. Uh, it's such an epic, really. But this crane, we still worship this crane in our language when we say anything that has to do with the number 10. This number 10 and the crane are woven together because it is this machine. It's the God machine at the end of all plots, stories, films, theatrical endeavors. The Actors Guild is very dialed into how sacred this number 10 is. And they've turned it into this machine. And that is has much to do with the Wheel of Fortune card. But I just want to kind of pull it out of our language again. This word Ukraine is a hail to the god of the actors. U means good. Crane is the number 10 of this machine that resolves all things. So this is a good ending that we are coming to when we put you and Crane together. And that is strangely alive and well in our vernacular. And we're all just kind of blowing the horn, singing these songs, using these words. But in the strangest way, yeah, the name of that country is Good Ending. And we were programmed to anticipate it. Thank you to the Actors Guild all along. Pretty wild.
And it's funny you mentioned that connection to wood in the year of the wood dragon. This indicates a deeper connection to the earth. Every element is going to be a little bit more sensitive, shall we say, but the earth is ultimately the receptor for all of those elements to come together, that transformative energy of that dragon. The dragon is the only animal that's in every zodiac, right? We can argue it's the only one that doesn't exist in the Chinese zodiac, but we know that's not the case.
I liked what Slick said about his routine. It got me thinking about the word shemai in Hebrew. Shemai means he that obeys. Um, but when you look at the words, it means like fire, fire that um, fire, fire to water, to air or to light, something like that. Shemai, he that obeys. And what he said was that he does his routine in his sleep, in his dream space. Then he wakes up and then does it in real life. Um, I actually think that's the key to, what's the word? I don't know the word, but to like forming this reality around your own energy. Um, because I would have dreams when I was a kid and they would happen, but sometimes uh, I had to choose to either make it happen or not, or like to follow the blueprints that I had in my dream. And as I got older, especially after I took mushrooms, I started to follow my dreams more often. And it's kind of funny how we use that word in America, follow your dream, make your dreams come true, you know? And so I don't know, I just feel like that's the key to it. Something that he kind of just, went over kind of quick, but it's a really important part of manifesting your reality or manifesting or expressing your energy in a clear way instead of having to struggle and stress out about so much stuff. Because you can move anything you want in the world. You can do whatever. But when you do it in your dreams first and then do it in the physical, it almost seems kind of like a boat ride. You ever go on those tunnel of love rides where you ride on the boat and you go down the tunnels or whatever? It's like that. It's like it's more soothing. You can find more peace in the struggle that you go through. I think, at least. But that was cool, Slick. That was interesting. It reminds me of the Wizard of Oz, actually. Follow the Yellow Brick Road.
Thank you so much for that, Quinty. You know, I'm so glad that you were talking about, or Slick was talking about, right? The ship, the crane, all of that stuff. And then you mentioned ship, and it just reminded me of a decode that I did on the comedian Cat Williams medallion. For some reason, Spirit spoke to me, and that decode is on my Instagram if you guys want to see it. Instagram and Facebook, I think too. And it was crazy, and I connected so many things with it because when I first realized the medallion that Cat Williams had around his neck, from a distance, I was like, oh, it looks like a helm. Okay, fine. But when Kalal sent me a close-up picture of it, I saw that it did have the cardinal points on it. I was like, what? I said, okay, this means something. And then, of course, he has something written in the middle of the medallion as well, which was very specific, which is what triggered just a crazy download. But now that you guys are talking about the tarot and all of that, I instantly go into the Wheel of Fortune. I was like, wait a minute. In the Rider-Waite, the Wheel of Fortune looks like a freaking helm, right? Because it also looks like a compass, north, south, east, west, and then it has all the in between, northeast, north, all of that stuff, north. Y'all know what I mean. But what I'm saying, what I'm thinking is, this is more of a comment. So what I also did just realize in the Rider-Waite deck is that the Wheel of Fortune looks like a sigil from one of Solomon's seals as well. I don't know if they've ever said it is one of Solomon's seals, but it looks a lot like one of Solomon's seals. And the thing is that when I did that decode, because I don't know what I was looking for. When I tell you, I do not know what I was looking for and what the decode came down to is that medallion, because we're talking about celebrities and being, actors and being all in this cabal and all that stuff, whatever, Illuminati, whatever, right? So the decode came down to that it was a sigil of protection for him to be able to speak what he was going to speak, and he's calling upon a god of protection, because that's what the Solomon seals do, right? It summons particular demons for protection, to invoke this, to invoke that, right? And that particular sigil that Cat Williams had on was to invoke a god that's called Okioki, which is wild. But I'm just saying, right now, I just realized that the Wheel of Fortune looks like a freaking seal, one of Solomon's seals, or a sigil, which is wild, because now when I do readings, I'm not going to be able to unsee that. And now I'm getting so many different downloads when it comes to that. It is freaking wild.
MoonFeather, can you link it in chat? I want to see it. Have any of you guys seen the Sixth Seal with no, it's not, sorry. I think it's the Sixth Gate with Johnny Depp. I had to look into it.
It's the ninth. Isn't it the ninth?
The
Hello.
Nine Gates.
The Ninth Gate, that's what it is. Thank you
Ninth
so
Gate.
much. Thank you so much. I haven't seen that in a
It
while,
is.
but I had to study that for a long time when I was in what's that magic religion thing, the Golden Dawn or whatever. Um, and I looked into it, and it taught me a lot about the tarot cards I didn't know. And the Wheel of Fortune was actually one of the ones that they don't show in the movie, but the movie is all about it. It was really interesting that you guys brought that up. It reminded me of that when you talked about Solomon's Seal. It's in there. It's interesting.
Yeah. I can add a lot of logs to this fire about that Cat Williams and that sigil he's wearing. You're so right. It is the Wheel of Fortune for sure. Also the word Pluto, it means the tiller, the plow, the governor, the Kybernetes or the Cybernetes, means controller or governor or plotter or tiller. This is also by tilling, it's kind of literally like grinding up the earth and turning everything over to make it flat and start over. But it's also grooving new lines in the sand. That's another thing it's doing. It's like blazing cutting a trail through the earth. So it is like a plow tilling. It is number 10 on the Enneagram, makes it a number 1, giving it a perfectionist, a reformer with a shadow of wrathfulness. And now you're going to notice how much this fits. This fits so heavily because a lot of wrath was generated from the flashing of this symbol that charged the symbol of Pluto, this plow, this tiller. It charged it. I want to say Elon did the same thing when he dropped the FUs. He dropped a couple FUs in public. These were symbols of wrath. They are piling up this effigy. This effigy of wrathfulness is accumulating a great amount of weight. And then I want to also add to this this number 1 reformer with the shadow of wrath. When whatever happened with the hang glider infiltration, the hang glider spell, there was clearly a false flag event. The mythology of that was harnessing aspects of this fortune card and the sun card, both of them having reducing to a 1, having this value of this reformer, perfectionist, shadow of wrath. The two hang gliders colliding were depicted in the Economist magazine cover of 2012, A Rough Guide to Hell. They had these hang gliders foreshadowed. One is Bibi, one is a guy with Hamas on his head. They're colliding way back in 2012 in this foreshadowing of events to come. But what's amazing is they're colliding, and there's a cloud of their bullets in the middle, and that cloud, it has the word wrath in the cloud. And around this map of hell are aspects and elements of the Enneagram. And I went through the cover of this Economist magazine, and sure enough, the deadly sins in hell are using tarot card iconography in the Economist magazine. And that is so profound. So this kicking off this event, this collision around wrath, using the Sun card and the Fortune card symbolically in the headlines, it is artistically profound and a master's touch. But it also tells me that I'm looking at the plans to the Death Star when I look at these tarot cards. And this Wheel of Fortune is different than other Wheel of Fortune cards, because it has encoded into it is the Dark Satanic Mills of William Blake, which is the alternate national anthem of Britain. The UK has a second national anthem. It is secretly, privately, unofficially, but officially, it's William Blake's poem about the Dark Satanic Mills that are all embodied into this Thoth Deck's Wheel of Fortune card. That is, again, the crane of Deus Ex Machina, some god machine from the sky is going to come and make everything better. So they're putting a lot of weight on this machine. They're leaning an immense amount of weight. Oh, and it also, in the Thoth deck, they took off the word wheel of. It's no longer a WOF. It is relates to Centaurus, which is next to the wolf. So yeah, the WOF is no longer there. It's just fortune alone. And this has a great deal to do with UFOs, breakaway civilizations, and technology that is not disclosed to us, because the word fortune is the word UFO R10. Here's this god machine in the sky again. The UFOs are a god machine in the sky. 10 commandments coming down off the mountain to make everybody act right. There's a whole lot of wizardry that goes into this X, Deus Ex Machina, and they are weaving a profound Pandora's spell. So yeah, knowing some of the classics is really important right now, because Pandora's box is really locked and loaded in our psyche. You know what I mean? It's like they're seeding us with the end of the Ghostbusters on a regular basis. And that box pops open, and all the imaginative skinwalkers are, knocking on everybody's door. That was dramatic. Maybe not. That's not necessary.
Have I arrived just in time? Hello, everybody.
Suppose so.
Wheel of Fortune, ooh la la. Let's roll with it, baby. Let's roll with it. Fundamental. You don't... Okay. All of the 22 archetypes are fundamental. But you could say that if we consider the first eon. So now we're going into deep Gnostic ideas and it sort of runs true with some of the very, very ancient forms of mythos that suggest that the first being was there and the second being came along. And the first being and the second being made an arrangement that the first being's body would be sacrificed. And that the sacrifice of the first being's body would become effectively the substrate through which the chain of life could originate, and that the differentiated beings could be numerated from the parts of the first being's original form. So we're talking about that first fundamental eon. We're talking about what we speak about when we speak about the Christos. What the Christos is an anointed process of Kundalini. But what is it that we're connecting with through the principle of awakening the Christos within us? Is the fundamental first being, which is why we speak of, in Christian cosmology and iconography, as being sitting on the right-hand side on the throne. Because this is the being that sacrificed all for all the other beings to come into being. And so is fundamentally the savior. Yeah? And savior has got to do with taste, doesn't it? Speaking of savior, eating. So that there's quite a fundamental connection with the element of taste, with the Wheel of Fortune. Obviously, it is Jupiter in its pure form. And Jupiter is obviously Diospiter, the oldest of the deities, as reference to the creation of the universe in Vedic cosmology. And Jupiter is Diospiter is a emanation which we see coming into being before the primordials. So there were the primordials, and the primordials had to break down. And so there is this sacrificial principle where Jupiter could be seen as we know it, as Zeus can be seen as the phoenix rising from the destruction of Zeus's father, which is now getting into very interesting. Our Anus. So our Anus and Zeus are the same being. However, once the sacrifice of our Anus had been done, the rebirth, we can see it coming through the form, the genetic tree of Zeus. So it seems. And it sort of dovetails with certain concepts of the first eon. Why we consider the idea of the archer, where that arrow is pointing, of Sagittarius, and sage, why the word sage is in sage, Sagittarius, wisdom, fundamental wisdom, and why Sagittarius is also benevolence, and why Jupiter represents benevolence and the ability to give freely and to share. And so we look at this Wheel of Fortune, which relates to benevolence, giving, sharing, self-sacrifice. Jupiter finds its expression through Sagittarius as the focus towards that, and it finds its maturation of the substance through Pisces. Pisces is very much the other pole of Jupiter. So Pisces is also very much, once again, about caring for those that need care, picking up little lost animals, looking after them. If you look at what Pisces represents in your chart, it represents service to others. So you look at Sagittarius as the great philosopher that is benevolent and giving. And you look at the other pole of it, which is Pisces, which is sacrificing oneself for the other. And so we see these two poles of Jupiter being expressed here. And then we see that the Wheel of Fortune is the proper alignment and the expression of Sagittarius. Of Jupiter. Now, when we look at Sagittarius, we're looking at the card Temperance. So temperance, now we're talking martial arts. Temperance is the act of refining one's martial ability, because we need to temper our reflexes. We need to temper our muscular texture. We need to temper our reflexive actions so that we've got a series of moves and codes that our bodies want to slide into in a moment's notice. And it's quite interesting because the other side of the coin, when we look at Pisces, we're looking at the letter Quoth. When we're looking at Sagittarius, we're looking at the letter Shamek. And Shamek represents a prop. something that you can use as a stabilizing feature in order to maintain stability. Put something on top of it. Sagittarius, that focus is always towards the center, the galaxy. That arrow is always going to shoot true. It's about that central point that we were talking about, moving towards the center of the wheel. And Piscis is Kof, which represents the back of the head. In the same way that the wheel represents the turning of the energy. The energy that's turning is a wheel that's turning like this. It's turning from the top, rising currents in the spine to the front. This is part of the macrocosmic orbit, which is rotating a wheel within the head and a wheel around the spine. Taoist systems of building the chi. And so we look at this and we consider this really closely, and we see there's a lot being said here. Then Pisces, obviously, in terms of its card, as a letter Quof, relates to the tarot card, the moon. Now, the moon has references of life and death. Obviously, the sign of the two fishes swimming in opposition. The fish is a sign of life, but two fishes swimming in opposition to each other is speaking about life and life in death. So we're talking about what leads towards the resurrection, in a sense. And obviously we see the Zeus, or Zeus, as it's known in ancient Greek, being represented in what became Christian faith, which was forced upon a group of Jews by a group of noble Greeks calling themselves Romans under the threat of death after taking away most of their books and telling them which books were allowed in order to formulate the Catholic, what became the Catholic tradition. And so we can see that this represents the reemergence of life from death. And so the martial training is the Samek, which is the temperance. You temper yourself using Samek in order to be able to master life and death, so that you can turn the proverbial wheel. There's a certain amount of gambling involved, turning the wheel. So you can see how martial arts and the wheel of life, being Jupiter, is reflected by the temperance necessary to maintain and develop martial temperance in order to become a martial artist, so that you can master life and death. Bruce Lee spoke about it. If you want to become a good fighter, you've got to embrace death. You've got to be already dead, accepted your death. Once you've accepted your death, you are a lethal fighting machine. Because now death, the fear of death, no longer gets in the way. You've already accepted that you're dead. So now there's nothing to lose. There's just everything to gain. Where when you haven't accepted your death, there's everything to lose. So that principle of Pisces, which is the life from death and death from life, two fishes swimming in opposition, is what needs to be mastered in order for the temperance. So you see how the path of the fool is correlating that in the rebirth and the life and death, we need to move towards temperance. And when we move towards temperance, we will master the wheel. And the wheel of fortune means that you will be lucky when it comes back to the cycle of life and death. And so these three cards are fundamentally central to the whole principle of developing martial arts. I don't know. I'd love to put that out there for you guys. I think it's interesting because it does tie into the nature of this reality, the nature of developing. How somebody was asking before, how do you develop? And I think we've been given a set of keys here for what is martial training and understanding of martial training and how we can develop our internal and external martial nature, which is essentially governance of our desire body. And like Slick was saying, that beautiful exercise of training the desires in the dream state. And there's something quite interesting also to look at, the training in the dream state. I think it's the most fundamental thing. Like I used to walk around 24/7, aware of everybody around me, everywhere I went, in a state of readiness for defending an attack. And that's what really honed my martial arts more than anything. I mean, all the training did too, but the readiness as a habit trained me to become like, if something falls off a table, I find myself automatically present. That martial arts kicks in. And I think it's like about conditioning the internal. And this has got to do with those hallucinations, because when the hallucinations move beyond the sphere of control, there's that martial control within to assume a form of readiness, at which point the hallucinations become redundant. So I thought I'd put that out there. I don't know if you guys spin anything from that.
So thank you for that,
Yeah, man.
Franklin. Amazingly, very spiritual and very deep. So as I'm hearing you describe, right, the essence of martial arts and the skills required, a lot of it was intangible. It's discipline and dedication and things like that. So now my question is true martial arts the intangible or the tangible? Because a lot of things that you described, I have a lot, if not all of those qualities that I've developed through my life and experiences as a woman, as a mother, and to be able to survive in this crazy 3D, in this chaotic 3D. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, just the thought in my mind is, is martial arts more the intangible than what you could physically do?
I think it's all about perspective and how you choose to look at it. I like the analogy of, or the allegory of, the wheel. Do you want to be an aspect of the wheel? Do you want to be on the wheel? Do you want to be the wheel? Do you want to observe the wheel?
Because
I had a Shihan. Oh, please continue.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So, so Franklin had said, Bruce Lee spoke about, losing the fear of death. And once you lose the fear of death, then right, you become a master in that craft, in the craft that he was in, right? So, and I was like, well, if he loses his fear of death, then why fight? There's no need to fight, right? You just learn to walk away. And isn't that one of the disciplines in martial arts, learning how to just let everything go and walk away, know how to react, right? So yeah, that's just a thought.
I think that's really beautifully put. This is why martial arts should always be for service. One should never fight for oneself. Like, one's own ego should always be allowed to be hurt. But let's say somebody wants to hurt your kid or your wife or your mother or your friends. That's when you fight. Like, it's a true martial artist, I think.
Absolutely. Oh, 100%. 100% for sure.
I think my mic was broken. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's also very useful
Oh.
as
You can go ahead, Gabriel. I'll go after you.
I would say one thing about the art as you walk away. Okay. As you walk away from the situation, the artist prepares a territory for the opponent to fall on their own sword and learn the error of their ways. And that's kind of the the timing of it. The intentionality of the walk away can be an art in and of itself. Turn those tail feathers and just strut off the stage. The best revenge is a life well lived. Those kind of walking away uh, is where the art comes in. I want to mention the word temper, rents. That's a blacksmith's technique. They temper the steel. They rinse it in the water. They temper the steel. They rinse it in the water. They temper. So this is Damascus steel. We're folding a samurai sword here with our words. So you are so right to invoke the temperance card, number 14. Even in other decks, that's appropriate. But in the Thoth deck, uh, she's got her sleeves rolled up. She's working a furnace, literally cooking a cauldron. So there is strong smelting aspects to the temperance card. So you nailed that one. And then also as a martial artist, this is kind of a fun thing that I've had a lot of success with, and that is an actual practitioner space. Everybody has their arts and crafts corner or their art drawer or their workout mat, or whatever you do. That is outer space. That's traveling to other worlds. That is your Merkaba chariot right there. And so for me, this is kind of funny, but I don't do Wing Chun. I don't have the wooden man. I don't have the stoic wooden man setup in my life. But I have often had the punching bag, and I have had so much uh, uh, cosmic adventure with my punching bags. It's really a funny thing, because they've become like they're kind of like a voodoo doll for all of your angst. You can stow things, you can stoic while you're at work, and then you come home and you take it out on the punching bag. Looks like your boss all of a sudden. How did that happen? I don't know. Oh, I slipped and elbowed my bag. Oh, it's passive aggressive. You take it out as fun, be as playful as you care to. But then something funny for me, again, kind of like my thing with the capoeira and initiating myself. And years later, I look back and I missed the first card was actually my first capoeira move. Similarly, uh, I have a body count of punching bags in my life. I'm at 6 now, and I realized late in life that my name Gabe in reverse is E-bag, and I've been beating up my own shadow all along. My punch E-bag. I was punch E-bag all this time, and in the strangest way, I was fighting myself, and that's beautiful and uh, liberating and kind of scary in a certain light. It's many different things all at once. So I thought I would share those thoughts. And then I got to take my dog on a walk, but I want to hear what Quinty has to say. I'm going to hang for a little minute, and then I got to cut and run, y'all.
Okay, have a good walk, Gabe. That was really interesting. Made me laugh though, because I felt the same way with punching bags. Um, I wanted to answer what Mooney um, asked about: is martial art the intangible or the tangible? Um, I think it's about balance. I think that's what if you watch Karate Kid, that's how I talk about balance. That balance, telling you something, right? But when I was a kid, I grew up watching Jackie Chan movies. Um, and I didn't want to just watch them. I wanted to be able to do the stuff he did. So I remember I used to watch Snake and Eagle Shadow like back to back, but I watched it where I put the TV so I could see it outside, and I would do all the moves, every choreograph forever. I did it every day almost. And when I learned that all the different styles are spirit, they're spiritual. They're not. It's not about real application of defending yourself. It's like when I learned the snake, I had to learn how to be what do you call it, deceptive. When I learned the eagle, I'd learned how to grab, squeeze things. When I learned dragon, it was more like being passive. More so than when you look at it, it doesn't seem that way, but it's really like water or something. Um, but as I was practicing those things, I learned that it was a spiritual thing. I was doing something on the inside of myself more than what I was doing on the outside of myself. I was getting fit and whatever, but yeah, sure. But it was more so I was gaining those principles inside of myself. Kind of like how Gabe said with his punching bag, how he was beating his own shadow. It's like that kind of thing is something that only can exist inside. You can't really show it, really. Like you can show it when you do stuff, like how you deal with situations, like you said, Mooney, like being a mother in this crazy world and all that stuff, and you have the qualities of a martial artist. Yeah, I agree. Like maybe you can't beat someone up or take someone's knife from them or swap a gun around when a gun's pointed at you, but you've got the disciplines of a martial artist by sacrificing for your children, being a go-getter, hustling. You know what I mean? Um, learning how to listen to spiritual things, seeing things in a spiritual way, navigating yourself in that way. So that's spirit, and I believe that the thing that we people were addicted to in the '60s was karate, kung fu, Eastern martial arts, because they could tell it was different. They're like, these people are spiritual. What is the secret? And then all that. What's the secret in kung fu? Or how do they do this and blah blah blah. All that mysticism and romanticizing came about, and I think that's because um, Western boxing, is not very spiritual at all. Even though if you read the Bible, go to Paul. Paul teaches you what boxing really is, because he says, "Hey, when I'm locked in a jail cell, I punch my shadow, and I don't just aim at nothing. I actually have purpose for my blows. I actually try and defeat the wicked one inside of this jail cell." And I was like, "What?" And so you can tell when you watch like Ip Man 2 or any of them actually. Like you can see when he fights the boxing dude, the Western boxing guy, you can't beat that dude. It's impossible. But he beats him spiritually because the guy has no spirit. And when you got no spirit, you have no real foundation for your strength. You just got power, like physical power. You don't have the mental stability. You don't have the spiritual peace. Like you don't have the things that you said you have. Like you've got all this stuff inside, and just because you can't exert it outside doesn't mean you don't have it. Uh, and it reminds me of this phrase. It's in Euripides' play Barachia. I put it in the chat. I wanted to put it in YouTube, but I can't connect. But it says this. It's in the Bible too, but it's in a different way. It says, "I would control my rage and sacrifice to him if I were you, rather than kick against the goads." And basically, what he's saying is, but basically what you guys were saying, like what Gabe said about turning your tail. The best revenge is living a life well lived. Like that's exactly what it means. Uh, it's really amazing that you guys. I like how you guys flow together. It's like it's kind of like Round Table for Real, like in Arthur's story, where he's got all his knights and they compliment him. It's not just him by himself. It's a beautiful thing. But have a good walk, Gabe. God bless you.
Have a wonderful
Thank
walk,
you, my
Gabe.
friend. Thank you for that.
Absolutely. Bless you.
Om Shanti.
Thank you. I'm
Gabriel,
glad I
brother,
stayed for
thank
that.
you.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for
Well,
bringing your
I'll say
wisdom. Yeah.
absolutely.
Do you want to say last thing?
I want to say a couple last things. Yes. For one, hello, Petri. Thank you for coming. And then
I am
Quinty,
going
Hi
to
there.
introduce.
Hi,
hello, man.
everybody.
Good to see you.
Well, I'll introduce Petra
I would.
quickly.
Let me say this,
Petra, for those
Quinty. I think you were in Platonic realm of forms when you were doing martial arts. That's the Platonic realm of form. So you know it quite
wow,
well, my friend. Quite well. It's cool. That's super sweet. Thanks for sharing. All right, bless up, y'all.
bless you, brother. Have an absolutely gorgeous day, and thank you so much. Sorry about that. I didn't hear him talking. His mic seemed a bit soft on my system here. Petra is a wonderful, I call Petra the birth bringer. I hope you don't mind me calling you that, Petra. Petra works with bringing babies into this world, which is like, how sacred is that? Like, do you get more spiritual than bringing a new living being into physical incarnation and being a part of that? Also a student and a mom. So thank you so much for taking the time to join us and bring your wonderful, heartfelt wisdom, which is obviously pagan roots of witch. Shall I call you a witch? Would that be fair? Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to Petra. I'd love you to introduce yourself, my dear. And she's got podcasts, so you want to go and check out her podcasts. They are profound, to say the least.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Franklin. You always have such sweet, kind words, and I'm so grateful for your lovely introductions of me, and so grateful and appreciative of this space and everyone here. I am going to, though, not use the term birth bringer, and I'll explain why. Is because I don't think that that's a fair title for anybody to take. The mother is the birther, is the baby bringer, and so I hold the space. I help create the sacred space. I help hold the space and respect and revere that space. But I think that that's quite an unfair, egotistical thing for me to claim. That is just probably never true for anybody. But I appreciate the sentiment so much. It's funny because I've been, and now even more so than before, I'm contemplating different titles in which I want to take on going forward. So it's in the works and we'll figure it out. But the work is what's important. So the title is what it is. And I'm so happy to be here. I saw Mooney is here. It's been a little while since me and Mooney have been in the space together. So it's really nice. Always so nice to share the space with MoonFeather and Quinty. I see your eye, brother, and what an eye it is. Lovely to see you. Lovely to be seen by you. And yeah, Cosmic Prankster, what's up? Kilel, brother, peace. So good to be here with you all. I'm not really sure what we're talking about as of now, and I don't really want to backtrack and I don't know what's been covered yet, but I know we were going to talk about portals, which is very interesting, and I'm not sure if we really spoke about the transit of Pluto into Aquarius or any of that real fun stuff that's happening today.
That's actually next on the agenda. Funny that you say that.
Perfect.
It's the one that we're getting into. Sort of kept that one for last because it's the main title.
Shall I wait then, or we
jump in?
Okay. Well, so I guess where to start? Portals. I mean, as a birth worker, I think I work with the ultimate portal, which is the coming and the going. That sacred liminal space that is present at both birth and death. And it's so interesting because the past solid month has been one loss after another, whether it's somebody's around me or within our family, and it's like, yeah, there's winter, and it's like a theme of winter is loss and grief and rebirth and all of the things, but it's been like tenfold. It's really been one thing after the other, and the energy has just been super profound. And I'm not sure what anybody else has experienced, but Pluto happens to be on the anchor of my natal chart, and Pluto has the tendency to affect me greatly, and I always feel Pluto's energy very strongly. So going into this transit has been quite a roller coaster for me personally. And what I've seen as far as portals is there's this loss, but particularly very early loss in pregnancies. And it's an observation that not only I have seen, but other people have seen that I've heard speak on this. And from what I am starting to, or what I've heard and have been witnessing and listening to, what I'm starting to dive into now is the fact that these star seeds that are coming in are they're such advanced souls that they're capable of coming in and entering and transitioning back and forth in that way. So on our side of the veil, it feels very heavy, and it looks like loss, it looks like grief, it looks like miscarriages. And for these souls, it's really like an honor for them to be able to have this power and to be able to transition so easily. And they do this by choice, because when they cross over in such a way, what they're doing is broadening these portals so that the higher consciousness of the collective is able to rise. And they're doing it for us, for the collective, but for the in order to make the space for more star seeds to enter and cross over. And so I'm just like getting into this. This is just like something that I've come across over like the past week after making all of these observations myself and experiencing this myself. And so I'd love to hear if anybody has similar experiences or has felt what kind of energy that you guys have felt over the past few weeks, what observations you've made, because Pluto is my dude. Pluto is, like I said, it is the anchor of my chart. It has a tendency, the energy, to weigh me down at times because of that. And it's very easy being the heavy, like serious energy that it is, but it is my favorite. It is all about that real, no bullshit transformation, like buckle up, buttercup, because shit is about to hit the fan. And we're gonna, we're going for it, like whether you're ready or not. Like things are about to really get serious. And only for the highest good of all. So it's a very exciting time. I think that there's a lot to look forward to, albeit at times perhaps nerve-wracking and scary to some who may not be prepared for it or may see it in a different light. But there is a lot to look forward to. I really truly believe that. And yeah, I'd love to hear what everybody else has to say about this, because it's been so overwhelming for me. Like it's been so overwhelming, and not necessarily in a bad way, but it's been just this energy that I cannot ignore. Like it's at my doorstep. It's right in front of me. It's like a part of me. And so it's something that I really have wanted to speak about and hear what everybody else has to say. I'm really interested, you guys.
Well, that's very interesting that you mentioned that, dear Petra. And thank you so much for bringing this. It's something I've been talking about now for probably about 2 years. I haven't been talking about it so much lately. I only talk about it mostly on Telegram because I don't want to get. I've got to watch my words when I talk about this. Really have to watch my words. You can cause consequences. But let's just say that I didn't notice it immediately. I started noticing a beginning of this in the end of 21. Okay, so firstly, like the work that I do like thousands of consultations every year. And of those consultations, there are so some of my consultations are with helping people transition. And mothers come to me to help transitions for their births that didn't go right. And that's normally a very small percentage of my work. More of my transition work is normally to do with those with terminal illness or the elderly. That branch of my work is normally more to do with that. But sort of late in 21, I started noticing an uptake. In 2022, it was like the boom. And I think it was about a year in after the arm pricks. So, okay, there have been a lot of portals opening since. In fact, the timing for the arm prick exercise was, it was planned because of the portals being arranged. These are like very powerful years, 20, 21, 22. The fact that we were socially disallowed from interaction during a time when there were these huge portals opening, it caused a lot of people to go snap, crackle, pop because they couldn't bear the shift of consciousness. And so it was timed very carefully. It was also timed very carefully for this, because those things reacting in people's bodies, as well as the portals acting in synergy somehow, I noticed probably, and I'm not exaggerating when I say 10 to 20 times more of this phenomenon. I mean, it's so sad, man. I'm talking about 24-year-old woman, 26-year-old woman, young woman in the prime of their life. They should not be having this happen. I understand that, like, in your 30s, it gets more complicated. In your 38, 39, these things do tend to happen. Sometimes in the 40s, this is more common in my experience. But it's very rare to have so many young women, 23, 24, 22, 25, coming and saying, listen, this has happened to me. And it was actually quite, it's quite a lot to take on board. So yeah, I do think that there's this huge uptake, and I imagine now this must be happening. I've actually been discussing this with Mexico, because there's a lot of people leaving the world right now. I had someone leave the world this week. Mexico had someone leave recently, and there's other people leaving, and there's just this powerful gate opening for life and death at the moment, obviously. And it's obviously going to affect that too, because I think that those arm pricks have increased the numbers of that. And when the portals open, it's like the floodgates open. And I noticed with certain portals opening over the last 3 years, it's been like wholesale. I'm probably going to have a lot of clients coming to me for this, I'm guessing. So it's so what you're saying is so on point. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I can't agree more. Actually, when they pushed that whole thing out, I was still working as a nurse, and I was the only person who was like, why are we having so many miscarriages right now? Like, and I, in asking the doctors that I worked with, my coworkers at the time, are we having, like, it always comes in waves. And that's just like how life and death, that's just the balance of things. You get influxes of the coming and going. And it was so far beyond that normal ebb and flow that it was alarming. And the amount of actual stillbirths, term stillbirths, like full term stillbirths, astounding. I had, somebody, a nurse that was in L&D in the hospital that was saying like they were seeing 3 to 5 stillbirths a month. And that's not there's no coincidences, right? Like there's of course everything is very intentional, the timing is intentional, but I was the only person at my job who saw it that way. So that was one of the reasons why I was finally done and needed to leave. But yeah, absolutely. It was one of the other observations that I made. And but I don't work with women who chose that anymore. Like I have the choice now. As a nurse, I had to really just do my job, and it didn't matter who walked through the door or what their health status was or how they cared for themselves or did not take care of themselves. I just had to do my job. And now, I don't care for people that have chosen that. And women who are in good health status and do take care of themselves, it's over the past month in particular, there's been like this, it's one of those, it's just what we were talking about, the coming and the going, that influx. So I've seen that over the past few weeks. And it always like it, I don't know why I'm like, why isn't the first thing I do is check like what's going on in the sky? Like I'm like, oh, what's going on? I feel so crazy. And then like weeks later, I'm like, oh yeah, Pluto's about to transition into Aquarius, and all of this other stuff is going on in the sky. Why didn't I think to look into that before? So, but that's me.
Another interesting point that I would add, over the years related to this whole story with the, arm pricks, is mental health. A lot of people coming to me with young people suffering from mental health, like 30s, 25, 35, and often relating to coming and going because of mental health issues. And, increase in suicides, huge increase. And obviously the separation anxiety of not being allowed to be in contact with people has a lot to do with that. I think we're still suffering post-traumatic stress from not being allowed to engage with our families in normal ways and our friends, and being sort of forced into isolation. And it's a way to trigger what's, latent, especially when something's been put into the system that creates disharmony, which then obviously affects neurochemistry. And the neurochemistry being slightly tweaked, you put that separation anxiety into the mix, and you've got enough factors to create significant trends. So that's the other thing that I think goes hand in hand. And I think these portals opening and closing, like you say, I noticed that with the portals opening and closing, like, wow, big trends of coming and going, looking into it and going, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Some kind of huge alignment in the stars, some kind of huge shift. Any big shift can wobble the system. It's like changing of the guard. And anytime there's that shift, even a big shift of temperature, like for example, right now, what is going on during this portal shift, North America is getting extremely cold temperatures. We're getting heat waves here in Africa. So here, elderly people are passing away because the temperatures just suddenly shot up by like 8 to 10 degrees, just out of the blue. Centigrade, not Fahrenheit. So it's a big jump. And you've probably had the sudden drop of 15, 20 degrees Fahrenheit, right? In a short period of time. So that's enough.
Really cold definitely out of nowhere.
That's enough to cause a lot of elderly people or people that are suffering from some kind of illness to cash in chips.
Right. When people, especially when so much of the population consider themselves to be suffering from seasonal depression and things like that, and buy into this, oh, I have this seasonal disability, and then it's amplified with these changes in the weather. Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. Absolutely.
And even just common flu.
Yeah. Which is coming back. Finally. which it turns out is actually still a thing, supposedly.
Well, they tried to sell it to us that it was something else, but people stopped
Right,
buying that. Like
right.
people just said, we're not drinking any more Kool-Aid. We're done with that Kool-Aid. Enough people said, look, listen, where's the football? Give us
Right.
our football back.
And so now, we have a great percentage of the collective that through the past few years have stopped drinking the Kool-Aid, and is, the veil is starting to really come out from over their eyes, and people are really starting to wake up. And now Pluto is going into Aquarius, so there are big changes coming, and that collective that already has their foot in the door or already woken, we're not going to really feel like we've had the rug pulled out from under our feet. But those people that have, really continued to turn a blind eye to these events, even, and a lot of Christians, and I got to tell you, and a lot of Christians are in doubt, and people who have preached, the days of Armageddon and the end of times and real radical change throughout my life are not seeing like what's happening, and what's happening to the collective, and that we are becoming more aware of what's happening and what's being or attempted to be sold to us, and some of them are just unfortunately still buying into it. So it will happen however it happens, and depending on where you are now is going to kind of determine how you get through that. If you're somebody who is still kind of naive about these things and in disbelief or trusting in the current system of things, you're in for a rude awakening, and that's unfortunately just going to be the way it's going to be.
I think when we're looking now at this profound shift that we're going into, to understand what Pluto represents might give us an insight. I see the three fundamental primary states of being. So the three fundamental primary states of being are represented by the three fundamental primary colors: yellow, red, blue. Red rules over our desires, Mars, and our passions, the passing of ions, the ions that we pass from our bodies. I was having this conversation with Mexico, who has some experience of metallurgy, and I was coming out with an idea of why iron changes temperature so fast in water as opposed to copper, because copper keeps the cycling of the energy in its matrix. Iron, it passes ions very quickly, which is why it's so magnetic, because it wants to pass the ions on. It wants to create an external field, so it wants to channel through it the passions and the desires. And then we've got the yellow, which is representing of the sun, the solar power of the life force, the prana. And then we've got obviously the blue, and blue is the higher emotional mental states. Yeah, you're feeling blue. When you're feeling blue, you're considering the deep philosophical things that relate to probably life and death very often. So we've got these three principles. Obviously, the higher mental faculties relates to Neptune, whose color is actually a turquoise, greenish blue, bluish green, which is the sky god color of the shamanic traditions. Mostly, turquoise is obviously a very sacred stone for this purpose. And then we've got the aur. Aur means light. Anus means anus. Aur anus, aur anus means the life force of light that moves through our body into our anus. So prana. So the sun is bringing the spirit of life force into our bodies, the yellow color. Our anus is that off yellow, golden yellow, back off color. If you want to compare it to the color of the fool as opposed to the color of the magician, the fool's yellow is a more off yellow. The element of air, as it's known specifically, is more related to that color, where it's slightly different to bright, flashing yellow. And then we've got the one that we're dealing with now, Pluto. Okay, so it's toe. So it's towing. It's towing the desires and the passions into alignment. It has a powerful effect on Mars, and it works in synchronicity with Mars, in the same way that Neptune works in close proximity with Jupiter through Pisces, specifically Pisces, but Sagittarius gets a big ring of it as well. And Saturn has its shadows too of this, through the Aquarius element. But Pluto is very much to do with Mars, Scorpio, and Aries. These desires, sexual desire on the one hand, and the desire to marshal control or dominance or to gain objectively. So the Pluto represents that pushing our desires into its highest function. It comes to bring our desire body of our causal desire of cause and effect and our abilities to manifest to try and upgrade our desires and our passions so that our passions can be aligned with the divine, which is an interesting concept. And since it's moving into Aquarius, it's moving into the sphere of the group. So the group sphere of Aquarius relates to how we relate on an interpersonal level rather than on a personal. Well, Leo is the opposite of Aquarius, and Leo represents self-expression in its purest form. Just express what I am, express what I feel, express. Take it or leave it, this is me. Aquarius is the opposite. It's more like, how do I fit into the group? How can I become a container for the group? So it's the exact opposite of Leo in that sense. And so having your desires tuned and toned into the how can I become a container for the group is quite an intense, energetic shift, which means a lot of people are going to feel a lot of personal responsibility for what's going on in the world. And I think this is possibly why we're going to see a lot of mental health, people wanting to leave the world, blaming themselves for what's going on in the world around them. I think this is going to become a little bit of a trend in some circles. But also there will come that personal responsibility will become very much a part of our focus. I think Aquarius does relate to personal responsibility in some way for what's going on around you in the world.
Aquarius definitely has some kind of, personal energy, but it's for the collective. It's for exactly what you just said, is for how do I fit into this bigger picture? How where is my place among the collective? How can I help the collective, right? How can I be of service to the collective? But Aquarius comes to the collective very with a very rebellious energy. A lot of that Aquarian energy is like, this is what I'm going to do, but I'm not going to do it how you tell me to do it because like you're wrong. It's not going to bend. It's not going to go by the rules. It's going to take what means is necessary in order to be a part of that collective and raise the collective to a higher consciousness. And in cahoots with Pluto, who is all about not just transformation, but dismantling what is no longer serving, dismantling what should not be, and rebuilding. It's, the death card. It's the rebirth that comes with the transition of death. So it's all really heavy energy, but it's all really exciting when you're in a place where you are fed up of all of the nonsense that we've been, being served. There's people like myself that like, I can't wait to see the changes that are coming. And it doesn't mean that it's going to be easy. It doesn't mean that times that, won't be scary at one point or another, but like, to think that we're in a place where real change is finally really coming is very exciting.
I'd love to hear from Dr. K or from Libalum or from anyone, Quinty or MoonFeather. There's also the numbers to be considered with where we are at now. There's a lot of shifting going on, especially like we look at where we are right here today. This is like a very interesting point. The 20th of the 2nd. So we've got a double 2. We've got a 22. And the 22 comes into contact with the 24, which makes 46. So we've got the 4 and the 6 coming in. It's a very powerful set of, I think, focal points. What do you say, Dr. K, about the way in which the next sequential points in our phase are going to be taking us through, because the fact that we're starting with this particular numeration? What does it say as we're moving into Aquarius, literally just about?
Well, essentially, it goes back to something I mentioned earlier about the 1 and the 11 and being the bridge between the spiritual and the mundane. Today is 120, so we have to remember that 20 is a hidden 11. So today is actually 111, right? So what is that? What is that actually trying to convince? Well, now we're talking about 3 again, which is the magic number, right? So now we go into this triple stage of darkness, of already, like MoonFeather pointed out earlier. We're in this universal energy for balancing energy, because it is so heavy. Like Patri already said, like it's not it's not necessarily going to lighten up. It's really only going to get heavier. How we choose to deal with it, how we choose to look at it, is going to be crucial, because it's not going to waver. It will be unrelenting. But I would just point out, in the same way we have souls who line up to take some of these jobs that are so prestigious, but in this world, it looks like the complete opposite of that. Murder, rape, abortion, miscarriage. These words are horrible. No one wants to hear that. Who wanted to sign up for that? The strongest of us, because they get to teach us a lesson. So when we talk about go forth and multiply, all we're actually saying is the compounding of all these energies that are already here. It cannot get lighter. So we must get stronger, is the only option.
I like that. And I made an error. It's not quite 22 yet. Still 20 minutes for me. What I meant was 21 plus 1. Ooh, my dogs are going wild. But it's such an interesting phase that we're heading into. And I've been feeling this in my consciousness. And just noticing how much shift of energy is happening. Just looking at my own life, my friends, my family, you know, what my mom's going through, what some of my close friends are going through at the moment. How people are also being drawn back to the nostalgia of those that have gone before. At this point, there's this powerful recycling of energy. And it does seem to me that we're at a sort of pinnacle point that screams to me about an almost desperation, which is being exercised by those that should not be what they're being, and the powers that should not be that is being what it shouldn't be, and a desperation towards moving us wholesale fast towards this 2045.com. I don't know how many of you know about 2045.com. I have been aware of 2045.coms for about, how long is it? Is it 15 years? I don't know. When I first discovered it, I couldn't believe it was real. Do you know about 2045.com, by the way, you guys? Well, I'll give you a backlog to what it's about. Basically, it's people that have been working towards, you've seen the story, the film about sleeves and people changing their bodies like sleeves, uploading their consciousness, downloading their consciousness. So it started after the early Y2Ks, in the early parts. I think I discovered it in 2005. Was it 2006? Something like that. And basically, at first I couldn't take it seriously. So I had to go and take a look at the money. And when I looked at the money, my jaw fell open. I realized how much money had been invested into this by the globalists. I was like, holy crap. These people don't throw away money. The kind of billions that have been pumped into this. And then you looked at who the scientists they had working on their system and who were the investors. And basically it was essentially all the big companies, like the really big Forbes companies that had invested significant amounts of money into this. A lot of the high tech companies, and then they speculated on the market to put tech companies on the top of the bill for all investment. So tech companies then got the highest level of investment, started to dominate the financial arena, and have done so for the last 10, 15 years. This is why Nikola Tesla, no, it's not Nikola Tesla, the Tesla car and the company that makes Tesla, this particular billionaire, his assets were, and we all know him, he's a South African. Yeah, I try not to say too many names, but the Tesla car and the brain implant, he was worth 7 billion before the time to let's start making the pricks in the arms came about, 2020. And he went from being worth 7 billion to being worth a third of a trillion in 3 to 4 years. How do you go from being worth 7 billion to being a third of a trillion in 3 years, 3.5 years? How do you do that? Well, you get significant investment for two things: robots, and you scale up your robot production so that you can make enough robots to fill all the factories, and robotic parts to manufacture for the military industrial complex, because they're going to need killer robots in the streets to manage people, and the neural implant. Those three things are like at the pinnacle of where we're going in terms of the shift, as I see it. So the onus is really upon us to bring it. Like we really got, this is a time of the proverbial holy war where we got to roll up our sleeves and get involved, you know, somehow. Because obviously a lot of people are going to lose their jobs, have lost their jobs, will still yet lose their jobs as the robotic industry increases and basically everything becomes robotically organized and controlled, which means you'll need a neural interface to work there, because there'll be an AI system that you'll need to manage. It'll operate with you in synergy with you, but it will operate through a neural interface. So this is why this person's assets went from 7 billion to more than 300 and something odd trillion in a few years, which if you want to like work it out, no, sorry, 300 and something odd billion, not trillion. If you want to work it out, we're talking about about 165 weeks, 170 weeks. And in that 170 weeks, there was an increase of more than 300 billion. So 2 billion US dollars per week. What does that tell you? And of course, there are the other players too. You know, if your micro is not soft enough, then you're going to buy all the food farming land. So all the food farming land was bought by a software genius. And so they're going to be able to control all the food farming, agricultural land, which will all be operated by robots, robotically operated, thus cutting out the job market. And now we've got food crisis, which has been the word on the wind for the last year and a half. We see the food crisis at the grocery store, right? Price of food, double again. When does it stop? I noticed the price of olive oil just went up here. Just went up by about another 20%. So this is like a continual thing that you see. If it's one thing, then it's one group of foods, then it's another group of foods, and another group of foods. And it's just a continuous sliding scale. It's going to get to the point where it's going to be very hard for people to really eat well. And then, of course, they want people to eat bugs. And that's the future. Let's all eat bugs. And like that's going to be the solution. To me, that's like a way to ensure pathogens will get into the body. I don't know. It just seems like a highly toxic concept. I don't think we're meant to eat bugs.
I would be the first one to starve if they say I have to eat bugs. I'm sorry. But I wanted to say it to Petri, and she jumped in. I'm jumping in front and all over the place and jumping in front of the my laptop and stuff, and then I'm gone and she come back and I come back and she's here. What's up, Petri? Thank you so much for coming through. You know, I wanna comment what Petri spoke on. I also want to go back to a something that Quinty commented on, and then I'm just going to add a little bit more comments to that, and then I'm gonna have to leave so then I can continue doing just a myriad of things, guys. So Petri, it's funny that you asked that question because it's exactly what I spoke about on my last Mooniverse. You know, I was talking about Pluto transiting in these coming days into what they call the futuristic Aquarius, or the age of Aquarius, right? And it's something it's going to be extremely impactful, just as you said. It's going to be destructive, to say the least. It's going to be destructive, but it is as well transformational. Our old ways must die in order to pave the road for something new, all the things that we want in our lives, right? So it's going to get rid of everything that doesn't work, okay, and line us up with exactly what it is that we want for our lives, right? So what have you been asking for? And this is a general question to everyone. I had a set on the show, what are you asking for? What are you asking for of spirit? What are you asking for of yourself, right? This is an era. This year is an era, is a year where that's it. The veil has been lifted. and what was once hidden, it's, it's gonna be exposed. Be it you're gonna see it in the world, but you're gonna mostly see it with yourself, right? So that kind of, you were talking about accountability, Franklin was talking about accountability. The weight of accountability is gonna lie heavily on everything we talk about, what we speak of, and the actions that we take as well. But it's going to take a lot of courage to embrace our vulnerability. You know what I'm saying? Because in order to transform, we have to do a lot of introspection and really accept and face real uncomfortable truths about ourselves. And that's what I've been going through. But I've been embracing it. And the wonderful, wonderful thing is that during this time, I'm getting quick answers from spirit. Like, I'm not in that feeling of like, oh my gosh, man, this is terrible. And what am I going to do? And no, the answers come quick. Oh, okay, great. So I didn't get stuck there, which I'm extremely grateful for, So it's a time to embrace, right, our authentic selves. We're not perfect, right, which is beautiful as well, and I had said on the show that we are, we're beings of light, and that's not to be taken lightly at all, so this is going to be a great time, but it's all a matter of perspective and how you embrace this time, right? And how you're going to use it and alchemize. Alchemy is huge during this time as well, which that's what I've been utilizing as well, taking these things that I want to change, whether it's in my family dynamic, within myself, and I'm like, okay, I have to completely change this. It's uncomfortable, I don't like it, but I got to do it, right? And then to go back to what Quinty was talking about, that, and thank you for the confirmation, Quinty, when I had asked, is martial arts tangible or intangible, right? And I'm so glad that you did see it like the way I had explained it, right? And listen, let me tell you something. You said, oh, you might not be able to fight. And I know you weren't talking about me, because I know how to fight. Trust me. It's just a product of being of my environment. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're good, but if I got to protect myself, trust me, I know how to fight.
We're healing, not healed.
You know what I'm saying? But check this out, right? Because we're talking about lucid dreams. My most lucid dreams, okay? I can perfectly wield a samurai sword. I've never been taught to wield a samurai sword, okay? How is it that in my dreams, I know how to fight with a samurai sword? Without thinking, nothing. It's just, who am I in that dream? Do you understand what I'm saying? And in other lucid dreams, I could perfectly execute any type of martial arts. I know how to fight. I've never been taught martial arts. I probably took some kickboxing, but I've never, ever, this is why I love my dreams so much, am I embodying another version of myself in another place in this universe, in another multiverse, right? Maybe this is why I love martial arts and I love to watch it and things like that. And it reminds me of the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once. If you haven't seen it, I absolutely recommend it, right? But the most bugged out part of my lucid dreams is, how is it that I could dream like the most craziest dream with so much detail? I see faces, I see colors, extremely lucid. Tell me why I find, or this is, and Kalal could confirm this, when I told him this dream, because it was just too wild to not even speak of it. He's like, oh, do you know that you're talking about this comic book and about this situation, and this is who you are, and I end up being the protagonist? of the comic. And I'm like, what? No way. Like, yeah, and I spoke more details, and it was exactly, how is that? How is it that I dream of things that I've never encountered before, and I'm encountering them here in this lifetime? It's very specific. It makes me scratch my head. This is why I say dreams cannot be ignored. They are telling you something. Who are you? What is your dream trying to tell you about yourself? It's always trying to tell you something about yourself, which is fabulous, And it's a mystery. I don't think we could write enough books on it. I think everybody has their own individual experiences when it comes to dreams, their own how would I say, basically everyone has their own experiences. You can't say, oh, it's just this, oh, it's just that, this is how it is, that's how that. It can't. I think we all go through so many different experiences, and we walk, even though we share kind of the same feelings of certain things. I think everyone's experience and walk in life is very, very unique. So yeah, I just say continue to everyone to continue listening to your dreams. Write them down. I write some of mine down. I know I'm supposed to, because someone keeps on reminding me to write them down. But yeah, definitely journaling is absolutely important, guys. But I am going to tell everyone to have a wonderful, blessed Saturn day. And thank you for the space, Franklin. I love you so very much. We will definitely catch up. Much love to you, Kiki. Much love to you, Petri. I love Gohira, your picture of Gohira up in the background. I absolutely love it. My goodness. And we were talking about last week. What was it, last week or something like that? We were talking about Godzilla, Kiki, with Ronin. It's crazy. Peace and blessings to you, Quinty, and peace and blessings to everyone in the chat. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much, and we'll talk soon, guys. Bye.
Love you,
Thank you
Mooney.
so much for joining us, my dear. And
Love
God bless you. And I love that idea that you're putting out there about the samurai sword.
Yes.
There's a lot to this, like how past lives download into our dreams.
Oof.
How much of our dreams are based on who we've been through the journey of the ancestral route through our DNA. Have
Isn't
an
that
absolutely
wild?
wonderful.
I love it. I mean, it's why ever since I was a little girl, I've always loved my dreams. I was like, well, that's like a whole other world, but I know it's so much more deeper than that. But yeah, absolutely wonderful topic today, Franklin. Thank you so much.
Mooney, but before you go, you remind me of this this TV show called Sense8, and maybe you've seen it, but if you haven't, try it out. You'll really like it. It's about this group of people who um, telepathically, I guess, connect to each other, and when when one of them needs something, they can tap into the other person who has it, and then use that. It's kind of like the idea, the starseed idea, where it's kind of like Avatar, the movie. The idea that you are, when you sleep, an alien on a different planet, but when you're awake, you're you on this planet. But in certain instances, without sleeping, you can connect to your other self and have those memories or experiences or what do you call them, skills. Like you said with the samurai sword, it reminded me of that. Pretty interesting.
That's wild. Thank you so much for that, Quincy. I'm definitely going to check that out. All right, guys. We'll talk soon, okay? Bye. Love y'all. Bye.
Bless you, my dear. Have an absolutely gorgeous day, the rest of your day, and I hope all goes well for you.
Yes, thank you.
This morning.
Did you want to say something, Dr. K? Carlisle?
I was saying peace morning.
I think MoonFeather brings up a very interesting point about lucid dreaming, and it does relate to portals, because we come into this world through particular portals, and the portals we come through are DNA portals. And the DNA portals we come through are connected to other portals, which holds an ancestral lineage of portals through which the soul has transitioned in the soul group. And so there's this ancestral lineage which relates to past life experience that we can actually tap from directly in our dreams. The most vivid lucid dreams I've ever had in my life, I had when I was a little boy, where I would have the same one every night. Every night, the same dream. But it was like a long dream. I would dream for long. And it was chunks of my life in this other world that I would dream. Same life, same me, same characters, same situation, same language, same katana, same armor, same war, and I relived my own death. I don't even know how many times. And the interesting thing was, through all of this process, my dad got really scared, because I just explained to him that I'm living in two bodies, Dad. I'm living here and I'm living there. When I close my eyes, I go and live there. The thing is, I'm repeating chunks of that life over and over again. And he didn't understand what I was saying. Being from a Christian tradition, he was worried, like, what are you talking about? And I explained to him that, like, I die. How I died, I get through the details, and my dad got horrified. My poor child is basically dreaming that he's in a war and he's fighting, killing lots of people. And he's dying in the end of his dream. And how I'm dying, I'm being chopped in two. And the funny thing, though, was that I never wanted to train in weapons. I trained in nunchucks a bit, but I never went to go and learn nunchucks. I was just a natural with nunchucks. I grew up in South Africa, dangerous place. The first time I was attacked by three other boys with knives, I was 10. So 3 boys with knives were going to stab me when I was 10. Give you an idea where I grew up. South Africa was a dangerous place. And so I learned to train with nunchucks, and I knew they were going to try and rob me. So I set them up. I went home, I got my nunchucks, I chose a place where they would rob me. I set them up to come and rob me at that point. I flashed cash at them. I wanted them to know. I wanted them to come when I wanted them to come so I could sort them out. And that's when I pulled my nunchucks. So I trained with nunchucks a lot when I was young. The only weapon I ever trained with, just for the street, to protect myself, not because of anything else. But when I picked up my katana, which I had bought from Japan, it's a carbon steel 1080 katana. Now you get different kinds of carbon steel katanas. The carbon steel 1080 is a slightly harder steel. It's slightly denser, slightly heavier. Generally speaking, people will use a 1060 carbon steel base for the folding, for their folded blades. Mine is a slightly heavier. You've got to have a little more strength to wield this katana. What made me choose this katana? I don't know. But when I picked it up, it's a very heavy katana. You can't swing it. When I held it in my hands, I started to dance with it in my hands. And the forms just came out of me. Never was trained with a katana in my life, but I can dance with this katana. And I've learned, like I didn't practice or learn, I just know how to strike with it using my entire body force. Okay, I did train in martial arts, so I can probably learn how to manipulate. And I did train a lot in learning to manipulate my body mass. But something about holding it in my hands made me remember those dreams from childhood, how I lived over and over again, and I fought with this weapon and I died with it in my hands. So there's something quite interesting in how we can learn from our dreams, lucid dreams. And there's been many instances in my life that I've learned a lot from these lucid experiences. Like, you can literally download information from your dreams and use it when you're awake. You can also have a lucid dream while you're awake. You can be sitting at a fire and you can lucid dream while you're awake with your eyes open that you're somewhere else, and then come back into your body from somewhere else having just learned a skill that you didn't have a minute before. And then utilize that skill. So that's how I learned to play drum. I journeyed out into this dream of the past where I was sitting with my African brothers, black arms. I was like, wow, this is weird. I'm wearing like really weird stuff. I'm like sitting at a fire over there, but now I'm sitting at a fire over here, but now I've got like my arms a different color and I'm playing this drum and I'm part of this circle and we're like playing these drums. And I'm like, the whole time I was playing, I kept trying to like catch myself like, but why is my skin this color? Like my brain kept trying to figure out like this is weird. Like I'm not normally this color, but I was so caught up in the drum playing that I couldn't break out of the rhythm. And when I snapped out of the rhythm, I was sitting next to a fire with a djembe in my hands that I'd never really learned to play. And my friends were all convinced that I'm a djembe master. And I was like, no, I've never played this drum before in my life. I've like picked it up once or twice to play it. They were like, no. It's the same story as when I was a child with judo. And I went to one class in judo and I got this really high grade in judo because he thought I'd been trained by some classical master, which I'd never been trained. And I got harassed by this teacher in school. I have to ask my mom to get to write a letter to the school to make him leave me alone because he kept following me around, calling me a liar, telling me you'd obviously been trained by a master because he'd given me some fairly high grade, like about 3 years of training grade. So I went to like a single class and I got a high grade in judo. But so I lost respect for judo. I couldn't have respect for it. It seemed too easy. I was like, this is just ridiculous. Like I shouldn't be a high grade. But there are instances where we can download from our dreams when we're awake or when we're asleep in that lucid state. And so it causes us to really look at what dreams are and how they operate, how we can actually utilize them. Like other dreams, meditating in a lucid dream, entering into like a really profound state of consciousness and then coming out and being able to do it when you're awake. Now you've learned how to do something you couldn't do before. So that there's a lot of things that we there's a lot of reasons why MoonFeather was saying, I worked with a dream journal for about a quarter of a century, all the time. So I would say that working with a dream journal is fundamental, and doing your dream, your daily review. I did that for probably about 20 years at least. So doing your dream review, your daily review is really fundamental to building a timeline that goes back, And the more you do it, the better you get at it. You can actually remember your timeline to probably your birth. I didn't quite crack it to my birth. I'm about 2 weeks away from my birth. So I need to train more to get to my birth. And then maybe go beyond the birth, like what it's like to be in the womb. But so there's definitely a lot to be said about working on our memories. And our lucid dreams are sort of the way in which our memories are structured around our consciousness and our body. And I think that these portals are essentially octaves of the dream time that we're moving through because of the alignment of planets and solar and other cosmological events of the heavens that set up a particular tone of resonant frequencies of vibration that are able to attune certain aspects of our cosmic vibrational field into certain resonant frequencies that are able to unlock certain aspects within us to emerge so that our consciousness field that we're experiencing reality through is able to expand. But I think that's probably something worth looking at, lucid dreams, obtaining memories, and somebody else mentioned it as well, being able to change reality, dream yoga. There's something in this that, and in the shamanic reality, you go into a lucid dream while you're awake. So I quit dreaming while I was asleep so that I could dream while I'm awake. It's like you have to give up one for the other, almost, in a sense. And but when you dream when you're awake, there's a lot of respect for what you're doing, because you recognize and realize how you can affect things and people around you through your dreams when you daydream. And that's another interesting concept. You know, what is the evil eye? How does the evil eye extend itself between people? When we're awake and we're dreaming something detrimental towards another human being, we are projecting the evil eye. How does this affect reality? How does it affect the reciprocant of these vibrational fields of extension and consciousness that moves through the field? And what is the link between the receiver and the projector that is bound through this process? I'll leave that open-ended to the group.
Can I? I want to go into. I remember what you said, Shaman. So people can go back into it. But I wanted to bring out something that I learned from Shivaism. Dream yoga is easy, or not easy. Dream yoga is an instinct. It's more instinctual in women. And I wanted to ask Petra an interesting question about being a mother. It's something that I've noticed that. Okay, here's the question. So Petra, when you maybe drop something, or when you see your child about to fall or get into a harmful situation, do you sense time like stop, and you're able to like get them before something happens? Are you able to catch the thing that you dropped? Are you able to catch your balance in that moment? Have you noticed that?
I have excellent reflexes, if that answers your question.
Yes, it does.
I have excellent reflexes. Yes, I often catch falling babies.
Amen.
My babies. I catch my falling babies.
So that's the thing that I've noticed is the flight or flight reflex, or that zone that you get into when you're in danger. There's a zone, there's a thing that happens there. It's almost similar to when you're awake but not awake. It's like the hypnagogic state. And when you're in there, you can actually tap into your DNA, your bloodline, or whatever it is. You can tap into all the people who, you know, had to come to make you. And when you do that, there's like this ancient memory that you can access, in my experience at least. And a lot of us experience it when we dream, when we daydream, when we lucid dream. But a lot of us don't get into those moments enough to harness it. So I remember last time I talked, I was talking about how I used to face my fears and do crazy stuff like jumping on top of buildings and whatnot. Um, I did that because I knew that that was what I was looking for, that reflex. That it's a weird, I don't know how to explain it, but it's this weird zone where you're like, you don't know, you don't remember your breathing, and you're aware of everything around you, and things just seem to move slow, and you react in a way you can't tell someone that you knew you were going to do it that way. You just did it. It's like your body followed some kind of a law or something, and you did
It's
it.
instinctual.
Yes, yes, instinctual. And so what I wanted to bring out is portals and instinct. Who is to say that an instinct is not the portal to your ancestors?
Portal to what?
Your ancestors.
Exactly. It is. This is what we were talking about with the martial arts training. And this is the connection with which relates to the moon, the sublimating. I was talking about this earlier with martial arts. So the sublimation of the moon's aspect takes us into that, what you can call that hypnagogic state, which is the back of the brain being activated. But you get to that through the process of temperance. By training, you get into that automatic. It's funny you say about that. I always used to catch Joshua. The only time Joshua ever fell was when he was with his mother. He never hit the ground when he was with me. And with me, he used to do dangerous things. I'd let him climb up places, let him do what he wants. His mother would be like, ah! And he'd fall and I'd catch him. And I used to throw him up in the air, throw him up, spin him around, throw him really, really high up. He's just about near the ceiling. We've got high ceilings here. I'd throw him up, spinning up like somersaults up in the air and catch him and twirl him around and flick him and throw him. And he used to absolutely adore it and love it. And I think like it's interesting what you say about instinct, because you get into a point where you're dancing. And that's what I can compare it to. Martial arts is the dance. And it's that dance of Shiva, of Nataraj, as that embodiment of Shiva, the Nataraj, which is where you can't think about where your body's going or where your body's been. You must just allow your body to flow where it wants to go and where it's been. And you are along for the ride. And martial arts is like that. When you get into what I call the fighting trance, you're not in charge. You're not thinking. You're in a dance. You don't know what you're going to do, and you don't know when you're going to do it. It just happens. And then you think, wow, I just did that. Weird. So there's this, and by the way, in that trance, you can gain superpowers. Like literally superpowers. There have been situations where I've been surrounded by men with big blades and stuff, and I've had superpowers that saved myself and my ex-wife. You know, once I flicked a motorbike like a frisbee with my right hand, that it went woof, 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 off into the bushes in the distance to get it away from me so that I could fight. And when they saw that, they ran away. Because no one's supposed to be able to flick a motorbike like a frisbee, right? You're not supposed to be able to just flick it with your fingers, just flick it with a handle, and there it goes, like the bike. Like I almost bent the handlebars. I flicked it so hard. So, anyway, this natural instinct is the fundamental structure of what you're meant to unlock in martial arts, which is pure instinct, which is that dream state, which is what we're talking about. It's when you're lucid dreaming when you're awake. Like when I used to fight in the kumites, or I used to get into street fights as well when I was young. I grew up in like a tough place, and I had friends, and I knew everybody, and I was well known. And if there was ever anybody looking for trouble with people I knew, I would protect them. And then you've always got these big guys who come, like 2 or 3 big guys, and they like want to bully someone around, and I'd like step in and I'd say, no. And I'm a small guy, and they wouldn't know who I was. And, you know, guy would take a swing at me, and then I'd blink, and oh my God, I've just hospitalized another guy. I have to run. And so I hospitalized a lot of guys when I was a teenager. By the time I was 16, I'd lost count of how many people I'd hospitalized, both in the ring and in the street. So you don't think about what you're doing. Someone takes a swing at you, you're not thinking, oh, I'm going to block this. You are dancing in the flow, and you're striking intuitively. And then afterwards you realize, oh my God, I just broke the guy's jaw. How the hell did I do that? You know, you don't know what you're doing. You're not planning it. You're not thinking it. It's part of the flow of the dance of life flowing through you. And so that instinct is what releases your chi. And that instinct is what also is like, it's like a dream. You're stepping out of your physical body. This is what Bruce Lee was talking about when I was saying about dying, embrace death. Because when you embrace death, you step out of this physical realm into a realm of the dream, lucid dream state. But it's you're lucid dreaming while you're awake, if that makes any sense. So you are channeling your ki or your chi without intentionally trying to do it. It just happens naturally. And it's very interesting, because we look at dream yoga what you're talking about, the Shivite path, and the way in which they teach this dream yoga seems to be unintuitive. From the shamanic perspective, you learn dream yoga by dancing. You have rhythm and you dance. You have rhythm and you dance. You have rhythm and you dance until you literally dance. You're not in your body anymore. So it's temperance. You dance until you're not in your body. However long that takes, 1 hour, 4 hour, 3 hour. You break your mind. Can't take anymore. When you think you're going to go insane from dancing, that's when you start. So I think that this is where we've lost our. We're looking for a result all the time in our modern way that we live. We're not interested in the process. We're punching so that we can get a result from the punch. We're not punching for the sake of just improving the punch, where it doesn't matter how many million times you practice that punch, because it's more about getting into the flow of the punch so that you actually forget everything else and you're just in the flow of the punch. And when you become so engrossed in what you're doing physically, mentally, and emotionally and spiritually, you literally lose touch with reality. It's very interesting how that instinct works. And it's the same thing that happens when today when I was with my son in the sea, I had to quickly move to grab him because he went under the water. And it's incredible how you know before it's happening that it's going to happen, if that makes sense. Your instincts. For some reason, you're already like halfway there moving and then it happens. You say, oh, well, it's convenient. I'm already on my way there. And that's probably what Petra noticed as well. You're already positioning yourself to catch the baby. He hasn't even fallen yet. Am I right?
Yeah, it's almost like, especially in water, in the ocean, right? Like you feel the energy move through the medium that is the water, through the life force of the water, and you can you sense the direction that the situation is going in. So, and you just act according to whatever is coming at you. You respond. It's just a response to stimuli, right? Your central nervous system is taking in the energy that you're feeling around you through your hair, through your skin, through all of all of your senses, and you're reacting instinctually based on that stimuli being sent to your brain. So yeah, definitely. But I would imagine definitely in water, in a situation like that. I think that a lot of it also is in certain places and situations, like you have naturally a heightened sense of awareness, like even more so, like you are seeing everything very, very much from a place of an objective place, right? Like from a bird's eye view. So like you are kind of putting yourself in a situation where you are ready to just kind of jump at the drop of a dime, right? So, but the lucid dreams definitely, it's, oh man, it's just so interesting. I mean, and speaking and definitely that goes hand in hand with portals. I mean, we can connect to not only our past, but our ancestors and our past, not just our past lives, but other people's pasts. And we can connect to souls looking to enter people. We connect with spirit babies and these souls looking to enter the world through us. And that does happen through dreams. A lot of the time women have great detailed dreams about their future babies and the soul's desire to be born through them, and it absolutely is a portal into so many different things. So and I think that what comes up for me with the topic of daydreaming is just again, I've said it a few times on the show, but the power of imagination. And when you are awake and you have that kind of mental awareness while you are having these lucid dreams and while you are doing this daydreaming, it's your imagination that pairs with your mental body and your thoughts that bring that into reality. So that makes a lot of sense that you're able to change your life and your literal reality around you.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Petra, I think you may be a channeler, like just naturally. Have you ever thought of that?
I have. I have. I've been a conduit for things and souls, but much training is needed in that respect. But I have been blessed with that insight.
Yeah, I can. It just seems like it. So because um, how you mentioned that you sensed the shift in the planets before you knew about it, and so you looked at it. You looked it up. Um, mm, I forgot what I was gonna say now, but I did feel the same way before the eclipse in October last year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
October. And when I was relating this energy, like the past few weeks, to that of the new moon this past August, that was absolutely wild. And in was the Lionsgate going into that new moon was just absolute, like, it just felt so fiery. It just felt so it was a very chaotic atmosphere. And it just involved it just involves everybody you know. It's like, it's not just like, oh, I'm feeling this way and blah. It's like the whole chessboard is in play. Like everybody's out on the board. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody is like in motion and feeling the effects and going through their stuff. And when you're in path, you know, it's really easy to absorb all of that. And so I found that over the past few weeks, my biggest problem was that I was not protecting my energy appropriately. And so that is another lesson to be learned that keeps coming up for me. So, but
That's quite interesting. It sort of ties into part of the topic which relates to synchronicities, premonitions, and lucid dreams and portals. Why some people get them more than others. The only way to understand this, I think, is to really understand the Huti. And obviously, Hermes is the Huti, called Thoth in incorrect English. And so, what does Tehuti represent? Represents Mercury, right? And Mercury rules the central nervous system. And the central nervous system is an extension of Pingala Nadi in yoga. And Pingala Nadi is operated through the thalamus under the rulership of the pineal gland. And so the pineal gland regulates through its hormones the frequency, tuning the nervous system, the CNS, into a resonant frequency of the electrical impulses that will move chemically through the nerves, through the axons, and cross over the dendrites and the synapse, right? Between the various different channels, nadis, nerve lines in the body, in order to connect the metabolic reactions of the organs and the neurological pathways of the brains and the reactions. This is ruled by Mercury. So Mercurius is what makes us curious. It's what gives us that curiosity to learn as well. and to expand our mental outlook towards the Jupiter aspect of spirituality. And I've noticed this. People with particular aspects of Mercury in their chart, there's something to be said about this. Because the Mercury, you mentioned fast reflexes. Mercury makes your reflexes faster, makes you a better fighter. So it matters how strong you are, but it matters how fast your reflexes are more than anything in martial arts, because you can anticipate and move quicker and be one step ahead of your opponent, which makes their strength redundant. If they can't use their strength against you, what good is the strength? So that ability to be really in the moment and to be really tuned in to timing is essentially governed by Mercury. Then Venus represents the timing as an expression of art, as an expression of dance, as an expression of flow, of pattern. So these two elements have got to be working together, your Venus and your Mercury. So where the Venus and the Mercury are in how they are bound in your chart, I think is going to have a lot of say to one's ability to do these things, because the Venus opens you up to slipping into the trance easily, right? Rhythm, like a snake. You go into that trance easily. And then your Mercury is quick enough to be able to pick up information and quickly channel it through and quickly decode it and quickly put it into sense so that you can understand what you're experiencing, quick time, real time, be able to process it and be able to be in tune with it. It's no good having a psychic revelation, an image, but you don't know what it means. So that ability to communicate it, on the one hand, is a rational operation, and the other ability is to throw the fish hook in to operate the Aquarius node into the universal subconscious, because Aquarius also does represent reaching out into the egregoric consciousness of people around us. So Aquarius has got a dual point, and Pisces represents, obviously, as we mentioned, that sublimative life and death principle, which has got to do with the fish swimming in opposite directions. So these aspects of the brain are under the governance of rhythm, under the governance of Venus. This is why Venus is called the gateway to the mysteries, and why Venus is so fundamental when it comes to initiation, and why Venus is called the day star. And when we get back to the stories of Jesus, Venus is really like all over the story. And this is why Venus is so all over the story, and why Mercury is the messenger of the gods. Because Mercury is the only one that is actually able to traverse the entirety of the tree of life. But in order for Mercury to traverse the entirety of the tree of life, Venus has got to be aligned, because Venus and Mercury make a single continuum. So you'll probably find, Petra, that your Venus is well aspected. Where's your Taurus, by the way, Petra?
What house is my Taurus in? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because your Venus must be, I can sense your Venus is well aligned, and I can sense your Mercury is well aligned.
Can I ask what you mean by well aligned? What does that
Well
particularly
aspected.
mean?
Well aspected. And its positive qualities are being brought out.
That's really interesting, because my Venus is in Virgo in my second house. Taurus is in my 10th house.
And that's interesting, because your second house relates to the qualities that Taurus relates to. The first house relates to Aries on a metaphorical level. Second house relates to Taurus on a metaphorical level. But your Virgo, which is the house of Mercury, is aligned with your Venus. So there's that Venus, Mercury, and your Mercury must be well aspected. I'm guessing that your Mercury is in conjunction with your Sun?
Almost. Is very close to
Yeah.
my Sun. It's also
Yeah.
at the anchor. It's also on the bottom of my natal chart in the house
Those-
next to Pluto.
Those two qualities make for a good fighter. Means your reflexes will be quick. Your brain will be, you'll be able to think well under pressure. You won't be shaken. You'll be quick in your reflexes. You'll be quick in your actions. You'll be decisive in your decisions, and your brain can translate information quickly. And then the Venus being there means you can also very easily get into a mood, if that makes sense.
Oh, it makes sense. You better believe it.
Because the Venus is mood, you know. It's about being able to get into the dance. You probably love dancing, you know. So
I am a
and
dancer.
singing,
I am a
obviously,
dancer.
singing, you sing so beautifully. That's Venus. That's Venus coming through. Venus rules over that. So that Venus and the Mercury are what temper the consciousness for being a magician, you know, or a channel in these ways, which is quite interesting.
Thing. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, my Mercury and Sun are both in my third house. And they're conjunct in Libra. Almost conjunct. I don't think they're like exactly conjunct, but they're very close together.
And the third house is the house of communication.
Sure is.
Which relates once again to Mercury.
Mercury, right? Yeah, no, I have pretty strong Mercury placement for sure.
So you can literally like track what your abilities will be, and so you should do martial arts. You kick dudes' butts.
It's funny that you say that because I have like thought to that for a very long time. That I would really like to. I mean, I'm very much, like I said, I'm a dancer. You know, I do dance and I do sing, but I've been wanting to get into some kind of martial arts for quite some time. So we'll see.
It's an extension. If you're into dance, it will come naturally. It will just be your natural transition. Don't even think about it. Just do it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And it always kind of confuses me when something like dance doesn't feel natural to somebody because it is so natural feeling for me. You know, like choreography and things like that, like just the flow of dance. And I'm always just kind of taken back when I meet somebody that doesn't really jive with that because it doesn't make sense to me. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It just doesn't make sense to me in particular. Yeah,
well, that's because it's so close to who you are.
Right.
It's so close to your heart. Like me too. Dance has always been very close to me, and music's always been really close to me. So I've never thought about it. Dance has just been something which I've just done. And music as well. I've never been trained. I don't know anything about music. Half the time I don't know what chords I'm playing. I know nothing. I just literally operate on pure instinct alone. And how I learn to play music is just like an instrument is a toy. And I play it like it's a toy. And I make funny sounds and then do what I feels right. And then turns out I'm making up chords. I was like, oh, that's a chord. I didn't know that because I didn't learn chords. I just discovered chords by messing around with instruments. What is that?
This is, my husband wants me to show you this to you. The world history of the dance.
Wow.
Don't ask me anything about what it's about because I have not read it, but my husband wanted me to show it to you.
It's probably fascinating because I think dance comes from martial arts and shamanism, like together, and they all come from the same.
Yeah, place. I mean that makes so much sense when you think about it. It's, you know, it's an instinctual, like primal thing, you know. To rhythm is ingrained in our bodies. You know, that's like the first step of knowing yourself is discovering your rhythm, your breath, your heartbeat, your vibration, the vibration within your body and within each part of your body. Everybody has their own rhythm. And when you're in tune with your own rhythm, things come very naturally. So like it's just like a primal instinct to dance, to release in that creative kind of way, in that flow, in movement. And so that makes perfect sense how that would be a combination of those two things.
Yeah, I think that is like really the key to getting into the fundamentals of understanding the way that the structure of connecting with the synchronicities. Because for me, synchronicities is like very much like dance. I can only feel it like the dance of life. And you notice, hey, these two things are dancing together, that thing
Yeah.
and this thing. This
I mean,
circumstance
especially
is
for
dancing.
women, when you sync, your cycles are in sync with the natural cycles of the earth, and not just the lunar cycles, but that of the season. Emotionally, as women, our seasons, our emotions change with the seasons, like according with the seasons. And so when you are in tune with your own natural cycle as a woman, you are in tune to nature, to the earth, to the powers of the earth, to the life force itself, because that's what it is. So I think that it's very instinctual, it's very innate. It's like the most innate sense of self is being in tune with your own cycle. And you can't be in your own power. You can't fully own your body and all of your bodies without being in tune with your natural cycle. So
I think that leads us to premonitions as well, and how premonitions and portals are connected. Because when we go through portals, that's when premonitions start to often come. And premonitions are also often like need, like your child, for example. Probably you're very tuned into anything happening to your kids, you're going to have a premonition. You'll probably feel it in your stomach. I feel it in my stomach if there's something wrong with my boy.
or
You
your
know, you feel like,
or your animals or your dogs, with animals and other beings around you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no, definitely. I mean, my dogs are generally always around me, so they're always close to them. Like I can't leave them for too long because they're not used to being like, people say to me, do you go on holiday? I'm like, holiday? Are you kidding? I've got dogs. And they go like, you put them in a place. I'm like, put them in a place? Are you kidding? I can't put my dogs in a place and go away for days. Like they won't stand for that. You know what I mean? They'll go crazy. So I'm always around my dogs, generally speaking. They're like, it's funny how that works. Hey, they become an extension of your being. You extend your being through your animals. Like somebody tried to poison my Malamute a while ago. Yeah,
No.
yeah. About
It's my
4 or
blood.
5 months ago, maybe 5 months ago. And so I'm like, phew, I'm like so super careful. He stopped at our gate, and my Malamute's so chilled out. Malamutes don't growl and bark and snarl and do all of that. He's laying down at the bottom, and the guy sort of looked left, looked right, and in the street, and then he stepped into my I've got huge hedge with a black grill gate. And on the other side of the grill gate, there's like a meter where you can stand in off the road and they can't see you. And I allow the bushes on the hedges on either side to grow in narrow so that you can't see in too deeply into my, because there's a lot of tourists who walk past my house, and I've got a big ship's anchor in my garden. So people used to want to come and stand there and take photographs of my ship's anchor. And then my son's running around in the garden and his mother's having tantrums because people are taking photos of her son. They must be pedophiles. I'm like, oh my God. He's going to be on YouTube. No, he's not going to be on YouTube. But anyway, she'd be freaking out. And so just to keep the privacy, try to like let it grow in as close, but I actually have to go and trim it. It's overgrowing in now. But so the guy stepped all the way in, and he took a bag out of his pocket, a little bank bag this big, and he reached into his bank bag and he was taking out a very small object, and he was like with his fingers trying to put it through the gate. At which point I was hiding behind my jasmine plant, watching him, like at the top of my house. I could see all the way down. And then I clapped for my dog. And I called Ori, and he came running up. And I had my key in my pocket. So I ran down, taking the key out of my pocket, got the key out into the fence, into the gate, and opened it and got out within about 5-6 seconds. And as I stepped out there, he had just run up, and he had run 75 meters and run up, because that's the next road up. So he had sprinted to get away because he saw me coming. Called my dog, and I came for him, and I was going to go and catch him, and I was going to get a hold of him and collar him and call the cops, But he had obviously run up the hill, and it was gone by then. It was like he was running, and I had my like flip-flops on.
Yeah.
So I wasn't actually in a gear to run up, and that road is quite a rough road. If he's got running shoes now, I wouldn't really be able to keep up with him so easy without like ripping my feet to pieces. But anyway, he got away. But yeah, so people do this, and there were a string of robberies after that, attempted robberies around the area.
Oh, wow.
So they come and poison your dogs. Yeah, that's what they do. South Africa. It's scary.
If I could add something to that, for all of us who truly love our animals and our dogs especially, be very careful. Be very, very, very aware this year, because, going into this dragon year, the enemy of the dragon is the dog. So dogs are going to have naturally a harder time in this energy, in this environment. Donald Trump, for example, is a dog. He's going to have a very, very bad year. He is not going to win any kind of election. But if you just pay attention to the dog energy, you'll be surprised what you may see this year. But I would recommend taking extra care of your dogs this year.
You scare me, brother.
Well, I don't want to scare you. I definitely want to warn you. My father got a dog when I was born, and I remember when it passed. I've never quite, you never really, what's the best way to say it? The first cut is the deepest, but I love animals. I love all forms of life. But dogs are meant to guide us, not just in life, but in the afterlife. That's a very, very permanent relationship. The loyalty, dogs, you can hit a dog in the head for peeing on your floor, and someone can knock on your door and try to come in, and that dog will forget about that hit on the head instantaneously, because your life is more important than his or hers. Like it's rare to get that in people. That's one reason why people love animals so much, right? Because we can see the best of us displayed there so naturally without thought. So it's not to scare, but it is definitely to caution, because if more people are already aware of this, especially going into, because we're not there yet. We got 2.5 weeks, essentially. So we're in the shadow, but it's there. You may already see certain sensitivities in your dogs. You may already see certain resistance to certain foods, or not eating as just. You want to pay attention. You definitely want to pay attention.
Thanks for that. My dogs are so. My son gets jealous of my dogs. I don't know how I managed to make my son jealous of my dogs, but he gets jealous of my relationship with the dogs. And it's actually becoming an issue, to the point where I've got to actually literally watch what I say now, because he gets so sensitive. If I say, "Where's my big girl? come, where's my big girl? Where's my big boy? And he goes like, my big girl, our big girl. And I've got to like literally change my, my story, because I notice him getting jealous. But it's interesting how, I mean, my Malamut's huge. He's like 60 kilos. And I'm so protective over my dog. Like, I won't take my katana off the shelf lightly, but that like mess with my dog. It's like, it's the one way to get me violent. Like I'm generally like the most placid guy in the world. Obviously like mess with my child, and I'm gonna like, I'm like a mother when it comes to that. So I'm quite feminine man in that sense. But my dogs are like my children. It's interesting how you say we dogs are something special to humans. And I know Petra's also got dogs, so I'm sure you relate to that bond that we have with dogs. I love cats, but I've never had the same kind of bond with cats.
I do. I love cats as well. I have. It's funny because I have very feline features myself, I feel like, and so I do really. I've actually been able to speak to cats, like my cats. I've spoken to my cats, and it's funny. The funniest thing is that nearly every cat that I have had from teenage years on has birthed right next to me, like under my bed or in my, like right, and they usually will go and hide somewhere, right? But like they've always been, and my last cat, she actually birthed in my hands. Like and she did not want anything to do with anybody else, including me. She didn't want anything to do with anybody. She was very much a loner. She was very like not very friendly. She wanted to be left alone, and that was fine. And then all of a sudden one day she ran up to me and like would not leave me alone. And she was just like, she was in my lap. She was like kind of frantic, and like I was like, all right, what's happening? What's going on? And I was, and I lifted her tail up, and there was a kitten. I said, okay, all right, let's do this. And she changed her attitude after that. She loved me very much after that. She actually jumped off of the couch, and I caught the kitten as she jumped. Speaking of catching baby, like Quincy was asking if I catch my kids before, and I caught this kitten as she jumped off of the couch. So it's quite interesting. But but even like all of that aside, my connection with dogs is, like I love my dogs. And even when they're tearing it up, and really like there's moments when I'm just like, what is happening here? Why is this my life? But they are here to teach us and to guide us. They're really more than just pets. They're not pets. They're, they truly
Familiars.
are. Yeah, they truly are my familiars. They truly are. When I am practicing magic or anything, like they always want to be with me. Like they always want to be close by. They cry when they, when I'm upstairs without them, or they are very much a part of me. And with Lilith, with my Rottweiler in particular, I am very, like, I've known her many lifetimes, and it's just very much, it's just a fact. It's just very, very known to me that this isn't like my first time meeting her. And it's really interesting to think about, because I don't really know like what it was like in the past, like how our relationship was, or who she was, or who I was, or who we were to each other. But like, I know that I know her, and she definitely knows me. And it's just so sweet. But I think that like, going off of your point, a little bit, like, especially when you have bigger dogs, like my Australian Shepherd, he's He's about 8 months old. So he's still very young. He's very much a puppy. But like, people don't mess with puppies. Like, people just like, they're like, oh, look at the cute puppy, look at the little dog. But like, people are mean with bigger dogs. They're very mean and you know, like so cliche and stereotypical. Like, will give you dirty looks or like say something stupid, or you know, or like turn around and walk, you know, walk back and say like, see you coming, you know, out your door with your dog. And I'm like, yeah, don't walk past this house again, you don't like it. But like, especially like I'm very protective of my dogs also, but like especially my Rottweiler. Like, I have to you know, we're unfortunately not currently in a place where I can just open the door and let them go. Like, I have to leash them right now, which kills me, absolutely kills me. But it's for their benefit. It's for their benefit. Like, that's what's going to keep them safe, especially my Rottweiler, because you don't know, like, your situation that you just shared. Like, you don't know what people are willing to do to our loved ones and our familiars.
I've had people falling over the fence at the penguin sanctuary. I'm walking with my dog, and I've seen people falling over the fence, and I'm actually worried that they get hurt. They get so scared because he's big. He's a big dog. What, in terms of pounds, what are we talking?
Like 132?
Something like that.
130? 100?
Yeah.
You said 60, right? And it's like
Yeah.
2.
Maybe he's come down a bit. I've been trying to bring his weight down a bit because he was a little bit too chunky. They suffer from hip dysplasia, so I'm trying to reduce his weight to prevent him from getting hip dysplasia worse when he gets older. I'm just trying to be ahead of the game. But he's like probably now about 56 kilos. Wow. I wanted to get him down to 50 kilos. That would be a nice weight for him, I think. Yeah. If I can. I don't know. Maybe it's too little, but he's a heavy dog. He's a big dog. And he's big because he's a Malamute.
Right.
And when people see him, they like... The funny thing is, I have so many people at my gate coming, wow, look at this dog, through the big gate. You know?
Yeah.
He's beautiful to look at. I mean, he's like a wolf. He looks like a wolf.
Yeah.
So really beautiful. And he's really, when you look at him laying there, he's so gentle. He's like a giant, gentle giant, you know? You couldn't imagine him being aggressive. Like if you look at him.
They are. I mean, you know, like when I'm sad, or like Lilith is very much an empath as much as I am, you know, in her canine kind of way. Like, she knows when I'm feeling off or whatever, and she will like force me to cuddle with her and she won't move until I stop crying. She'll be like, okay, I did my job. You're feeling better. Now I'm going to skedaddle, you know, but she's very much a support being for me. And yeah, she's about 115 pounds. So
now that brings us to an interesting point: synchronicities and premonitions in animals, and how animals stimulate this. I believe that being around animals stimulates our sense of synchronicities and our sense of premonitions, because animals get premonitions and synchronicities just as like part of the course. They live in it. And I think that by spending a lot of time, especially around dogs, cats as well. I mean, I've had a lot of telepathy with cats, specifically telepathy. And when I walk down my road, there's like cats will come and talk to me in the street. If I walk up that road, there's cats come walked up to me in the street. If I walk on that road, there's a different ginger cat. On that road, there's a different cat. If I walk through the penguin sanctuary, there's a cat that will follow me. Sometimes he'll follow me 1 kilometer.
Wow.
Walk with me. Like, yeah, a black cat. So I've got like a thing with cats as well. Got like I can sense them. I'll be walking and I'll sense him. Like I'll smell his feline in my mind. Hello.
Say hi.
Hey, Georgie. Look at that hairstyle. Wow, he's so funky. Like a little, he's like a little, what's the guy's name? Who's that artist? He's got hair like that. Not the Beatles, man. Who is it? It will come to me. Like a real little musical hairstyle, huh?
Yeah, he's definitely his own character. He's really incredible. He really, really is. But he's very powerful, and he's just so sweet. He is just like the epitome of Mr. Personality. He is I don't know. He's so unique. I really can't put him into words, honestly.
He can get things done just by being cute.
For sure. For sure.
You just don't know when to stop dishing up ice cream with this little one. Like one with food. No, stop. No, it's enough. Those eyes. Mom.
He tried.
Yeah. I'm sure mom keeps it together. My son's mom isn't good at it. I'm better at that. Actually keeping, like, measuring. She's like the soft one, you know. She's the one that will, like, I'm the one who will draw the line and go, no. But then again, I'm also the one that will open the proverbial nonsense as well sometimes. Yeah, kids are amazing. Dogs and kids are very similar. I often say that to people, like, you learn so much about children by being around dogs. And training dogs is like training children, in a sense. And when I say that, people get offended. And I'm like, there's nothing offensive about it. Like, my dogs are my children. Like,
yeah, but I mean, you have to housebreak a dog. You have to potty train a child. There's a lot of similarities to it. But I think that, like, speaking of, like, the connection as far as that goes, like, to, children being so close to the spirit world, having just come here,
yeah.
They are much more easily able to connect with animals, and you definitely see that with children. But the animals in general, just like their connection to spirit is, it just always amazes me. Like, it never ceases to amaze me how intuitive they are. We had a big storm here in the beginning of the summer last year, where we lost basically the front of our house. And it wasn't, I forget what it's called. It's not a tornado, but it's another, like, severe windstorm. And it's basically like when the precipitation becomes too heavy in the clouds and everything just falls straight to the ground. And so it's like almost when you turn the water on and you look at the bottom of the sink from the faucet and how it just shoots out. It's just a stream, and then it shoots out as it hits the ground. That's what happens in this storm. So the whole front of our house got pelted with everything that fell basically from the sky. And it was crazy because you could feel the walls of the house. You could feel the house. It felt like it was being squeezed through a vice. And, like, it was very scary, but we had no idea it was coming. It just, the sky just turned black. A thunderstorm started, the sirens started going off, but my dog, was a little, like, weird leading up to that. And so, like, it never ceases to amaze me how connected they are to, like, these energies, these earth energies, and to spirit, and how they're, like, so in tune to their instincts.
I have a special connection with spiders, even though I'm scared of them. I keep them in my house, as many as I can. Big ones. Some of them are like this big.
Yeah, I bet you have some crazy spiders down there.
Big ones. But I keep them in my house. I was actually sleeping under one like this size for a long time. He was on my ceiling, and I was like, okay, you moved in. We're buddies. It took me a few days to get used to him, and then I named him.
Is this the
I
one?
named
No,
them.
this is not the one that was in your bathroom for you shared that. You
Oh
had
no, I love that one.
in
My
your
son
bathroom
heard that
for-
one.
Yeah.
My son heard that one. Yeah, he couldn't leave it alone. He grabs spiders. Like I'm trying to teach him respect for them. He'll grab them like don't do that. It can bite.
Yeah, you have
Respect.
they're not just big, right? They're poisonous. A lot of them.
Well, they're
don't
not
you?
necessarily. We do have button spiders, brown button spiders around here. You got to watch for them. But yeah, I'm always got spiders, and I'm always trying to lure spiders into the house and keep them in the house because they are my like weather gauge. I can tell by what the spiders are doing, by what the weather's going to do. They are so super tuned in. They are like days ahead of other animals for like, if it's going to rain, they'll know 2 days in advance.
It's
And
so
I noticed when the
interesting.
fire came, listen to this.
Mm.
I noticed when the fire came on the mountain, I was walking with my son and I was saying to my son, wow, what's going on with the spiders? They're on a migration down the mountain. I'm telling you that the spiders are migrating down the mountain because there was webs everywhere. And like I climb the mountain every day, and suddenly one day there's like a web on the path, and you go like it contours up and down, and there's webs. Like you can tell that these spiders have been like beelining it down the mountain. I said to him, "This is very weird. All these spiders. Is there like a big rainstorm coming?" And I was like scratching my head. Next day there was a fire.
Wow. That's
So they had a
fascinating.
psychic premonition because the fire hadn't started yet. That there was a fire going to happen.
Right.
They were hightailing it down the mountain. Incredible, mind-blowing revelation.
Yeah, and I was gonna say with spiders in particular, like I could imagine, like I have no resource to know that whether this is true or not, but I could imagine that in their webs, that they receive energy like that serves almost as an extension of their central nervous system and a way for them to receive stimuli, right? Because like when something lands in a web, they know it sends a message through the web and tells them. So just with messages from like the direction of the wind and like things like with the elements around them, maybe perhaps they like can pick things up like that. But in like an instance like that, like the fire didn't start yet. Like there's no way that they would have known without it being like some kind of psychic revelation that that was coming. So that's like just so mind-blowing.
Yeah, and it was incredible. It was totally incredible. And I was actually talking to my son about the spiders. And it made me think about, like you say, the web. Web is like silk. Now, silk, so if you're making if you're doing talismanic magic and you want to create a talisman, after you've charged it with odic force, you wrap it in silk. Because the silk is like, it doesn't conduct any of that stuff. It builds up a static reaction, if that makes sense, a static sheath. So if you, let's say you want to perform and you don't want other people's psychic emanations watching you to affect you, you should wear silk.
Oh, that's so
Because
interesting. Yeah.
It will repel the thought waves. So can't travel through it. The same way that certain frequencies can't travel through lead.
Right.
Silk is like that for psychic emanations, for odic
Yeah,
force.
that kind of makes sense, like just the way that it feels.
So like there must be some kind of an electrostatic reaction to the silk of the webs repelling something from the ionic field of the Akashic plane of consciousness that spiders can tune into. I've often wondered, because spiders are the dream weavers from the shamanic path. And so spiders relate to the number 8, to knowing what's going to happen karmically and money-wise, and what's going to happen in the future. So if you have a dream about spiders, very often it's prophetic.
So definitely this year, especially we should all tune into what the spiders are doing and where they're headed. And
Yeah. They are interesting creatures. Though. I've often wondered what it'd be like to be able to see in 360 degrees. Because they've got eyes pointing everywhere.
yeah,
So our reality is like there in front of us. Their reality is like all around them.
yeah, it's so crazy.
Like imagine being able to see in every direction at once and having to process all of that information to create a reality from three dimensions all around you. It blows my mind to think of how evolved these creatures really are.
Well, that's why they have the legs that they do, so their instinct already moves them in any way that they need to, but they see, quote unquote, I'm putting quotes around that, in such a unique way due to their webs and their resonance, they know the feel of a breeze, they know the feel of an earthquake, they know the feel of a wing coming too close to the web, and they know specifically where something lands in the web. It's incredible. It's really a mirror to some of our own senses and what we do naturally and unconsciously.
That is so true, brother. There's something about these creatures. And I've always been scared of spiders. I've never been scared of snakes. I've always felt very like I can sit down in a forest and have snakes go over my feet and not blink. Not think about it. I can have poisonous snakes. I can have a cobra come and sit on my lap if I'm in the wild and I'll feel totally comfortable. But tiny little spiders walk on me and I start to feel afraid. Like, what is that?
So that's going back and trying to root out that memory that caused that. I was afraid of spiders for as long as I can remember, and I had to really do the work to go back to my crib. I used to think it was a dream, but it was a real moment where I was in my crib and a daddy longlegs crawled over my face. And I remember being paralyzed. I remember being able to move my hands and my arms, but not to the point of being able to like grab like that. But I was paralyzed with fear. And as I grew up, I fell in love with Spider-Man. I fell in love with Anansi. And I had to question, like, well, how can I love Spider-Man, but I'm afraid of spiders? And then finally, I used logic, because when you actually look into spiders, regardless of where you are in the world, per every 10,000 feet, there's like 100,000 spiders or something like this, especially if you're around trees and grass. So there's no use being afraid of them. Snakes is understandable. There's a lot more death associated with snakes. There's a lot more religious symbology, regardless of whether or not you follow any system or modality or not. There's a lot more to worry about. It's kind of projected there. But spiders, they're almost like ants, or like flies or like gnats. Like there's nothing you can do to get rid of them. So allowing that fear to dissipate, knowing that was a lot easier. And then when you look into the mystical and occult aspects of what a spider actually represents, I love the idea of perspective. So, think about being in a web as a spider and think about being in a web as a fly. Chaos to the fly is normal for the spider, so that juxtaposition, I feel, is intricate.
I think that's so true. Like when I look back at my past, there's a particular point in a particular time when the first moment of fear came with a big scorpion in my hand. And I used to catch all the scorpions in the ashrams where I've lived because I can't bear the thought of someone killing a creature. So I used to go and catch all the scorpions. And catching a scorpion is a job, huh? You know they jump. Did you know that they can jump quite high? And did you know that when you try and catch a scorpion, they come jumping at you? Sting out, ready, sting up, and they jump. They jump at you. And you got to be quick. It's like being in the ring in a martial arts fight. They jump, you got to jump out of the way. You got to jump. You got to jump. You got to have your plastic container ready. Jump, catch him, done. Ding, lid. Got ya. You know, you literally got to dance with them, and you got to jump out of the way because they come at you. Scorpions are very aggressive, but the funny thing is, I've been less scared of scorpions than spiders. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not like scared of spiders. What I mean is to just grab one and pick one up. That like go beyond that point. And I've held spiders in my hand that are like the size of a tennis ball, like hairy ones. Accidentally, accidentally put your hand under the thing and you grab it. That you're holding this thing and the legs start to move in your hands and oh my god. It's like it's a ball. Oh my god, I'm holding a spider. It's amazing how high you can jump when you realize you're holding a spider that size in your hand and it's trying to open its legs and you're trying to figure out what that is. And by the time you figure out what that is, you've jumped like the same height as your head. You can jump high. So just interesting. Like I've never had that kind of fear with any creature. Like I've faced down charging bulls, leopards. I've been prepared to fight a leopard. I've squared up to a leopard, ready to fight a leopard because it wanted to kill my dog. I was like, "You're not killing my dog, mate. I'll take you on." And the Sri Lankan leopards are big leopards. They're bigger than African leopards. It's a big leopard. It's like big, like a malamute leopard. But I was ready to take that thing on, and I reckon, yeah. If I catch you with a hook, I'm going to break your jaw, bro. It's a fair fight. But like funny thing is spiders and snakes. I mean, my initiation was a snake that's more than 20 foot. Yeah. So like maybe 20 foot, maybe more, a big snake in my arms, kissing it in the wild. Like, so it's part of the initiation. You've got to actually meditate on the creature and you've got to call it out from the wild. And I think my thing with spiders, I realized what it was. I'm scared of prophecy. I'm scared of knowing. I know I'm going to see my own death. And I'm scared of seeing my own death. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, because I've come close to seeing my own death before. And I'm like, bloody hell, do I have to see my own death? So I think there's something that I don't want to open that channel too fast. But I still make sure that I keep a lot of spiders around me in my home, big ones too. I celebrate when I see a big spider. I bring them into my room. I set them up. Like I name them. Like my pet. People think I'm crazy. I like the big ones because they're not actually toxic. The big ones are not so poisonous. The button spiders are actually quite small. The spiders that scare me are the white ones that come from underneath the house. And they've got what we call necrophilic venom. And the necrophilic venom doesn't hurt you, but it causes gangrene in small spots in your flesh, which become like horrible sores. You know the ones, yeah? Those, if you ever see a white spider, stay the hell away from it. The black spiders that look scary are fine because they will bite you sore. I've been bitten on my testicle by a tiny spider. Oh my gosh, it was sore. When I lived in the Himalaya, I got bitten by the small spider, and I can never forget how itchy it was. First, it was sore, and it was itchy, and it was like horrendous. It really made me gain respect for those tiny little spiders.
It reminds me
But
of
yeah.
that there is like a meme circulating, like, I don't know, however many years ago, and it was like, you don't know true patience until a mosquito lands on your testicles. Not that I could relate, but that's what it reminded me of.
Yeah, I'll never forget that experience. I'm just so glad I wasn't a scorpion, because there are a lot of scorpions in the Himalayas too, and they hurt a lot more. But I've not been as scared of scorpions. I mean, I've lived in ashrams where there are so many scorpions, where on my dharamsala I can count them on the wall, like 30, and they're coming into the place where I'm living, and I'm literally having to take them out, and everybody's scared. Like, people in the dharamsalas, they're freaking out because the scorpions are coming in their room, and I'm like the scorpion king. I'm the guy who goes from room to room sorting out the scorpions, because the other people will just kill him. And I'm like, no, that's not respect. You don't kill a scorpion. They're sacred. They're very powerful creatures. If you kill it, you create a lot of karma. I believe that you create a lot of karma when you kill a creature. With your own guides, with your own internal mechanisms, because you sort of repress that part of yourself, which is why I get so like sad if my son accidentally he'll kill spiders and stuff. Sometimes he'll kill creatures. Lately I've been catching a lot of lizards, and I've been bringing the lizards into the house, and they're my pets. Like, I get them to my boy, we name them, we keep them in the house for a while, and then I go and let them go outside. So I'm noticing that I'm getting quite good at handling lizards. Like, I seem to be able to just pick them up, and I can call spiders to myself. This is what I'm scared of. My fear is that if I switch something in my brain, I can call all the spiders to come on my body, and they will come from everywhere onto me, and there'll be like hundreds of spiders crawling on me. I'm scared I'll lose control of that power. Does that make sense? And accidentally pull them like out. Like, sometimes I've had this happen in the wild where animals will just come to me and they want to be around me. And I'm like, what happens if I accidentally switch that on with spiders, and I've got like 20 spiders all on me? I've had lots of snakes around me, and I've had snakes come close to me a lot. And I've called them, and I feel very comfortable with snakes because they want to be with us to get warm. So they're actually benefiting from our presence. They actually like being with you. There's a symbiosis. They come, they get your warmth, and they're happy. They don't actually want to hurt you.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the last snake that I came in contact with was just 4 years ago in October, actually, like, and I know the exact date because it was like my call back to the path, because I had been off of the path for so long. And I was out running errands with my daughter, who was only a few months old at the time. And I came home, and there was like this 3-foot garter snake, like, in my doorway. And I was like, in my doorway. I have a video of the whole thing. I was like, but my reaction to it was what really got me to wake up, because like, I've never been afraid of spiders. Or spiders or snakes. And like, and I've held snakes, and I've just never had an issue with that. But like, my reaction was definitely fearful. And I was like, all right, well, I guess I'm not going into my house today. And it was a garter snake. You know what I mean? It wasn't even, it's not like anything was going to happen. It was just sunbathing on my patio. And, but it made me realize how far off of the path of the divine that I had actually fallen. And that was the day that I realized I needed to get back onto it. So that was my last interaction with snakes.
I caught a cobra outside. Sorry, Dr. K, you were saying something, brother.
I was just going to add on to the snakes. Snakes are very, very interesting creatures. When I was, I think I posted it in the Telegram a couple of times, but in the last couple of years, when I was with my ex, Snakes made themselves known always.
I don't enjoy killing. I just don't like killing things. Not that I would be against it morally. Like, I understand whoever to judge it. I'm like,
I'm sorry, you said what?
I think it was an accident.
Oh, okay. Snakes come through cracks in the wall. They'll, especially black snakes here in the South and in Virginia. The black snakes are the ones you really don't want to kill because they're not poisonous and they will actually eat the poisonous snakes. Spiders, while there are some very big spiders down here too, I consider spiders to be better hunters. And spiders will not really make them, you won't know it's there. You know, that they can come from so many different angles unless they hatch. The babies are the ones who typically bite because they don't necessarily know any better. You know, and they're from every set of hatchlings, there's a very, very smart set that will fall back and not move and watch what all the other ones do and see like who's successful and where they go and what they do. It's very interesting when it comes to spiders.
That's really interesting. I've often been bitten by the babies. Are you with us, Cosmic?
oh yeah, I'm here. I dipped out for a bit to eat, but I'm back.
I thought you were saying something. I thought maybe it was an accidental pocket mic.
Might have been an accident. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing about how we've been taught to eradicate creatures from our world it really burns on me. Like personally, I don't even have a problem with mosquitoes. Like I embrace mosquito bites. And because I embrace, did you know that when you embrace mosquito bites, they don't itch? Did you know that?
I do know that if I forget I have a mosquito bite, they won't itch. But the second I see it, it'll start itching again.
Or if you welcome it, it also won't itch. If you see it as a positive thing, and you go, "Oh wow, I got a mosquito bites. That's so cool. I'm being like 2.0'd.
Yeah,
My immune
mosquito
system is being
bites,
boosted."
they're not that bad. It's poison ivy. That's what really messes you up in terms of itching. Ugh.
I've never had poison ivy in my life.
It's terrible.
I don't think that I'm allergic to it.
It lasts for like a couple weeks, and it'll go all over your skin, or just like get in one spot and just like, oh, it's terrible.
That's fascinating.
Very fascinating.
I'll stay away from poison ivy. I've played around poison ivy and I've been around a lot of it. I've never had big problems.
I think maybe it's
skin's
because of
quite
the area
resilient.
I'm in. I live in the Midwest, so there's probably, I think in the forests here we do tend to have a lot of poison ivy.
Well, you have to be allergic to poison ivy to get the rash. Not everybody gets the rash from poison
Really?
ivy.
I guess maybe a lot of people are allergic to it then.
Yeah, no, a lot of people are. It's just a very common allergy that people have. But like my ex-husband he is very allergic. He would just head to toe kind of, and I never ever had a problem with it. Never had it in my life. I've had to give people steroid injections for it, but I've never, as many times as I've come in contact with the rash or with the plant itself, I've never gotten it. Yeah, you have to be allergic to whatever it's called. I can't think of the poison, essentially, whatever that is.
So that's an interesting point, like premonitions, creatures, animals. there's something very fascinating that happens with bees, I've noticed. Like, we get the bees that come buzzing in our trees, where I live. And it's so magical to sit under the trees and listen to it, like when you've got a whole hive flying above your head. And they're buzzing like, and there's something quite profound of the resonance. It's like shamanic music. So any way I can describe it. It's like lots of little didgeridoos, and you can just sit and zone out into this beehive song. So there's something very like the Freemasons and the bees. I completely get where they're coming from. What a productive little bunch, and what a friendly little creature. Bees. They're the friendliest thing you've ever seen. You can literally put your finger there and they'll climb on top of it. They won't sting you. I suppose you have to threaten them. Probably go near the hive and it's different.
Yeah, but that's interesting. It's like, speaking of Aquarian energy, right? Like, all of these bees, they have their own job. They're doing the work, but they're doing it for the collective. It's like exactly what we were talking about before. They work in harmony together for a common purpose, and that sums up Aquarius, right? So yeah, that's so interesting. And it also ties into what we were also discussing before about the rhythm, about getting it into your own rhythm and hearing your own rhythm. And they each have that, but they add it to the collective, and collectively it's very, very powerful. Bees. I love bees.
What I learned about bee a while ago, bees, was that the eggs are all laid indiscriminate. And what differentiates one bee from another is what they're fed. What a fascinating concept. And they make different kinds of honey. And if they give this honey to the bee, it becomes a worker bee. If they give that honey, it becomes a drone. If they give that honey to the worker bee or to that bee, it'll become a queen. So they can literally customize their population by what honey they make. It's like it's quite mind-blowing if you think about it.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's so interesting to think about. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, carry on, please.
That they make their own, they make different honeys to determine who gets what job and what role that they play. But I'm curious also, like, exactly how that they do that, because collectively they make certain honey too, right? Depending on the season, depending on what they're feeding on, depending on what they're collecting, what pollen they're collecting. That's seasonally based, and the honey is different depending on the season and depending on the location, and the taste, the color, the texture, like the crystallization. Like, it's very vastly different among hives and among locations. So the fact that, like, they feed each other specific honeys to, like, set off the whole, like, life course of each individual bee is fascinating to me, considering the fact that it's so different based on all of those other factors.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing. Bees, we got a lot of wasps here too, and hornets. And wasps have got incredible memories. If you mess with a wasp, they'll never forget. And once they come after you, they won't stop. I mean, I keep trying to teach my son this. Like, do not mess with the wasps, because if you piss them off, they will not leave you alone. They will follow you into the house. They will find an open window to get in, and they will come and look for you. They're like revenge driven. So you just respect them. Don't mess with them, He thinks he's clever sometimes. Oh, there's a wasp. Let's mess with him. Like, no. Don't mess. If he stings you, you leave him alone. He stung you. Hope that he just stings you once and goes away, you know? You don't try and like smack him off, because if the other wasps from his tribe see you smacking him, they'll come after you.
Is it true that because the bees, after they lose their stingers, they die, don't they?
Yeah.
Is that also true for wasps?
No.
No. Oh gosh.
They can sting again and again and again and again.
Oh man.
And
Oh, yeah.
that's true for some bees, not all.
Right.
What is it? The weaponized African bee. I think they've tried to bring to the States a few times and migrated a couple times. Like they don't always die. And there's a couple
that scared the shit out of me in the 90s, because I was terrified of bees, and I keep hearing about, oh man, the killer bees are coming, but thankfully they never really did.
Well, that was also for psychological warfare, because there was an aspect of the migration tied to that. That was an undercurrent story along with that, and you can see that kind of coming back again now.
Well, we had murder hornets, right? Wasn't that the new thing? Didn't we just have murder hornets not that long ago?
Yeah, that was like 2 years ago. That's right.
What kind of a name is that?
They were these big, I think they were big Japanese wasps.
Yeah, that sounds right. Like giant wasps, I remember.
And did they murder people?
Go ahead, Kilo. What were you saying? They were Japanese? Because I don't remember that part. I know that they were tremendous, or allegedly tremendous. I never saw them, but Japanese.
I think they were largely propaganda. I know they did show up here in Virginia. I know they showed up in North Carolina. Here in the East Coast, not so much in the West. They couldn't really make the climate change, it seems like. Much like they were introduced, kind of like these artificial mosquitoes in Florida in the last couple of years, and the Japanese stink bugs in the last few years, and a lot of these new ticks that
What's
are
an
popping
artificial mosquito? Never heard of that.
Just look up Bill Gates and his experiments in Florida. There's plans, and I believe they did it already, to release somewhere between 200 and 400 million artificial mosquitoes.
The
Doesn't sound
Japanese,
right.
it's none of it's right. The Japanese stink bug, I could be not recalling this correctly, but I think that was, did they, and maybe you don't know, did they infest trees? They killed off like specific kinds of trees, because there was this invasive insect that was like harvesting these trees, and then the bees were collecting sap from these trees and making honey from the sap from in these trees, and that honey was like it's like stupid rare. You can't find it anymore, and like what is left of it is like that's it.
You might be thinking of I could be wrong, but it might be the emerald ash borer. I remember people talking about that insect killing a lot of trees.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I don't, whatever it was, these bees were specifically going to these trees that these insects were like harvesting from, and like making this specific sap that was like really, really dark amber. And yeah, so I didn't know if you knew anything about that.
Yes, there was a lot of that. There were a lot of insects that were artificial, introduced into the ecosystem, that along with chemtrails, you can see, especially from the Midwest to the East Coast, North and South, you can see a lot of trees dying in the last, I want to say the last 10 years. I used to cut down trees as a side hustle when I did construction, and you would see this light green, almost white, chalky substance all over trees, and you would see a lot of trees dry rotting, falling and breaking. Strong winds would come and they would just collapse. That's supposed to be getting better. I see that less and less, especially in the last couple of years, but it has been a lot of trees falling and dying because of that.
Now that's very interesting, because we talk about this opening of portals and how the vibrational frequencies change. I noticed this in the UK. 15 years ago, there were a lot of trees dying in London of some kind of diseases. And then I noticed that this was not just London, it was like a whole southern part of England. And I started looking into it, and I started realizing there was actually a real problem. I started speaking to conservation people, and they were like, no, it's a serious problem. All the trees are getting sick. And so they were going around cutting down the trees, and everybody was like, oh, the councils are cutting down all the trees. And I was like, yeah, well, they've got a disease. They're actually trying to stem the disease as well as like take away the place for the birds to breed. But this is quite interesting how these plants and trees react to the shifts in the biosphere. And these gates opening are changes of frequencies of life force. So I suppose this is what it is. The climate's changing in different places. The air is changing, the quality of the oxygen in the air, the temperature, the humidity in the air. And what is it? That's right. England is becoming a really good place to farm wine. Never used to be a good place for wine farming, but they're able to actually grow pretty good grapes for wine now. Where before English wine was like lower grade, now they're able to actually produce decent wine. Where France was normally much better at growing wine, and the French wine industry has been going down. South Africa has become a top place to grow olives. We weren't the top place to grow olives in the past. Greece was, but our olives are winning all the international olive prizes now, a lot of them. Once again, Australia and South Africa are similar. Australia is also growing some of the top olives around. So it's quite interesting, the way the continents are changing their frequencies. And here we've got fynbos. So we've got the most where I live in the city is the greatest amount of biodiversity anywhere in the world. So we've got the most different varieties of wildflowers in my city. We've got more varieties of wildflowers around my city than on the subcontinent of Australia. So it gives you an idea of how much flowers just around Cape Town, just around the city where we go, in central Western Cape. And then we've got a lot of biodiversity in the ocean as well. And it used to be one of the top places for marine biology to come and research and study here. So, there's a lot of changes. Cape Town, you don't really see it so much, probably because of the biodiversity. In other words, the spectrum just changes a little. Some die off, but they get replaced by others, and there's just the balance of it shifts. But in places like England, where they've killed the biodiversity, right? The biodiversity is gone through intensive farming, right, over a long period of time. Just certain kinds of trees, certain kinds of plants. So they basically, you really see it when there's a disease that comes through. They were having a huge problem in England losing all the brown squirrels. And the brown squirrels are being replaced by the grey squirrels, which were not indigenous. And there was a huge nature conservation issue. They were trying to cull the numbers of the grey squirrels, which I thought was just disgusting. Because I was like, well, they're here now, let them set up shop, So what if the brown ones can't keep up? If you lose the brown ones, it's not the end of the world. You've got the grey ones. You don't have to go targeting the grey ones, try and get rid of them. But it's interesting. I think that this is something we're going to experience a lot more, and I think it's got a lot to do with vibrational energies that are shifting. Like this particular frequency of change that we're experiencing right now has affected weather. And the interesting thing is the sun is not putting out a lot at the moment. I don't know if you've looked at the sun this week. The sun's barely putting out C-class flares, lower C-class flares. There's a bit of X-ray, background X-ray radiation happening. So the sun is actually quite asleep at the moment. It's more cold light coming out of the sun, yeah, because you've got cold light and hot light. So you got Ida and Pingala. So when you got the Pingala, you got a lot of photons. But when you got less photons, you got more magnetic fields operating. So there'll be magnetic things coming out of the sun, I reckon. Can't really find good measurements of the Gauss meter. How many Gauss is coming out of the sun? I think it's normally about like between 1 and 1.6 or 1.8 or something. But so this is, I think, got a lot to do with our solar changes. And the sun is literally changing its frequency as we go through these gates. And we are definitely heading towards something because our solar system's moving, right? Our whole galaxy, we're moving through the galaxy. So as we're moving, I don't know if those of you followed Peter Laviolette. Any of you hear about Peter Laviolette? I think you can find him on YouTube. Peter Laviolette Superwaves. He's a scientist that has researched superwaves from the center of the galaxy. And he was talking about how we have got superwaves coming and how superwaves are going to affect our sun. The changes in frequency because of emanations from the central galaxy. And then you get these superwaves that pop out, and they could be of different frequencies, but they have a resonant effect on our solar output. And they change the cycles of our sun's frequency, which will change the cycles of the vibrations on Earth for plants and weather. So I think these gates opening and closing are part of why global warming is happening. And they want us to believe it's us that's doing it. I don't know. I suppose that's an interesting point. What are our feelings on global warming? Did we do it?
Yes and no, but what we call global warming is not what's being purported as global warming. Global warming is you can't stand upon an ignorant earth and not be ignorant upon it. You can't stand upon a cognizant earth and not be cognizant upon it. So the kundalini of the earth is rising just like the people, right? It's going to get warmer naturally, but there's a lot more ice here than we essentially have been told. The idea of an infinite plane, when you look at what land is purported to be, you can see the natural shift. It's just like a clock. So areas are melting, but notice the sea levels have never risen. They've never changed. So, what is melting here? Especially when we understand that water takes on the container it is in.
That's interesting. I remember I used to follow the temperatures on Mars, Jupiter, and what were the other planets? Mars, Jupiter, Venus, and another one. Which one was it? Mars, Jupiter, Venus, and I think it's Saturn. And if you look at them, they've I don't know if you know this, they've removed all of those charts from NASA. They used to actually put them up on NASA as much as 15 years ago. And you used to be able to go onto the NASA site and take a look at the temperature changes on Mars, all the planets. And they actually removed all that information. How's that? Because if you look at the information on all those planets, the temperature change is exactly the same as the temperature change on Earth. ratio-wise. So our fossil fuels were making Mars a lot hotter, and Jupiter.
Exactly. How is it that the rest of the supposed solar system is also heating up? It's obviously not
Yeah.
something that we're doing. And the last person I would ever trust or organization would be NASA. NASA means to deceive in Hebrew, but they're
Yeah.
telling you what they're doing because NASA, North America, South America, they're telling you exactly who they're watching, right? It's multifaceted. On top of the fact that they told you they lost over $66 trillion dollars in data of telemetry data. They also tell you that the Earth rotates on a 6.6 axis, right? Everything is six, everything is six, everything is six, no matter where you look. You know, like it's. Don't get me started on NASA. We'll really be here all night.
No, exactly. Which I think they were just putting the data for the planets out there because they didn't see the use of it. The moment they realized that people were actually using it to understand that global warming's a lie, they took it off. So
well, NASA
the reason they deleted that fast.
NASA hasn't done a launch in close to 10 years now, right? Because now you have SpaceX, right? Which tells you a lot of things. Number one, why is their budget not only the same, but increasing with no launches? Why do they have the largest swimming facilities on Earth? Why do they purchase more helium than any other organization on Earth, including the military? You know, but these are questions that most people just don't kind of look into because they just trust the system. That's not what it's there for.
Yeah. The whole idea of the moon landing.
The
funny.
idea of getting past the Van Allen belt when they weren't discovered until 1972. Come now. Just 4 years
It didn't
ago.
exist then.
You know what I mean? Just 4 years ago, they told you that, oh, wait, we made a mistake. The atmosphere of the Earth is actually 400 million miles further than we thought, and the moon is actually within the atmosphere of the Earth. Duh. We know that. Freemasonry tells you this. You know, like it's...
There is an interesting point that I found fascinating, was that who was the guy whose father was a really big airplane guy in developing airplanes, and he used to be a test pilot for the American Air Force, that claimed that he had been to the moon, but not flying to the moon conventionally using teleportation technology.
Picard?
Huh?
Are you talking about Picard?
I don't know about him. I'm talking about the guy who's one of the guy who flew, you know, that stealth bomber? What's his name, man?
John Lear?
John Lear, yes. John Lear. And his father is like, you know, Mr. Aviation, basically. But John Lear had been on record that he had been on the moon. And he's one of the astronauts, isn't he? Was he an astronaut as well? I think he was.
I think he worked with Jack Parsons.
Yeah. I don't think he flew on any astronaut missions, but he was like trained in that as well. He was maybe supposed to go. But anyway, he claimed that he had used Stargate technology and that they had traveled to the moon and that there was truly that there's an atmosphere up there and that you can breathe the air. It's just very thin. How true that is,
That doesn't
I
sound
don't
very
know.
true. What would make the atmosphere? There's no plants on the moon.
Well,
Organisms.
we don't know. We don't know. This is exactly what Carlisle was saying. We don't know. They told us they flew to the moon through the Van Halen belt, but we know that that's nonsense, right? So it makes us wonder what's the truth of the moon.
There's absolutely no way to penetrate the firmament, to penetrate the ionosphere, the stratosphere. There's no way out. You know, that's for a reason. When you look at what has been done to the earth, why would we allow ourselves to go anywhere else? Why would we think there was anywhere else to go? And that's the question I rarely hear asked.
Yeah, totally. But I mean, the question of whether the moon is in our atmosphere or not, is actually an interesting one, because it might well be. Like we just don't know the full truth of the story. But and just exactly what the moon is. Is the moon a gate, kind of stargate that leads somewhere else? If that makes sense. Maybe you end up somewhere else in another reality when you're on the moon. Maybe you go through the moon to another phase of being. I really don't know. I don't have the answers. But it's a fascinating series of questions nonetheless.
Is when you look into the mythology of the moon and whether or not, there's times where the moon has not been here. The moon was supposedly brought here from somewhere else. There's, mythology about the old Earth of Tiamat being split and then becoming the Earth and becoming the moon. There's so many different mythologies. But when you put it all together, we know that the moon is not original to the realm, but what is original because we aren't original to the realm. So there's a level of understanding, but we know it is not a reflector. They've said for decades it's a reflection of the sun. When the moon produces its own light, moonlight is actually colder than shadow at night.
What produces the light?
What do you mean?
Like where does the light actually come from if it's not reflected from the sun? Is there like some kind of mineral with a like a photoluminescence that shoots out the light? Is it reflected from some other source?
Well, I want you to think about this. You see the moon at nighttime because the sun is absent. So how could it possibly be reflecting the light of the sun? That makes no sense whatsoever. It's
because it's the position of where like the moon is, and that you can still have the sun being reflected off of part of it. Because if you think about what the moon actually does, it keeps the Earth and it's wobble, so it sort of stays upright. It's actually the reason why if you think about life was able, that's why we have seasons. It's why we have, summer lasting 3 months and winter lasting 3 months. Because without the moon, it would basically go back from like full-blown summer to full-blown winter in less than a day. We just wobble all over the place. That's why Mercury is such an unstable planet. So the moon, if you think about it, in a lot of ways, it's actually related to a mother sort of feminine archetype. It actually makes perfect sense because if you think about it, like without the moon, life as we know it would not been able to evolve because the environmental conditions would be too unpredictable and unstable for biological organisms to evolve and grow and adapt to their surroundings. So it's kind of interesting.
I think that what Galal's getting at is that there's a lot of different models. One of the models is that we're on the inside of the Earth. It takes a lot of twisting one's brain to consider. I don't know what's true, but I've looked at a lot of these models and a lot of them make equivalent sense. I wouldn't just just say one's not true outright because I don't know. But the idea that we could be on the inside of the earth is also a possibility. It's something to consider, that we could be upside down, inside out, on the periphery, looking inwards. And so there's a lot of different possibilities with regards to these ideas, but different models of reality that involve not necessarily the same conceptual expectations that we've been taught by the heliocentric model. And so all the old maps of Earth look different. One of the things that's interesting is if you look at the moon, you actually see the old map of the Earth. That's very fascinating. So the map that the United Nations have on the wall of Earth is what you see from the moon. Almost as if the moon is reflecting the continents. We can see the reflections of the continents in the moon in the way that they're supposed to be shown. And there's a very interesting book that's worth looking at. What is it called? It's basically a series of journalists that went into noticing that there were a lot of weird flights. Airplane leaves from such and such a airport, it's traveling to such and such an airport, something goes wrong and it's called an emergency landing to such and such an airport, which just shouldn't be possible. And a lot of these weird circumstances are out there, completely inexplainable as complete miracles, unless you change the map of the Earth, at which point they all just correlate perfectly. Do you know which book that is, Carlisle?
There's a few. 200 Proofs that the Earth Isn't a Spinning Ball by Eric Dubay, Flat Atlantis by Eric Dubay, Earth is Not a Plane. There's tons of them.
The one is though specifically looking at all the different flights. All they've done is they've gone into flight records and logged that, for example, an airplane flying from Europe to USA shouldn't have to land in Australia in an emergency flight. In fact, there isn't enough fuel to get the airplane there, and a lot of these very weird things. But the only way that these add up is if one considers, wow, my madam would just open the door. Hey, Ori, you're a clever boy, huh? Is if you look at an alternative map of the Earth. And that is the map of the Earth that these people have been touting in front of us at the United Nations. And I've always wondered why they have that map. Would you say anything about that map, Dr. G?
Well, the map on the United Nations is in 33 segments, but the map on the moon shows you much more of the Earth. It shows you the entire realm as opposed to just this section that we inhabit now. And that's where you get this idea of a clock. There's a clock in Prague that displays this exactly. It shows you the segments, it shows you how the epoch and the grand cycle of 25,566 years and all of this, it shows you how that works in the realm.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot that it's actually got more of our map. It's as if that the powers that be have hidden a large part of the world from us. They don't want us to know about the true size of the world and what's going on the world, which is quite interesting. And a lot of what they've taught us, I've questioned. I've questioned it my whole life. I went to school and I realized the nonsense they were peddling at me, and I was like, this isn't right. And so by the time I was 12, I was already doubting a lot of what they were teaching me. And the older I get, the more I start to recognize this cause for that doubt. But it's just very interesting looking at the moon. And I think it's got a lot to do with these portals. I think the moon plays probably one of the most profound roles in terms of the key resonant frequencies on Earth. why exactly the moon has the huge effect it has on the tides also is incredible. What does it say about the frequency, the resonant frequencies of the moon? Because if magnetism isn't what we think it is, maybe magnetism is what we call magnetism. I would consider something as harmonic resonance. So things that are harmonic in an harmonic pitch of resonance, like, you know, two tones. If you got two tones that are very similar, they will homogenize, right? And so there's that moving towards each other's pitch in terms of sound vibration. And I think the acoustic resonant field of something's pitch is what qualifies as magnetism. It's just what always made sense to me. It's got to do with harmonic resonance and not exactly what they've taught us. And that mass, what we call mass, is merely a consequence of harmonic resonance. So mass isn't what's causing magnetism. Mass is just one of the many effects witnessing the differences of harmonic resonance. But harmonic resonance is actually what causes gravity. And gravity is one of the effects of harmonic resonance, as is mass, one of the effects. But mass and gravity just happen to be consequential in terms of that they are both effects of an alternative cause, which is quite an interesting concept if we start to consider the nature of magnetism. And it sort of ties into the consciousness field of what we call personal magnetism, why we resonate with certain animals, why animals are drawn to us, why we're drawn to each other, certain people and other people are drawn toward each other. It's quite an interesting phase for study, and I think there's going to be a correlation on the physical as it is with the spiritual and the psychic, that the reason people are drawn to each other is harmonic resonance, which is the same reason why the ocean is drawn towards the moon. And the moon must thus be drawn towards the ocean. So there must be something really interesting at play happening here. And why water and the sun have this particular relationship of evaporation is quite interesting, you know? This polarizing effect of water, because water is said to come out of black holes, right? So the only thing that can escape the magnetic field. Hey, look who's here, the artwork brother. We've got with us a wonderful brother, Mystic Ronin. And obviously, if you know what a Ronin is a samurai that's gone rogue. He ain't gonna play ball with the rest of the crew. He's on his own mission. He's going to follow his own directive. And Ronin is a wonderful decoder and financial man, knows all about those ins and outs of cryptology, and also a wonderful shamanically inspired brother that's connected to words specifically, loves his words, and of course, everything else that relates to various different occult concepts and philosophies, and a good deal of tinfoil hat bits and pieces of information, which is exactly where we're heading now. Please introduce yourself. This is the wonderful brother, Ronin.
Greetings, everyone. It's a true honor to be here. Thank you, Franklin. I'm a little late because I was unplugged today. Check out the RoninExperience, Kalel, Keanu, and MoonFeather, and myself. We crushed last night. And shout out to those that are on the same frequency and same vibe, Franklin, obviously, because a lot of our show topics reflect each other. That's because we're on the same wavelength, vibe, whatever you want to talk about while we're, traversing this stationary plane. So shout out. And if you're too dizzy from all the spinning balls, I don't know what to tell you. Just a quick thing on this. The moon does not affect tides because why would it only affect the ocean and not the Great Lakes? Great Lakes don't have tides. But when you have the waters at sea level, and I'm not here to convince anyone of anything. Just think centrifugal force holding the oceans down, but a little butterfly can fly. I could throw this. This doesn't fall down that fast. Falls down kind of fast, but the strength of gravity is prejudice and discriminates. Why does it treat this piece of paper, but it'll hold the oceans together while we're spinning on a ball? Think centrifugal force and all that stuff. And also, it's a night light, and how it produces its own light. The moonshine is a bit of a mystery. I mean, that, you know, no one can have that proof. But I know the magi and those the information controllers that control your mente have to have an answer for everything, right? Ask a question, they'll answer it. Here's where it comes from. Here's this. Here's that. So think about that. But you know, what causes the tides? You know, there's legends on things like 4 rivers in the Mount Meru. You know, coming and breathing, but stationary plane, right? Between the what makes the seasons, between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, the sun and moon go between you're either inside the arc or outside the arc. That's why they call it the Arctic and the anti-Arctic. Okay, and you got to do your research. Eric Dubay and 200 Proofs is one of the greatest things to look at, because most all these things that they lie to you about cannot be replicated to scale. So, you know, just want to throw some of those things out there. But this is a topic that really takes one's individual kind of research and unlearning what you've been told, completely unlearning everything. And yeah, so that's what's up. You look at the stars, twinkle, twinkle, twinkle. You know, they're all lights. They reflect lights like sound in water, you know, cymatics. And you can look at the planes that you cannot land on. They're wandering stars. So these are some quick basics that the astronauts and have told you about. So yeah, that's a quick rundown brochure. Shout out to the chat later, Petri. But anyway, massive love. What's going on, guys? I missed the earlier thing. I checked out. I unplugged today. And yeah. So that's my introduction. Oh, so much love. Franklin, you're still awake, man. What are you doing?
I'm doing it, brother. Yeah, it is really fascinating when we start to look at these things, because I mean, I've got more questions than what I've got answers, if I'm going to be honest. And I'm not someone to just throw out babies with bathwater. Like, I don't believe what I believe. I actually have very few beliefs. So I can believe different things simultaneously, half-heartedly, not knowing which one is true, and be content with that. I don't need to have all the answers. I'm okay not having all the answers. I'm satisfied with, you know, for me, there's definitely more going on the planet. There's definitely a lot that they haven't been honest about. There's definitely a lot that they don't know, I would say. There's definitely a lot that we've believed with very little evidence. Like, I was in a philosophy group the other day, and they were talking about Einstein relativity theory. And I was like, what? There's no such thing as Einstein relativity theory. No, they talk about this. No, it's Einstein relativity hypothesis. A theory is something that has evidence. That can be
Einstein
proved.
was a loser. He was a loser, an actor, a charlatan, a plagiarist. Look at the book,
Yeah.
Einstein the Plagiarist. Guy's a moron. Excuse me,
Yeah.
Franklin. You think you're smarter than Einstein? It's like, come on, man. Come on. You
No,
can't discern.
you're right.
That
Everything he
discernment
wrote about had been written before.
his wife, you know, he had a couple wives. The guy was like, I'm just a silly scientist. Come on, if your discernment muscles are not, you can't figure out what's real, what's not. As far as those trying to tell you, you know, I'm not talking about what's real. I'm talking about when people are telling you things. If you can't discern what they're saying to you is real or not real, then your discernment muscles, or if you just take it, Franklin Einstein said it, so it must be a thing. and everyone keeps, it's been peer reviewed and scientific peer reviewed magazine, then you don't know what's going on. If you just go, well, then I believe it, then you are just so naive and lost. And it's so difficult to even discuss anything real deeper on a spiritual level because you've been deceived. And this is not just, we've all been there. Well, I went to the Prussian government indoctrination in camps here. A lot of this education is based on the Prussian system, and a lot of this stuff is created. It's all connected. The lies about fake space and balls, space balls, comes from, here in the Rockefellers. That Einstein was in World War, he was with all those Rockefeller types. Pharmakia and viruses, same time invented. All this was invented at the same time. Oil invented. All of this was invented at the same time. Fake money, this money magic, it was created by the exact same people at the exact same time. It's all connected. So if you can't connect those dots, don't feel bad, but you got to go back to and start, opening some books and opening your mind and not having that firmament, the firmamente, the firm mind, to start opening your mind. I'm closed in a dome. Bro, you're in a Saturnalian black cube thinking inside the box. They got you in their box. I could rant on and on for that. Now, do I have all the answers? No, but they do. What's funny, again, I'll repeat. They'll answer everything for you. Me, I'm like you, Franklin. I have more questions, but I know I know BS when I hear it. You know what I mean?
Well, this is exactly it. And I was pointing out things in the philosophy group, and people were having a hard time digesting it. And I was just saying, listen, like, firstly, you need to actually use your brain, because this whole relativity concept that was, Einstein's baby, whatever you want to call it, it's the furthest thing from being proved. It's the furthest thing from being accepted. And there have been a number of scientists that have actually produced evidence that question it severely. It's one of the most controversial things. And even since it's come into being, it's not progressed. It's actually degressing as an idea. And a lot of scientists are actually starting to recognize that there's a bit of a bad smell. But it's so funny because people have heard this idea that is so amazing. The guy, who was the guy who actually went as far as to disprove the theory? And this guy was even one of the in circle of like 9 Nobel Prizes or something. What was his name? And he found a lot of evidence that actually goes as far as to disprove it, right? Fairly effectively. And actually to some degree evidentially. Yeah. Where the hypothesis of relativity, there is no evidence. Somebody sat down and thought, I came up with this great idea and said, you know what? I figured it out. There it is. Everybody else said, wow, that's so cool. And that was it. There's no evidence at all to say anything.
Dude, Franklin, imagine spending your whole career and money and getting these credentials, prestige, and then realizing your whole profession is made up. Imagine that. That would affect anybody. You've dedicated your whole life. You've placed your value in I look at my degrees and my paperwork. I've studied this and I've wrote things on chalkboards before. That's the only place they exist, by the way, is on chalkboards, and and their math doesn't even add up. But imagine spending your entire existence and value and realizing it's all made up BS. Theories that you can't reproduce. Like, that is hard to take by some. Me, I'll pivot immediately. I go, whoa, you mean everything I thought's a lie and I spent my life doing this? Well, I'm not going to I'm not just going to stay in this lie. It's been proven to be a lie. Okay, well, let me Remove that. The art of deduction, like a detective. There's a crime scene. Let me deduct BS, deduct that. That doesn't check out. That doesn't add up. What's left? And some people have because they're very invested in this realm. They're very invested in this 3D matrix stuff. You know, you know what I mean? Look at my bank account. Look at my
Very invested in the banking system.
Yeah, look at my bank account. Look at my suit and my car and my degrees and oh my. And it's all BS. You know, that's because they're
I would go as far as to say even the concept of life and death.
And it's scary if you don't have those parameters, Franklin, to remove all those things because you're like, okay, cool. I feel safe. I have these fundamentals. I'm grounded on these basic facts and laws and etc. That makes me feel good. I'm on firm ground. My mind is firm now, right? And then to realize that it ain't so firm, everything's a little shifting, everything kind of shifts a little bit and erodes and ebbs and flows. That's a little bit like, you're like, whoa, I got to get I'm getting a little seasick because I thought my fundamental beliefs were guaranteed, but they're not. And that is that's scary, Franklin, right? Because then you got to go to the jungle and go, what the heck is who am I? Because everything I thought was guaranteed, concrete is all like, so what do I do now? You got to go into the mountains. You got to go, whoa, and restart, start over everything. And am I coming in too hot? I feel like I'm just coming in real hot right now.
No, it's all good. I think a bit of heat is good because we're looking at the portal phenomena, and we can't look at portals without understanding what planets are, what stars are, what the moon is. And yeah, we've been told the story about what planets are and what the moon are, and we should keep our minds open. I think it's always good to have an open mind and to keep all options open, because if you don't know, you don't know. And that, I think, is the first fundamental principle of any true occult thinking. Never pretend that you know something you don't know, because if you don't know, you don't know. So I think as soon as the whole planet starts to recognize that we actually don't know what the sun is, it's like when I explain to my son what the sun is, if you ask Joshua Eli, what's the sun? He'll tell you it's a fast spinning cube. It's a damn better story than what they've told me. I'm like, I think it's a cube that's spinning really fast. It makes sense to me that it's spinning so fast it's creating light and heat. So it's a cubic structure of energy that's oscillating, and it's chakra, it's spinning. That to me would make a lot more sense than the idea of a ball of plasma and all that nonsense, right? Because if something spins fast, it generates light, generates heat, because it's creating piezoelectric reactions. So, I mean, I don't know. I told him that's what I think it is. But until I go there, I can scope it out with my own nog.
Also, think about this goofiness, and I agree with I'm all about having that discussion, because I'm not going to tell you, no, Franklin, it's this. It's like, oh, I can't, what? I see there's a light above me. Yeah, I see there's a light above me. It's a perfect circle. And
I might say it's BS. Go on. I'm sorry. Go on.
Well, I just wanted to wrap. I won't ramble on. I just wanted to wrap this up. I know that it's a perfect circle, and there's another exact perfect circle. And good Lord, I forgot. It's not your fault, Cosmic. I was taking this somewhere. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so you have so portals. There's the conversation of a soul trap. That's you enter and leave this realm through the sun, and some would say the moon, or maybe you come in. One's an entry and one's an exit. You go exactly. To the light, and then you go to the light and you get recycled back in. So that's a thought. I can't prove or disprove that, but that's in the conversation, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead,
My
Cosby.
theory is actually, I've been playing with the idea that you actually come in through the Big Bang outside, because our souls exist outside of time, so that when we come into matter, we basically kind of like, our consciousness basically kind of exists as a potential within the beginning of the universe, and then based on what our soul is and what our consciousness is, the universe finds an appropriate space and time that allocates to our being.
So let me ask you this, Cosmic. If the bigger the mass, the bigger you attract things. If I gain 100, if I get fatter and fatter and fatter, will more people get attracted to me because I'm gaining my mass?
Well, I mean, are we talking about like attention, like becoming an egregore? Or are we talking about literal physical mass? Because
Cookie
it's just literal
salesman,
physical mass.
Literal.
That it's just, I don't know.
Literal,
Maybe
'cause
you'll
on that
maybe
theory,
you'll become a mushroom mold, an Alpha Centauri somewhere. I don't know.
if the bigger the mass, this is all BS, but well, I'll play the game for a second. If the bigger the mass, you have a Big Bang theory, Big Bang, you're expanding. Okay. If you're the bigger the mass, the more attraction you have. So does that mean the fatter I get, I'm gonna become 400 pounds? That means more people are gonna start rotating around me in my orbit.
I guess technically. I mean, I mean, it already works like that in the real world. I mean, look at all these like YouTubers that are, they gain a mass following by just getting fat.
No,
literally
no,
true in that context.
no. That is not the way it works. YouTube is officially bought and fucking paid for. Let's be real and let's be fucking serious here. We're not playing no games. We're talking to the whole world here. Pseudoscience is built on top of fucking pseudoscience. Just because it's written in a goddamn book, and not even the last 500 years when we had every ancient culture in the world who knew better and taught better and had none of this bullshit that we have been taught in school here in the West. No, it's trash. And the more you look into it, the more easy it is to see. It's not my fault or any of our fault to know that anyone else has not done the research. But look into it for yourself. Fuck what I'm talking about, or Ronin, or Cosmic. Look for yourself. But for those of us who have looked, there's no such thing as an orbit. There's no such thing as outer space. There's no such thing as a plane or a planet that you can go to other than an energetic frequency. Prove me wrong, because I got the evidence, please.
I would definitely say that there's a big question mark as to the nature of so much of what we've been taught. I think keeping a question mark open is a really healthy concept, that sign of the question, because there are so many interests in controlling our ideas and our beliefs.
Franklin, what do you think about the labyrinth mind? Because some with that question mark and some of these layers of BS is a trap and put you in a labyrinth mind, which is why they like to put mazes around things.
I totally think that smoke screens is how they operate, and like a smoke screen's another word for the labyrinth mind. Put up a smoke screen so that all you can see is the smoke in front of your face, going round and round in circles, trying to find what it is you're looking for, but you're not getting anywhere. It's very much like that. It's like, I'll give you an example of how I see it. It's like a magician. When a magician doesn't want you to see, like I can do like sleight of hand. I'm just like naturally a little bit good at it. So I can like mess with my boy's head. And when I want him to look at my right hand, I'll make my body language that he looks at my right hand when my left hand does something, if that makes sense. And I think that that's like what's going on, Yeah, they'll like make you look at their left hand. Look here. Oh, the right hand. You didn't see that. No, it's okay. Just keep looking here. So it is exactly like what you say. It's that sleight of hand, but it's psychological sleight of hand. Yeah. Yeah, you got a kid. You know the drill.
I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question because this is something I feel like no one really thinks about. And it's understandable because we have to defend certain things. Like Ronin mentioned before, you know, if you go to school for one of these pseudosciences that completely does not exist, you're gonna be hurt. You know what I mean? Even to the point of where you may be able to continue that and essentially live a lie and have a very profitable life. You know, people have families and things they want to do. It's understandable, but the truth is the truth. So when it comes to the powers that should not be, what have they ever told you that was the truth? Because the more you look into health, you see it's bullshit and then you die, right? The more you look into pharmaceuticals, you see, oh, I should be eating natural and doing this, that, and the third. But you believe the science they tell you about going somewhere else? You believe it when they tell you that they spent all this money and then they lost the data? You believe it when they make a movie telling you that melanated women figured out how to shoot? Get out of here. They lie to you everywhere they can because you will believe it. Once you know, there's no need for belief. So I find it incredible that, you know, a governmental system, this one world government that has always existed, people don't believe anything else they have to say. You know, nobody here believes in the jab, I know that much, but you believe in their science.
So because it's consensus and it's a mainstream, we just have to, you know, disregard it entirely. Like anything that's mainstream, anything that's consensus, it has to be a conspiracy. It has to be a lie. It just can't possibly be true, right?
If it comes from liars, they lie.
Right. Exactly right. You goddamn right.
And I agree, Cosmic. Yes. Everything you just said, yes. If it comes from mainstream, it is a lie.
I think that's stupid. I'm going to be honest with you.
So,
I think that it's going to be. I think it's going to be.
Hold on, because I already asked the question. Tell me one thing they told you that was the truth. Because if you think it's stupid, that means you got evidence. So give it to me.
Yeah, I got evidence, but I don't really know where to jump off from because you got
no. You said it's stupid.
Like,
Answer the question. Don't run now.
Okay. I'm just saying, it just seems
no.
You
running. You ain't just saying nothing. You ain't just saying.
And I'll give an answer. I can't think of anything at the top of my head that's specific. But
then shut your mouth because you don't know what you're talking about. Period. Okay. Point blank. Yeah. You don't have one example, but it's stupid. Shut up. It's very simple.
Rustled your feathers.
It's very simple.
All right, just chill out. just chill out.
Okay? Nah. Don't play games. I feel like I've hit a nerve. Don't play games. Don't play games. Yeah, you goddamn right. Don't play games in front of the people. Don't play no motherfucking games. If you don't fucking know, shut your fucking mouth, acting like, oh, it's stupid, but you can't give me one fucking example. You can't tell me one goddamn thing.
I'm listen to me.
No, I'm not listening. You ain't saying nothing. You ain't saying nothing.
Stop interrupting.
It sounds like I hit a nerve. I ain't playing. I'm not playing with you, boy. I'm not playing with you, boy. Make me shut up. I'm not playing with you. You getting what you asked for. You understand? Don't say something that's fucking stupid when you can't even give up one example. You shut your fucking mouth because I shut you the fuck up in front of everybody. I don't play those games. It's period.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus don't exist, homie. I'm real. I'm right in your face. Talk to me. Jesus can't help you.
The old ways are dying. It's the apocalypse time. Franklin, you're on mute. The old ways are dying. The apocalypse is coming, and what's that term? Not suffering fools or something. I mean, guys, if you still believe in the old ways, man, you're gonna have a tough time. And yes, we're passionate about it. I say we because
I guess the thing with me is that, you know, I make discernment. It's like, I'm not saying there are no conspiracies. Obviously, there are some conspiracies, and there is deception. It does exist. I'm not denying that. But then to say it's all deception, it's all lies, that just to me is it's using a hammer and assuming everything's a nail. I'm just talking about using discernment, more tools, being objective and reasonable. And just because it's, either side can be wrong. It's not just like, oh, the mainstream is always wrong, and the conspiracy theory people, they're always right. It's like it's somewhere in the middle.
Don't think that's what they're
really
saying.
that controversial?
The mainstream is always wrong. Give me one thing. I asked the question already. Give me one thing they were right about. Just one.
It's not like you're going to listen anyway.
Just one. I'll shut up.
It's like, all right, like the whole freaking like this, like you never provided evidence about where the light comes from the moon. If it doesn't reflect from the sun, obviously there's some other source.
Yes.
It
we
produces
know
its
how
own light.
LED lights work, right? How do LED lights work? Let's just think about what LED lights
are.
Yeah,
they come from a source.
LED lights are got to do with electric charge and metals. Electric charge and certain metallic compounds create a reaction that produces light. And depending on which metallic compounds are present will depend on the frequency of the light. That's how grow lights are built. I know, because I was really looking into this. But so there could be a lot of explanations. I think that what both Ronin and Kalal are getting at here is there is, okay, let's just put it down to the rotation of the Earth. For a start, it has never, ever been proved that the Earth is turning. Are you aware of that? It's never been proved. There is no evidence to prove that the Earth is turning. It has just been taken as a fact and accepted. And there's a lot of other things like that there is no scientific experiment. The concept of relativity has never been proved. There is no evidence that relativity exists, but it's been taken as the gospel by many people. Just in the same way that 1,000 years ago, it was taken as the gospel that it took exactly 168 hours to create the Earth. No, sorry, 144 hours to create the Earth. And the other 24 hours God rested. That was the fact at some point. There was no evidence, but that was the fact. And everybody would fight and argue that was the fact. And if you didn't believe it, you'd probably get lynched, burnt, drowned, murdered, have your land stolen. So that's where we come from. Now, is science like that? I think is what they're saying, is that you can't believe anything they've told you. It might be true, it might not be true, but you can't believe anything until you've seen enough credible evidence. And what is often sold to us as credible evidence isn't credible evidence, which is why I just simply claim that I honestly don't really know. I don't really know. And if you ask me which model I agree with the most, I don't even know which model I agree with. I don't even really pretend to consider. To me, what seems most likely, if you ask me the truth, is that this entire model is the consciousness field expressing effects. And the effects of the consciousness field that are being expressed are electromagnetism. And that our brain does all sorts of funny nonsense with the electromagnetic fields around us and constructs in the parietal lobes this weird version of reality after the cerebral cortex has processed the information and moved it to the parietal lobes, after the thalamus gland has, the thalamus part of the brain has basically decoded and recoded all of the information, filtering everything that comes from the senses. And then the parietal lobes will basically create an imagination of what we call reality, and we'll experience that. And so reality isn't what it seems. To me, reality not being what it seems means that nothing is what it seems. So I automatically go to the point, well, nothing is what it seems. What are the odds? If somebody doesn't even understand what reality is, They don't even have a working model and a full understanding of how the nature of reality comes into being. What business do they have trying to pretend they know, these scientists, exactly what the sun is? So they're naturally going to make mistakes, which is why scientific hypotheses, theories, whatever they are, tend to change all the time. If they were true, they would still be true. Perhaps one of the reasons why hypotheses and scientific theories keep changing is because the nature of reality is morphing around us. Perhaps reality is completely a personal extension from the inner being of ourselves, and that the very nature of reality is that the moon could be a different thing on a different day. It could change depending on who's looking at it and depending on how who's looking at it feels about what the moon is. And the scale of distance and shape and size and everything could change according to our possibilities of consciousness. And that moving through different parts of what we consider the spectrum of the cycle of being could bring different resonant frequencies into being, which changes the nature of consciousness. Somebody asked a very good question here. And hello, Walk Outdoors, Disc Jockey Day. That's quite a funky name. Was asking about what gravity is. And as I was saying before, I believe that gravity is harmonic resonance. I don't believe it's got to do with mass. I believe it's got to do with frequency and resonance. And that the frequencies need to be in a particular phase for gravity to operate. And particular phases of gravity might, as a consequence, produce mass. But they might not, as a consequence, produce mass. And I want you to consider that even the so-called scientists have discovered that there is such a thing as dark matter and there is such a thing as dark energy. And both dark matter and dark energy do have magnetic effects. So there goes the story of mass out the back window, because mass might be a correlation under normal circumstances, but gravity can exist without mass. So what does that tell you about gravity? Has very little to do with mass. Those are two coincidences that stand parallel often. So from my perspective, if I were to really consider gravity, it must be to do with frequency. And that when things are in phase, they want to move towards each other and become one vibrational field. And when they're out of frequency, they might repel each other. So to me, that sort of makes a lot of sense, that gravity is more a reflection of vibrational frequencies than anything else. And in terms of the model of reality, that's sort of, once again, the frequency of reality as I'm sensing it is a vibrational frequency of life. And life force is vibrating in order to produce a concussion effect of acoustic echoes, which we call the electromagnetic spectrum. And that produces everything that we think we're seeing and experiencing. So the very nature of reality might be so abstract, might be so different to what we can consider. I really honestly believe that if I go into my DNA, I'm going to come out through the stars. What does that tell you about my perception of reality? So, I think everything's a fractal, and that I think the fractal that we're existing in is a consequence of consciousness. And so there's this intelligence, what you can call God if you want, is this fundamental intelligence that's making all of this come into being through our expression of experience. And if there's nobody around to hear the tree fall, does it fall? This is a very interesting concept, and something I take seriously. Like, what is the nature of reality? You've heard that saying, if there's nobody around to hear a tree fall, did it fall? Did it make a noise? So I think that there's a lot that we can yet learn from consciousness as we move into the sphere of consciousness. And then now we're getting into the sphere of miracles. We're getting into the sphere of why ESP exists, why people can see into the future, why it is. And I've had personal experiences that this happens. So I don't question whether you can have prophetic experiences or some kind of experience of the future. And I don't mean random like things. I mean specifics, like highly specific information. So that kind of thing doesn't just happen coincidentally, you know. Like if you're seeing a car accident and you're knowing exactly which window and what's happening around the car, what time of day it is, which direction the car's spinning, which window you're going to go through, which is the window that gets broken, you know. So yeah, I just think that reality is much more abstract than what we give it credit for. So I think that's what Cosmic, everybody's basically trying to get at, is that we can't take anything that we've been told at face value. Anything. Anyway, that's my piece.
Yeah, and there's the golden ratio. So there are things that, you know, the Fibonacci sequence is a thing. So this is a design. Who designed it? You know, who's the programmer, the architect? I'm not sure. You know, that's again something that, you know, a discussion, open discussion. Or if we are, yeah, that gets into those deeper concepts, Franklin. I mean, I know that there's a Fibonacci sequence. I know that. All right. That's something we can prove. We can literally measure it. Like, you don't need to be a theoretical BS scientist with a bunch of made up theories to prove that. Anyone in their backyard can go and prove the Fibonacci sequence. I can also, my compass points to something that is very magnetic that goes that way, right? It's over here. My compass points to that, right? So there's a spinning of that magnetism with the solar and lunar lights, and you have stars above your head that spin around very predictably. They never change outside of a few, you know, eclipse, you know, various like longer cycles. You know, they never change. So, you know, that it's we're also like to the homies that have a problem with Khalil. We're very passionate. I say we because again, we're very passionate about the BS of, you know, if you're still, a lot of that stuff is BS. Academia, again, right? You know, it's kind of like it's time to push forward and remove those old constraints that were programmed, that, you know, the illusionists created. You know, you have to depend on them, and all that is to take your power away, right? And disempower you and rely on them. The science, the seances, right? The health, emphasis on hell, the health fakeries. Everything is fake, is what they, if it comes from that source, and how I can prove this, because they've said it. They said, the director of the CIA told President Reagan, we'll know our disinformation program is working when everything the American people are told believes is a lie. Not some things, not a couple things. This is a lie, but this isn't a lie. That's their words. I'm not making that. So that's their intentions. And these are nepotisms, people who come from bloodlines whose goal has been to basically enslave and destroy everything, everyone and everything in it. Their work. I don't need, that's not a theory, right? So anything that comes from a crew that's trying to disempower me and kill me is not credible. Is not a credible source. My credible source, again, is in my backyard. I can pick up a leaf and I can mathematically map out the Fibonacci sequence just by a leaf or a twig. You can count it, or a shell, or an avocado, whatever, or a, you know, artichoke. So you have a big old now you get into some legends and myths about what's the magnetic thing in the pole that's you know, with Polaris above that, right? There's a lot of pole, you know, so many people have discussed the poles. So you're on a, what is it? Is it Mount Meru? You know, look up the legends of the four rivers that creates tides, because why aren't the Great Lakes affected by tides, right? If it's going to affect one thing, it has to, if you're going to use logic, you can't use on one thing, you have to use the same logic across everything. If you want to play the logic game, you can't be selective with the logic and cherry pick. Yeah. So, I mean, you know, that's again, that's up to you. I mean, I'm not trying to convince anyone here, but again, for my homie Kalel, I get exactly where he's coming from because I'm there too. The time is different, and we would do a disservice to the people, to the realm, to the what we're broadcasting, what we're casting out here, if we continue to allow the old hustle to keep hustling, you know, the old scammers to keep scamming, you know, because these are like, you know, Franklin, I mean, you want to talk about tricks, you know, you want to talk about tricks. These people got money magic. They discuss their things, and they have, you know, here, you know, let me buy your guitar, Franklin. I'm gonna give you this piece of paper. You know what I mean? It's like, wait, you want me to give you your guitar for paper with some numbers written on it? Like, and they're like, yeah, it has value. Really? You know, so it's like, you know, we're not suffering this foolishness anymore. And yes, we're passionate about it. And, you know, if you have a problem with that, you know, I don't know what to tell you, because we're Heisman Trophy. We're mushing the old nonsense. And if don't take it personal, take it as a bit of a you know, it's the dojo, man. This is a spiritual dojo. Step in, you get a little bruised and battered, but you come out stronger, you know, and that's, you know, it's all love at the end of the day. But if you know, anyway, go ahead. I'm starting to ramble.
I would love to ask Cosmic a question. Cosmic,
sure. What?
Are you aware that there is not one single photograph of the Earth anywhere that you've ever seen that hasn't been CGI doctored? And all the people that deal with the photographs of Earth have acknowledged that they are all CGI doctored. And there are countless documentaries from NASA and every other organization where they explain that every single image that we see of the Earth has to be CGI doctored, or it won't make sense to us. Are you aware of that?
Well, that would also depend. When did we start taking photos of the Earth? That would be one contention to ask. You know, are these photos of Earth? Do they all do they predate the invention of CGI, or do they post CGI? That would be, first of all, the one thing that I would want to inquire.
Well,
because I think there's definitely been
CGI
photos in, like, you know, like the 70s or the 80s or something like that.
No, hold on.
They had
Military
CGI.
industrial complex laws of national security dictates at least quarter of a century. So if we believe they were made in the 70s, they were made in the 40s, right? That's the law. There is no technology that is allowed to be allowed into the public domain because it could be a danger to national security. So all technology is essentially sourced by the military industrial complex.
Here's actually one interesting theory that sorry.
Yeah.
That there's one theory that says that the moon landing itself was real, but the footage was faked to make it look better. That's another hypothesis that some people have in regards to the moon landing conspiracy.
Does that make sense?
Can I point something out, please?
Please,
anybody has a problem with me. You can go back through literally hundreds of hours now of roundtables. You can check out the RoninExperience, where we have hundreds of hours. You can check out so many different aspects. I don't jump to speak ever, right? Somebody asks me a question, I take my time. I speak on what I know. You're never going to hear me, you know, say I think or I feel, or no. I'm going to give it to you straight, because I've studied and I've done the work inwardly. I've died 7 times. I have no agenda other than for anyone to ever be enlightened. If anyone takes calls with that, get at me. I got 1 million numbers, addresses, platforms, and I will answer any question you have, and I'll give you 100 books on any of these subjects, right? When you understand, when you do the work, when you do the research, when you get past who you thought you were, this idea of patriotism, this idea of gender, this idea of color, whatever you think you are, ask me a question. I'll give you a book to read. I won't tell you my opinion. until I've seen the spark in you who really wants to know. Because anytime we're speaking on these universal auspices, people will tell you who they are. They will show you where they come from and how and what they resonate with. I asked a simple question. Give me one fact that is true. No one has been able to do it because it does not exist.
1 + 1 = 2.
Prove me wrong. I teach mathematics. I don't need no help in that area.
So would you say that so obviously you think that the scientific institute, it's flawed, it's there's an agenda behind it, but would you say the same thing about the scientific method itself? Just the general scientific method of hypothesis, evidence, conclusion, is that also a conspiracy? Is that also a manipulative psyop or whatever? Just the very scientific that methodology itself. I can understand how like an institution, people behind it, I can understand how that can be corrupted and create false narrative, but you must at least believe in the scientific method, right?
Let me chime in.
I don't believe in anything. Either I know or I don't know. How is the scientific method separate from the scientific institution? And how old is the scientific method? Do you think it's ancient? Because I come from a period of knowing, not believing, not hypothesizing. I don't have to hypothesize because I know.
Well, then how do you come to know something? What is it when there's a new event coming? How do you say, okay, I know this now, and this is not just speculation anymore?
That's called living in evolution. That's not even a proper question.
Wouldn't that also be, acquiring evidence, from personal experience? You gain evidence from personal experience, which then reinforces the hypothesis, which is your idea of what you think is true. You have a personal experience, which provides evidence, and that's basically the scientific method at some level. You can't avoid it.
I would say, though, that evidence is not for personal. Evidence is to prove to other people. So evidence isn't something you need. Like, let me give you an example. If you eat the food and the food makes your stomach hurt, the food makes your stomach hurt. But somebody else, you tell them that food will make your stomach hurt, they might require evidence.
Well, you would tell them that there's pain.
So you would
in my
need
stomach.
to create a hypothesis of evidence to explain to them, or a theory, why that food's going to hurt their stomach, so that they can understand they shouldn't eat that food. But if you've already eaten the food and it hurts your stomach, it hurts your stomach. So evidence isn't so much about personal recognition. It's more about displaying what you've experienced.
Well, I'd say with that personal experience is I'd say that's technically a type of evidence. I still think there's still a scientific evidence, even though you don't technically. It's like you have internal proof for yourself, but you don't have a type of evidence in which you can extrapolate to others so that they can also gain that understanding. But I would say that even that personal, somatic, vital experience, that's still technically evidence, I would say.
But that's because you're trying to prove something.
Right.
See, when you don't have to prove anything, you're proving my point.
There is something to be said about this. Because let me give an example. In 2018, I didn't want to move into this house where I'm living now. And my son's mother was like, why don't you want to move there? I said, well, when the whole world goes into martial law because of the virus that's going to come from China, which is going to basically shut down the whole global world economy and have people living like prisoners in their own suburbs. I don't want to be stuck on the end of the peninsula because there's a good chance that there might be food shortages. And I don't want to be in a place where they can block my access to being able to move up into the continent of Africa in case I want to or need to escape. She looked at me. She said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Well, the flu will be a weapon, and it will have been funded by the UK and America, and Russia and Europe will be in on it. And they will blame China for it because China will be where they'll release the weapon. And basically the whole world will go crazy with martial law. And so that's why I don't want to live in this house, because of its location. I would feel a little bit exposed and unsafe." And she didn't believe me. I didn't have any evidence. I just knew in my heart that this is what was going to happen. I knew it. I didn't have a reason to know it, but I knew it. The same way I knew that day that someone was going to try and poison my dog. I just knew someone was going to try and poison my dog. So I was watching and I was hiding in the bushes, looking down to wait to see if someone was going to come and poison my dog. And somebody came and tried to poison my dog. And I caught him. So the same as I woke up one morning in Sri Lanka, and I'd been talking about tsunamis coming for about 6 months. My ex-wife was like, "No, you're crazy." Like, she says, "Why would that happen?" One morning I woke up and I said, "We got to get out of this country." I said, "We're right in the line of the tsunami. I don't want to be here. I'm going to jump on an airplane as soon as I can." And within 2 days, we had sorted our flight out and we were on our way out. By the time we landed in the UK, it was 36 hours before the tsunami hit. I didn't have any evidence for that, but I knew that there was a tsunami coming. The same way that I knew. So this is what I'm saying, like, what is evidence? And this is like been the story of my life. It's why I do what I do for a living. So, like, when it comes to evidence, I don't put much stock in evidence, because evidence isn't knowing. Evidence is what you structure belief according to. But when you know something, you will stake your life on it. Like when there was a buffalo stampede and it was coming at me, I knew that if I walked into the stampede, I'd be okay. And all I had to do was walk through the stampede. And I held my wife's hand and she was shaking. She was scared. I said, "Don't worry. Just hold my hand, wave, and walk through the stampede." And she didn't believe me, and we did. We walked right through a buffalo stampede. Survived. And the same way as one day when I swam out to sea, I didn't know that I was going to survive. I didn't have evidence, but I knew that I was going to survive. And even when I couldn't see the land anymore, because I was so far out to sea, if you swim like past a certain distance out to sea, you can't see the land. You don't know which way the land is, by the way. It gets scary. Sometimes it's just an inner knowing. Like in my initiation, I called a big snake out of the jungles. Big snake. Like, I mean, more than 20 foot. I knew it would come to me. I didn't have any evidence for it. I knew I would bond with it. I knew it was going to kiss me on the lips. We were going to be in an embrace, kissing each other on the lips. And that there's going to be a psychic resonance, trance that's going to pass between us. When I was in India, I got off the plane in 2001. I went and found a tree to sit under, and I knew that somebody was coming. My ex-wife was like, "What do you mean someone's coming?" I said, "Someone's coming to meet me." And she didn't believe me. I said, "No, I'm going to sit here and wait." And I sat there for hours. And she was like, "It's getting dark. Like, we need to go and find a guest house." I said, No, I first want to meet this guy. He's coming to find me." And she was, "But like, you haven't spoken to anyone. You've been with me the whole time. We just got off the airplane. We walked out of the airport and you found this tree and you sat down." And I waited for him. And when he came to me, He drew the timeline of my entire life with every detail that had happened through my past. And then he drew the timeline of her entire life with every detail that had ever happened in her life. He knew her most intimate, embarrassing secrets. And he knew what her most fundamental problem was, that her ex-boyfriend had had sexual relations out of the relationship with people with toxic energies and had brought energetic things that were onto her and that she was having trouble with. As I had explained to her, that I couldn't remove those from her because I was too involved with her. And I told her he was going to come and help us. And he did. And he was a Tantra master. So sometimes you just know things and there's no evidence for it. And that is actually the real basis and nature of reality. Let me give you another question. How do you know that the Fae are communicating with you?
Well, actually, because I've actually gotten evidence for them. That there's a one with the synchronicities that I've had. So there's been instances where they've given me some kind of message, and then right on cue, like right on snap, they'll be like maybe they'll like, I'll give you an example of one of my most prominent stories where I was doing a randonaut session, and I basically was working with the Fae at the time. And if you don't know what randonauting is, it's like an app on your phone. And it sends you to a random location based on your intent. So let's say my intent was the color purple. The idea is it'll take you to a spot that's purple, based on your intent. So to me, then I was, having a conversation with one of my, prominent Faes, Kathiza, and we were talking about orbs. And when I went to the spot that they took me to, there was a fairy statue holding an orb. And I was just like, how is this happening? But, there's a reason why I push with this evidence stuff, is because there's a lot of times where I was channeling, I was working with the Fae, or even spirits in the past. And there's doubts in my head. There's doubts of myself, whether I'm talking to them, whether, it's really just in my head. Is it imaginary? Is it real? I don't know. But when you actually have physical evidence to prove your experience, it's like the faith that you get in this stuff just rises to this like exponential level. And you realize, no, this isn't just some experience. I'm doing something real here. This is profound. This is meaningful. And I have an actual foundation in physical reality that I can't think away, that gives me a pillar in which to sit these beliefs on, so I don't have to defend them. And to me, it's like, I say this to other people in the spiritual community. They think, oh my God, I don't want to deal with skepticism and rationalism because it's gonna prove all my beliefs are bullshit, and it's gonna prove that, it's all wrong, and that I'm delusional, and this is all stupid. But if you really stick with it and you're committed, yeah, it's gonna put some ideas away. But the ideas that stick and the ideas that don't get, that survive the wrath of skepticism, it's like they're so much more powerful now. They're so much more real. And you have such a deeper commitment to faith in them because you've seen the belief past your own personal doubt. You've seen it past your own individual ego, and you realize it's a truth that's deeper and outside of yourself. And you don't have to be, you don't have to worry about the game of, oh, it's just all, relativistically in my head, or it's on my own personal truth. It's like, no, there's something deeper going on. So, when I push the skepticism, that's why I take it seriously, because it in a way, by going and dealing with that skepticism, it strengthened my faith in magic in a sense. So that's my 2 cents, I suppose.
But all what you're calling evidence seems to me to be a consequence, as an after effect, and was only retrospective and wasn't relevant in the moment.
I say it was relative in the moment because it happened in real time. There wasn't a delay effect of I had this effect. It was instant, like instantaneous, like within the exact second. And I would say also too, just in terms of probability, it goes beyond, I would say that these events, when they happen, they would go beyond standard random chance in terms of just like actual rolling the dice. I mean, everybody, I guess if you think about it too, everybody has their own definitions of evidence. There is some wiggle room. I guess the thing is that there is some I mean, there's undeniably there are aspects of reality that are more subjective and they are, more fluid. But I think we have to have some kind of middle ground of cohesion, because I think that's another thing that's kind of made me deal with the objective work. Because I used to hang out with a Telegram group, and I used to hang out with woke people. And let me tell you something about when you deal with, a lot of the woke, gender ideology, crazy stuff, you really start to see the dark side of subjectivity. You see how it hurts people, and you see how it just causes confusion. It causes people to doubt. So it's like, it kind of in a way, like, because before that, I used to be very much, subjective idealists. Everything is subjective. Everything is, mental. Everybody creates their own reality. But I think what I've realized that, when you go too far off the deep end into, glitch world, you start to realize the importance of consensus, because it's not so much, and the consensus is important not because, it's some hard physical reality and, we can touch it and Descartes, I think, or 4 a.m., whatever, but it's just that you're sharing the space with people you love and care about, and it's real because you're sharing that dream together. That's what true realness is. It's not the solidness of the world. What's real is what we all dream together, and what we all collectively think is meaningful to us, which is what connects us together, and also ultimately connects us to source and God and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, so much there to unpack, Cosmic. When it comes to cultural Marxism, which is when you talk about the woke agenda, that's cultural Marxism.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. With that.
So even that type of conversation, even a conversation about those concepts, to me, it's like, why even have those discussions when the source is like, cultural Marxism, when you boil it down. So you're already aware of that. So if you apply that similar concept to all the other domains of gnosis or knowledge or whatever sectors of, seances, health, finance, anything, spiritual. If you apply that same concept and get to the source of who created these concepts, you'll find they all come from the same source. If you want to be logical about it. So then what are you left with? And then you're left with, like, I'm not going to discount what you're saying about the Fae. In fact, you're actually, and I'm not, forgive me, I'm not like, I'm speaking like, just
no,
not.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, you get it. Your concept of Fae and how you know that Fae are a thing and they communicate with you. You're not it's like, but you're also using this other kind of 3D realm logic, and it's like being selective on where you apply this kind of knowing versus evidence, right? Like I mentioned when I first came on, Franklin's shows are very synchronously, I don't know if that's a word, but with
I guess that could be a word.
Okay, and I like to make up words because I'm a spellcaster.
Sounds like a word.
Yeah, close enough. I'm a spellcaster. I create my own spells, but in wards. And Franklin's topics are right aligned with the topics we talk about on Friday nights. That's because there's, how do I show evidence of that? It's like we just know because our spirits are resonating with the same similar things at the similar times.
I guess then the conversation.
And let me just wrap this up, Cosmic, because I'll forget. So I was going with that was, that's my evidence. That's my confirmation, my validation. Not that I need validation, but I can confirm what my spirit is about by going, oh, look at Franklin's doing the same thing. Mm-hmm. That's my peer review. You know what I mean? That's my you know what I mean?
So I think really the conversation is not about how do we know things, because it seems like in a way we already kind of know everything in a sense, whether peripherally or directly. Is how do we convey that knowledge to others? I think is the real heart of where this conversation is leading to.
I'll give you an example. I've heard a lot of stuff about copper and drinking water, right? And how copper has a powerful effect at detoxifying drinking water, or how it creates a different ionic effect, restructures the water electrically. The truth is, I don't know what copper does with the water, but I do know that my body enjoys the water more when I drink it out of copper. That's a visceral experience, and I know it. And my body actually feels good for it. And it's not because my mind is got this belief structure that tells my body it should feel better. The water's better. If I drink water from a waterfall, I'm like, damn, I can't get enough of the water. When I'm drinking water out of copper, I actually drink more water. Not because I think I ought to, because I want to. It's just because I actually, oh, wow, I've drank this whole thing. Wow, I drank this whole thing. Wow, how many liters did I drink today, you know? So some things are just visceral.
It is kind of weird if you think about like how you can drink the same substance, but it tastes different depending on what you drink it out of.
Dude,
Maybe we just drink out of glass because glass tastes good.
There's also those not experiments, those things where you write love, or you say love, yo, love, and it's actually will hydrate you more. Can I write a peer review science paper on that? And do they teach you that in college? You know, it's tough. Now there's also this observation effect. And Franklin was on that earlier. Now this is, you know, you can do this experiment to scale over and over and over again. Things change when you're observing them. Like that's like it's awesome and weird. Why, how, when? I mean, we could theorize all day, but one thing is for sure, that's a thing. The slit thing, you know, light changes its behavior when it knows you're observing it. This freaking realm, dude. I don't recommend anyone putting any foundation on anything, because this is shifting, baby. And you're talking about, man, you get into so many other things, the Kerrigan events of the past and all this, and having you're like, well, this is a thing and it's never going to change, man. You might, yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm starting to spin.
You got to remember, Terence McKenna said something really profound in regards to the DMT experience, which I think is relevant in this particular conversation too. I think it's like, you know, pay attention, and this is regard to the elves talking to Terence. It's like, pay attention to what we're doing. Don't give away to don't get distracted by amazement. I think there's something to be learned. There's something profound about that. Because I get what you're saying, man. Like, you know, it's like the fact that consciousness has a physical effect on matter. You know, that's interesting. It's like, yeah, we're starting to see that there's a dream, but it's like, I think, you know, and that goes back to the whole freaking thing about dreams, is that we've been conditioned in Western society to think of dreams as being devoid of logic, to think of them being illogical, nonsensical. And so when we think of something being like magical or mystical, we then apply that sort of gaslit, you know, logic, and instead of seeing that, you know, that perhaps maybe dreams do have their own form of logic. They do have their own sensibility, but we don't have a proper framework in which to understand how they work, you know? It's like, you know, like I guess in terms of like understanding things like with music and how, you know, you understand certain patterns create certain forms of auditory beauty. And I lost my train of thought. The edibles are kicking in.
I think what you were talking about was how that saying about Terence McKenna saying that you mustn't get distracted by what's going on around you. Focus on what you're doing. Mindfulness. basically.
Yeah, something like that. I just think that it's not like we get to a point where like, oh my God, it's so complicated. Let's, give up trying to figure out how it all works. I say that's you got to keep going though. I mean, it's more difficult to that point. You realize there's all these more open avenues you got to inquire, but I think that's kind of like, where I go with my work is I try to make sure that you see the thing is like I'm willing to believe in, pretty much anything. But when it comes to any gap, I want a bridge to be able to walk across, where I can kind of like you go through the step-by-step process of how you get there. I guess that's all I was sort of really kind of like getting at before.
This does bring us into an interesting point though, because we're talking about portals, essentially, what portals are, and how portals manifest synchronicities. So, is a portal something that we proverbially travel through in terms of spatial correlative experience that is a frequency shift that modulates the interaction between the consciousness field and our experience of the consciousness field? And so our portals changing the tones that are the construction upon which reality rests, and thus transforming the actual reality around us. And if we go through enough portals, could the moon change? Could it be something else? Could the sun change as it goes through all these portals? Could these very alignments have transmutative effect? Could transmutation and alchemy be a natural phenomenon that occurs in the universe from time to time with regards to certain alignments? And did the ancients study these alignments and these patterns and cycles of time and understand that by moving with these cycles of time, we can manipulate certain aspects of the time field by how we add to or take from the portal vibrational shift that we move through at particular times? How's that for a question?
Interesting question. I guess when it comes to portals, I guess one of the sort of the most simplest way to kind of conceptualize portal is something like television static. It's anything that kind of like it can, because if you think about a portal, it's something where it's a doorway from a sort of continuum that is beyond our understanding. And when you have something like a like television static, it's like a Rorschach. It's something where there's a fluidity in the sort of the stasis field where a mind can project something onto it because it's like because the space is amorphous. There's all these dots and little things. Like here's an interesting experiment. I don't know, they can't really do this anymore because these kind of televisions don't really exist. But if you just get like any kind of television set, you know what? You could probably do this with closed eyes as well if you have a lot of visual snow in your field. But if you just look at something like a television screen and you try to visualize a simple object, like maybe like a triangle or a mushroom, if you look at it for a while, you will start to see that shape manifest within the static field. You'll start to see like your eyes will start to conform around it. So it seems that portals, whether literal or more psychological or astral, seem to operate on a sort of similar mechanism where there's a kind of fluidity in which things from different dimensions it gives them access to sort of cross over from one space to another. It's that there's a membrane that becomes sort of fluidified so something else can get in.
That's very interesting. I remember when I was younger, when I was like 18, I used to play around with things that I wouldn't play around with now. I remember being with a friend at the waterfront and saying to him, watch this, that guy's going to trip now. And the guy's running and he trips. And I'm giggling and I'm saying, watch this, he's going to trip again now. And he runs and he trips again. I say, do you want to do it again? Watch this. he's gonna run and he trips again, and he's like his feet keep getting like a little bit confused, and he like stumbles, not falling down and getting hurt, just stumbling and getting confused. The last time he actually fell down, got a bit hurt, or not get hurt, but he fell down. I was like, oops, I didn't. Another friend I used to say, watch this, bro. Just be quiet for a moment. Watch this. And I'd start talking what seemed like a foreign language, but it'd be his thoughts that I was talking. And I'd get people freaked out like this. Like he'd say like what the hell? He'd freak out because they were like, it's like I'm talking a foreign language. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm talking in some foreign language, but I'm talking his thoughts. It's in English, but it feels like a foreign language. And I was saying all the things that he would be thinking. So I used to play around with this. And with a group of people, sometimes if we're in the night, there are all these dots that you can see in the air. And I would, like, with my mind, move the dots together, move the dots together, move the dots together until it starts to make light. And sometimes people would get scared. Say, what's going on? What's this thing here in front of us? They think it was a ghost or something. So I used to play around with things when I was younger. And often like maybe on psychedelics. Just like, what is the potential of this reality spectrum? This is why I don't have too many beliefs of like what this thing is. Because we can literally manipulate it with our thoughts. Literally. We can literally change it with our thoughts. Just literally focus our thoughts and change it. We can literally focus our thoughts onto a creature and affect it. I remember farmers in the UK freaking out with me because their bulls are charging me. I walk through their farmlands and the bull's charging me, and I'm not going to move. And I'll stand there and I'll fix my eyes into the bull's eyes. I look the bull in the eye and I'll search for that point. There's like a point. If you find that point, the bull just stops. It's like a break. And people used to freak out sometimes because I used to do it from time to time because I'd walk anywhere I wanted to. I wasn't going to like, oh, there's bulls in this paddock I can't walk through. I want to walk through the paddock. If I want to walk, I'm going to walk. If the bull wants to charge me. But I'm not going to run. I'm just going to stand here. I'm going to look you in the eye. And sometimes farmers would get freaked out because they were like, you're going to die and stuff, and probably a little bit scared because they're probably not, they probably wouldn't do that themselves. So people get scared from funny times. But my point is, I noticed when I was young that reality wasn't what it seems. And I used to play with the limits of it. It's why I went to live in the jungles, because I really needed to get a real grip on reality. Because out here, it's so abstract. When we're around other people, it's so abstract because their version of reality and their version of reality and their version starts to build this weird consensus reality. The reality is shifting depending on who you're around. But when you go alone into the jungles and you are surrounded by wood, the wood protects you from all of their psychic fields. So there's nobody else's consensus reality to affect your consensus. You are consensus with the animals. And now you're in a reality with animals instead of people.
For sure. In Zarfaxology terms, you're moving from the Azerfax channel to the Kid Zerfax channel. You go up, it's like a step upward.
Hey, Cosmic, let me ask you, and oh gosh, forgive me for being rude, bro, but what do you think if I asked you, do you know thyself?
Do I know myself?
Yeah. No wrong answer. No right or wrong answer.
I think that's kind of what the meaning of life is to sort of fully figure yourself out. I guess in some way I know part of myself, but there's also a part of myself I don't know, and that's sort of the mystery of my own being. And I guess in that sense, it's that mystery that actually makes us eternal. Because if you think about it, what if the moment you truly know yourself, that's when you stop existing? Because there's no more self to know, and thus there's no more point to existence.
So you think it's possible to know everything that there is in existence?
No. I don't think it's possible to know everything in existence. I think it's possible to know anything in existence, but not everything. That's an important distinction.
So that kind of null and voids what it was you said, you see?
So what?
It didn't make any sense.
Right.
I wonder.
What are we talking about
Maybe
again?
it is possible to know everything.
Why would you want to know everything?
No, it's not like you need to know. You don't have to store all of this stuff. To just have access to anything at any point in time.
I guess also I don't want to know everything. Just on a
I'm
personal
scared of
level.
knowing my death, of seeing my death. Yeah, it's actually one of my fears.
I don't know. I guess for me, it's just like I like the idea that there's always a mystery around, and if I feel like if I know everything, there's nothing. I like this. I like solving things. Like that's what like really just it gives my soul meaning and purpose is to seek mystery and find new things. And if I feel like there's no new puzzles to solve, no new quests to uncover, there's a deep emptiness and sadness to that. And so that's why there's a hopeful part of me that, the universe is mysterious and we'll never know everything. But that means I'll never be bored. I'll never, there'll always be something new to confound me and something new to perplex my mind. And if I feel like I knew everything, it's like I'd be, empty of that. And I'd be bored.
Everything only relates to this universe.
Because
we're talking about
things.
Thing. The word thing, everything. So, because there's more abstract scales of knowledge. I think that before you pass through the Ein Sof Or, you need to have encapsulated all the knowledge of everything. But then you enter into a sphere where you know nothing again. And then
here's why here's my kind of one of my reasonings why I don't think you can know everything. Because if we think of our universe as being a kind of universal mind, the universal mind can sort of imagine things. And the thing is there's always the potential of like you see an end, you go to ultimate reality, and it's like, well, what if there's something else beyond that ultimate reality? And then in the universe, something new has to be created to fill that space. And then you keep going, well, what if there's something beyond that? And so there's this infinite continuum where as the mind is infinitely expanding, and the reason you can't know everything is because there's always new things to know, because there's always new things being born, new original, just infinite novelty that's always expanding and growing. And here's the thing, you could know everything, right? But it would take you the eternity of all time and existence to fully know it. So you would know it, but it would take all of time to unfold before you could finish knowing it. And you'd be there forever because it would never end.
I would question the idea.
Go on.
I would question the idea of naming. Everything that's been named. And it is the consideration that you could call Adam or you could call Manu named everything. It's an interesting concept.
So it's interesting, since the concept is about portals. I think in my system, names are effectively keys, and the idea is that every portal has an aspect that's a gate, that's the feminine aspect, and then there's the key, which is the masculine aspect, and you need both a gate and a key to effectively open a portal, and it doesn't work if you're missing one of those two elements.
If you want to consciously open a portal, but I think portals open of their own accord.
See, No, I think that this could also be applied to a natural process, because if you think about like nature is constantly, reproducing in a sort of an unconscious way. Think about plants and animals. There's masculine and feminine. So I think that the gate and key process could also happen at just kind of like a natural level, in the same way there's sort of reproduction among biological organisms.
But I remember reconstructing the entire.
What you mean, though? You're talking about more like
knowing everything.
intentionally created portals, right?
I remember, I have a memory that I retrieved while I was dancing, where I traveled out, and I was on top of a mountain wearing like rough, long, flowing like robes or something, like I don't know, and a staff in my hand, and I'm big and I'm tall, and I'm constructing the entire universe in my mind. And I construct 2 templates of the entire universe. Every star, every moon, every sun, everything. And the entire galaxy. Sorry, I say universe, galaxy. And when I finished constructing the entire galaxy in my mind, I moved these 2 galaxies toward each other that I'd constructed, and they were the same galaxy, but constructed with a different center. And I forced this galaxy and this galaxy to merge so that this was the galaxy that dominated. And the whole universe wobbled. And I traveled across space and time. But my brain was much bigger. My mathematical capacity was much bigger. Our bodies were different. So we didn't need spacecrafts to travel. Or anything. We just could travel to a different star system or different somewhere else. But it all involved the maps of the cosmic system. And by manipulating maps. So, did I know everything? I don't know, but I knew a damn lot about the galaxy. Like exactly where everything was. I knew where every point in the galaxy was. There was nothing, and a lot of care is to be taken that you cannot make an error. And it's like a pure conceptual thing that you're doing, an act. So you literally it's like building a puzzle, and you build a puzzle. And as you build a puzzle, it draws itself, and it's creating the whole galaxy inside your mind. And then you've got to hold that in place and then create another one. Then put them together. So I think there was times when we knew a lot. Henry? Where's Henry? You want to go outside again? So that's why I question. Maybe we can know everything. I don't know. Maybe not in this body. Maybe not in this yuga. Our bodies are different in this yuga.
This yogurt.
Like our bodies are different and our brains are different and our capacity to know is different. And I think this is the Kali Yuga. I think that was a yuga where we were different.
It's interesting you're talking about this present yuga in the past tense. Did you notice you just did that?
Well, we were experiencing it in the past.
I got you.
So it's like it is in the past. Everything that we experience is in the past. Because we're not actually in reality. We're in the matrix. So, like, to be in reality is to be lost in the matrix, I think. Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot there to consider. But these portals are definitely, for me, there's something more. I don't quite know exactly how they work, but I can feel the blooming activity of these things. That's for real. That's why I'm saying I know they're happening and I know they're changing things and I can feel what they're changing. And there might be certain things I can't comprehend about the changes, but certain changes I know. I don't know if that makes sense. And you see the evidence around you. It's like I was having this conversation with Eleanor. Speaking of which, I'm gonna have to go in a little while. I want you guys to think about what else you want to say, because I'm going to be seeing someone in a little while. And Joshua's going to be waking me up in about.
I think we could probably wrap this up soon. I mean, we've got like almost 9.5 hours on this thing. If you looked at the clock,
we still haven't cracked those portals.
Dr.
K, Ronin, what do you guys want to say about the portals and the wrapping up these portals? Because we just can't drop the hammer on portals. They are such a topic. I've been feeling them opening and closing especially these last weeks. There's so much shifts happening in reality.
The portals are absolutely awesome. We can just look at delusional people like Walk Outdoors, Disc Jockey in the chat, and we can see how people cannot deal with the energy that's actually coming through. Me, myself, I love it. Portals are very, very real. Like you pointed out earlier, they don't need our awareness or cognizance to open and close. We can do so also, but doing it consciously and doing it by accident are two different things. Recognizing that energy is something else altogether. This balancing point that we are currently in of universal days is to bring that energy in properly. People, already had a time trying to meditate, trying to get enough sleep, trying to deal with their own proper routines and whatnot. That's getting compounded. We're in a time of wars, the rumors of wars, and all kinds of wonderful occurrences that are driving people mad. And we can't walk around and act like people aren't going crazy, people aren't traumatized, people aren't losing people aren't under this heavy energy. Some of us can deal with it better than others, but your feelings, not you per se, but like this person in the chat, your feelings are the last thing I care about. Your opinions are the last thing that matter, because we're talking about the benefit of all, not your personal self, So, learn to listen beyond your feelings. You might learn something, learn not to cut people off, learn to be open. Your mind is like a parachute. It works best when it's open. When you think you know something, you best be able to prove it, because somebody will call you out in a heartbeat, and be corrected. That's the space that we're currently in. There are no apologies for that, ever.
Yeah, I would say those portals that are opening and closing, if you notice them or not, that's on you, but they are happening. And Kalel's my brother, so we have been experiencing and identifying these, to use the term apocalypse, the revealing of truths and the revealing of falsification, and anyone that still wants to rock in the old falsehoods, that's kind of on them, because time is speeding up. How do you measure that? How do you prove that with paperwork? You know what I mean? You either know it or you don't, because I can tell you I know it. You know what I mean? And yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna be grateful to Franklin. I'd like him to go see his people, and 9.5. Yeah. You need a good time, brother, and you gave us a good time. So massive love, peace, and all the harmoniness to all out there. We had a great show last night on the Ronin Experience. We covered a lot of this, and it was so much fun. Our shows are going longer now too, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, what time is it? Goodness. And yes, it's hard to crack these. It's hard to let's tell you about how the whole realm works right now today. It's hard to do that in one day.
I'm going to sleep for 2 hours, and then I'm going to wake up and climb the mountain with my boy, because I don't know how to say no to him. No, then I'm going to watch the sunrise on the beach, because it's going to be a magical one, I'm hoping. If it was anything like the last 2 days, I'm not missing that for the world. 2 hours sleep or no. Once I've watched the sunrise, I'm liable to climb the mountain. When I get down from the mountain, there's a special lady coming to visit me. My day is mapped out, man.
You got so much work. You got to put in so much work. You got so many mountains to climb, multiple mountains to climb.
I'll sleep tomorrow at some point. Yeah. Oh, and I've got to work in the evening. I've got clients.
Yeah.
So I'll have to meditate.
I don't know where you find your energy. The real question is not where the moon and the sun gets their energy. It's where Franklin gets his energy, because I guarantee you they're from the same source. And I mean that joking, not joking. Franklin, you're a star. You're a sun, a soul, and massively appreciate what you bring, man. And you have so much love to share, and I could tell you I appreciate that. But yeah, man, I'm gonna check out. I had a coffee when I joined, so that's why I came in. I'm like, let's go. And you guys have been like, we've been going. So much love, peace, and harmony to all the chat and everyone here. Thank you, and it's such a beautiful. This realm is so beautiful and complex, man. It's a true honor to even be here at the same time with you all, and
Thank you all. We've still got 9 people watching, which is mind blowing.
Yeah, they're marathoners too. They're tough. They're strong too.
Thank you all for enjoying the show. I hope you've got what you come from. Sorry we couldn't drop the hammer on these portals, but I don't know if I ever will.
I think I'm going to call it a night myself. Yeah. Sorry I got angry today. I'm never proud of myself when that happens, but I'll try to keep my cool next time, All right. So peace out. Much love. Take care.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you all. Thank you, Cosmic. Thank you. Has Ronin gone? No, Ronin's there. Thank you, Ronin. Soraya, you arrived when I was doing my hot chocolate, didn't you? And I noticed.
I think, I did. I came in very late.
I don't know how I missed. I've been so absorbed in the conversation. I hope you're well. And I didn't hear you. I think I heard your voice earlier. And then I thought you had dropped out. Maybe you dropped out and you came back in again or something.
No, I haven't dropped out. I was just very late.
Okay, my dear. Well, what do you want to say about portals?
Portals are, well, it's obvious they are entrance and exit points from one world to another.
I suppose that's the one thing we haven't mentioned.
Yeah, there's not much more to discuss other than what I just said, I guess.
All right, so let's get into it. So, no, I'm just kidding.
We'll do that for another time.
You actually summarized it so beautifully, though. You actually dropped the hammer on it. Nice one. It's literally what it is. You're moving from one universe into another universe, in a
Exactly.
sense. It's a very solid way, a very concrete way of understanding it. In a
They're like
simple,
doors, basically.
grounded way. Yeah, like doors. Like the hair from the Tetragrammaton. And thank you, Soraya, for joining us. Thank you, Dr. K. Kalal. Any last words, Dr. K. Kalal, that you'd like to say about portals? I think we've pretty much covered it, but thank you all for joining us. Thank you, brother. If there's anything else.
What I would say about portals is portals are our mothers. They are our women. They are our sisters. They are our nieces. Portals are the only way any of us get here. We are consistently within the realm of our mother in the waters of noon. And this is why the woman gets the door held open. This is why the woman, you bring the check home and give it to the woman. This is why, we all go to Big Mama's house. This is why everything revolves around the mother, even though she's not supposed to speak in the temple and the church and the synagogue and the masjid. You always have a church mother. You have a masjid mother. So I think portals ultimately are one of the greatest representations of feminine energy. And I would thank Cosmic for giving us a wonderful third win. I love having this space to be able to transmute all of that energy, because see, that's what this is for. This energy, it's beautiful to, how you doing, BushWhisperer? How you doing, Cosmic? How you doing, Soraya? But when things get heated, we're supposed to be able to stay and deal with the fire, right? And the world needs to see it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So get angry. Let it out. It's okay, because if you don't, it's going to boil over and spill into some other areas of your life, and we don't want that. That's not good for any of us. So,
Exactly.
this space is here to express that. So I'm thankful. And, you see the swords on the table, it's not a game. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to MoonFeather for making this incredible art. You know what I'm saying? We'll cut your head off. You're immortal. So it'll come back on. No worries. You know what I'm saying? Nothing but love. I wish you the best, Franklin. I hope you get some sleep, brother, because you're gonna need it. And
You definitely
all
don't
my
need
love,
it yet.
you know what I mean? All my love to you, Soraya, and everybody who was able to join us here, everybody in the chat, including you, Walk Out. I hope you have a wonderful evening, and we will do it again next week.
Exactly. You have muted yourself, Franklin.
Thank you all so much. And you won't believe what my little boy did to me this morning. He
Oh.
pushed me up that mountain. He pushed me. He was like, "Let's go faster, Dad. Faster, Dad." I was like, "You're 7 years old and you're pushing Dad up the mountain." And I can move pretty fast. He's getting really strong. He's getting
Wow.
really strong. Climbs the mountain
Tough
every
little
day.
cookie. He's a
Yeah,
tough
every
little
day.
cookie.
He's a tough cookie. But he's pushing Dad now, so I can just see what he's going to do to me today, in an hour and 45 minutes.
Go get some
So much
sleep.
love to all of you. Thank you all for enjoying the show. I hope you got what you came for. It was totally awesome
Excellent.
having
It
you
was
all here.
wonderful.
Sending you all love, peace, harmony. Don't forget to smile. Life is really short. And question more. That would be what I'd love to leave everybody with. Just question more. You don't need answers. You just need questions. And when you try and find answers for questions, you get lost in the process. But when you just have questions and you accept that questions are all there is, then the answers aren't what you seek. You become the answer. At least that's what I believe. So much love to all of you. Thank you all. Have an awesome day. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Blessed be.